Well, good afternoon from United Arab Emirates and the Dubai Autodrome. They're about to get racing for round 3 of the 2025-2026 Asian Le Mans Series after a successful doubleheader in Malaysia in December. I'm Graham Goodwin, joined in the booth by sports car racing legend Ollie Gavin. We'll be talking to David Addison down in pit lane shortly. Ollie, exciting qualifying in the books a little earlier today, and sets the scene for 46 cars, 4 hours of controlled mayhem for the rest of this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really looking forward to the racing here and competing here for the 4 hours of Dubai Autodrome here. 20 years that the circuit has been here. And it's a lot drier than it was in Sepang. Sepang was a little bit of a washout at times. But yeah, delighted to see 46 cars on the grid here, some 20 GT cars, and the P cars, again, also stacked with talent. So yeah, really looking forward to the 4 hours of Dubai today.
Well, it's a thrilling circuit, as you said, 20 years of history. It's a challenging and technical circuit as well, and we're going to get an opportunity now to see on board one of these LMP2 cars at speed. And Ollie, you're going to take us around.
88 Proton Competition P2 car at the Dubai Autodrome. 16 turns, 5.39 kilometres. Coming down the front straight here, 275 k's an hour. Spotted the brake point at about 100 board. Just back to the apex curb there on the right-hand side, a little bit of curb there, and then back to the left, up the hill, flat out in 5th gear here. About 250 k's an hour, turns 4, then 5 and 6 downhill. Trying to be careful on those curves. Chasing the 49 high-class racing car. Here at turn 7, the lowest part of the racetrack. That's 2nd gear, about 105 k's an hour. Back up through the box and then into this long sweeping left-hander here at turn 9. Trying to get that tight line to work and then getting into the slipstream of the other P2 car in front. Multi-class racing here. Got the Porsche there on the right-hand side, just going by that and then trying to spot the brake point into turn 10. All the way down from 280 k's an hour down to 1st gear, 65 k's an hour here. We've got the Cetilar car, the AF Course car in front, I think, through turn 11, and then again back on throttle. Make sure don't use too much of the exit curb. Then uphill braking here into turn 12. It's tricky with that apex curb on the right-hand side, and then hard on the throttle. This is all downhill now into turn 13. We're coming up to that. Another banked left-hander. Very bumpy in the brake zone here. So we get into that, and we're just getting bottled up behind the Cetilar car, trying to get through there. The 49 can't quite get it done. It's going to give the opportunity for the 88 to come up the inside here as we come into the final turn, turn 16 at the Dubai Autodrome, just through and off, and that completes another lap here at the Dubai Autodrome in the Asian Le Mans Series.
So back to the grid, thrilling ride round this Dubai Autodrome course. Slightly slippy conditions here, a lot of building work, a huge amount of building work, in fact, Ollie. We look at the pole position car and indeed our pole position driver, Giorgio Roda there in the number 5 car. Very different fortunes for the two United cars. We'll come to that in just a minute. But track conditions here have been a bit tricky this week, Ollie.
Oh yeah, they have, and that's certainly something that every team has been working with, and the technicians at Michelin have been working away with those teams to try and find solutions. But you know, in the end, it's just trying to make the most of what you've got and the grip level that's out there. And certainly all of these teams will be trying to work with the development of the track temperature over the last few hours. Qualifying was very different to what we had seen here in the practice and test sessions earlier on in the week. And talking to a number of the drivers, they said that things had just sort of started to slot back into place a little bit more for them, and they felt a little bit happy with the balance. It did take some time for those Michelins to come up in the cooler temps this morning, but yeah, we're going to have a warm track here today. Temps are certainly up there. Molt Jacobsen there with APR, one of the winners at the Rolex 24 with the CrowdStrike operation.
And there, James Sweetnam wasn't expected to be here today. He's replacing Fred Pordad, who's suffering with back pain. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little later. But before we get into more of the shenanigans on the grid, let's take a little look back at qualifying earlier today. Started with the GT cars, 20 cars out on track. For 15 minutes, had to get it done. And you can see there inside the Mantai pit, taking a close interest. Dustin Blattner was at the sharp end of proceedings in the number 74 car, but it was the two Get Speed entered Mercedes AMGs that would finally hold sway. Front row of the grid for the number 9 car of Steve Jans, an addition here, but it would be Abdullah Ali Khalifi in the QMMF by Get Speed car, the 37 car entered by the Qatari Motorsport Federation. A historic pole position for them, excellent result, but it would be Abdullah Ali Khalifi in the QMMF by Get Speed car, the 37 home. P3 next up, and 10 of the now Toyota turbo-powered LMP3 cars. The men in purple. That will make headlines at home. P3 next up, and 10 of the now Toyota turbo-powered LMP3 right up there, but I believe has gone to the back of the grid. Reasons unknown at the moment. 17 from CLX Motorsport, though, after a slow start from Paul Lachaire, nailed it in 2 of his last 3 laps of the session, under pressure to keep his 100% qualifying record. Swiss team dominating on single lap pace here so far this season. Then the main show, LMP2, 16 cars out on track. John Falb hooking it up and putting in a workmanlike display. Couldn't quite though crack the front row. Big sideways moment there for John. Jens Greiner Muller, already a race winner in Sepang, will be on the front row in the high-class racing number 49 car. But no pole for the Dane, because that went to this Italian in that UK entered number 5 United Autosports Orica, and will be pole for both races too. So United Autosports and Giorgio Roda set pole position in Dubai for Saturday and Sunday's race. Delight in the garage and delight on the side pod.
So back on the grid here, got Bib Endon there. And everybody, the atmosphere is building here. Dubai Autodrome, seeing a great crowd here, and lots of fans here engaging with the race.
Well, we've I think finally managed to get the 2 cans with the string together back in operation. We could go down to the grid now, where I believe David Addison has got our pole setter Giorgio Roda with him right now. Down to you, David.
Graham, thanks. Yes, Giorgio, here we are again, yet another pole position. Let's just ignore qualifying for a moment and ask, have you managed to find some good luck? Because we really need a good race result, don't we?
Yeah, I think we just need luck, honestly, because in Sepang we were fast, we were quick, but luck was not on one side. But the weather, it's way smoother here. There is no storm around. Maybe, we never know. But it looks like, of course, it's going to be dry, and cars looking fast also in free practice too when we played long runs. So I think we're in a good spot for the race.
It's dry, yes, but quite often it's a bit breezy here, and some of the sand, the dust gets blown to the circuit. That's always a challenge.
Yeah, we need to pay attention on the dust. For example, after quali, I took off my helmet, it was full of sand. And yeah, so also going to overtake the GTs and the MP3s, we go offline, and then we get the tire dirty. So we need to manage, I think, do it. And if it's going to be a safe race for everybody, I think we can be in the good spot.
Excellent. Right, good luck. We need a good, don't we, for United Autosports, and Giorgio Roda starting for the 2nd time in 3 races from pole position. Just going to LMP3, touched on the number 8 virage entry being at the back of that grid. It was deemed to be too low, the splitter at the front, too low. So therefore broke the technical regulations and put to the back of the class.
Yeah, a couple of dramas then for 2 leading teams. The virage car at the back of the LMP3 grid. And as we said, the sister United car will start at the back of the LMP2 grid and must start their fastest driver, Ben Hanley, to this point in the
That'll
proceedings.
have a huge impact on them and their race.
And it's both races.
Cool.
It's both races, and that was Phil Fayer on his way into the pits after the qualifying session. I think about 5.7 kilometres over the start again.
To say.
It was not the pit lane speed limit, and that's a mighty penalty for that, and I'm sure that Phil is not a happy bunny. Didn't have the best of starts to Daytona either, did he?
Yes,
caught up in
that one, yeah.
Yeah, so fingers crossed things start to turn in their direction. This is second on the grid for the number 49 high-class racing team. We'll see Theo Jensen and Gus Menezes a little later, but it will be, as I said, Sepang Race 2 winner, Jens Greiner Müller, that will be, pole sitter, will be starting the number 49 car from high-class racing. Good to see them back. And, that is James Sweetnam.
Romain Dumas.
And Romain Dumas. So world champion and Le Mans winner, of course, Romain Dumas, the RD behind RD Limited. James called up at the very last moment. His very first lap in an LMP2 car ever was his outlapping qualifying, and brought it home. Didn't have an incident. Knows there's pace to find. Was taking me through actually in the garage where he knows there's pace to find without risk. Excellent display from him. Under control at the point where there was massive pressure. This is the third place car, by the way, on the grid. Number 20 from Algar Pro Racing. It's going to be John Falb to start that car. One of 3 cars entered by the multiple, in fact, record title-winning squad from Portugal.
They had an exceptional Daytona 24 Hours Rolex 24 winners.
Their first win there, and
crowd
it's
strike.
Yet another big tick in the box for them. Hurst Filbermeyer still goes under the Hurst Filbermeyer Jr. Moniker that he earned because he used to race, of course, with his late lamented dad, and will race with his son, known as Hurst Felix Filbermeyer. The family colours aboard the Proton car. You see John Falb stalking towards the number 20 car. He's either going to come and shake the hand of Hurst Filbermeyer or kick him in the shin, one or the other. There it is, it's Lorenzo Fluxa.
Yeah, I hope we get to speak to John after he's done his stint in the race. He had quite a few words to say at Sepang. He was quite entertaining on his post-stint interview.
He's seldom anything other than entertaining to talk to, John.
He was entertaining also in qualifying. He was certainly getting after it. He ran a little bit wide as he was coming out of turn 15, bottomed the car out, and he did well to hang on to it. He was certainly attacking.
There is the number 4 car, and this is the team, and a couple of the drivers from that Daytona winning squad. Not the same car, I'll counter, but George Kurtz will have been thrilled with that result in the biggest endurance race in North America.
Yeah, Collie, it was certainly action-packed for them. You know, they were involved in a number of off-track incidents and other bits and pieces, but yeah, got it all together and did a fine job.
Let's pop down to the grid again. David Addison has popped down to the LMP3 grid and is with one of the pole-sitting team right now.
A great effort by Paul Longchamp to take pole in LMP3. Kevin Raban will take over the car. You're well placed. This could go well.
Yes, exactly. We're really happy. Paul did an amazing job since Sepang and now in Dubai. So we're looking forward to continue.
What about this circuit? Hard work?
Funny, but really technical compared to Abu Dhabi, but really funny, yeah.
And in the car, the temperatures are going to be a big factor again, yeah?
Of course, it's really hot now, but less than in Sepang. But honestly, we'll see throughout the race.
Paul starts. How much time will you get behind the wheel?
Normally around 1 hour.
That's easy. It's not enough work.
Easy, not easy, but you know, it's all right.
Kevin, good luck.
We'll say, by the way, we do appear to have a gap on the grid, and I think that's because the Breton Racing 26 Ligier, if you take a look at the pole-sitting car, is on pit lane on our timing and scoring, so they've been delayed getting to the grid and will start from pit lane. That is the qualifying result for the first race here at Dubai. Remember, if you do enjoy, and you will, I insist, the 4 hours of Dubai to come, there's another one tomorrow. So don't be confused by the fact it's highlights and it's going on for the same 4 hour length. It's another race, 3 double headers to make up the season once again. It's been a popular format. Michael Jensen, our reigning champion in the Asian Le Mans Series, aboard his number 25 Algar Pro Racing team, sporting Animal from the Muppets on the side of his helmet. I'm sure there's a story there. I'm not sure we want to know the answer to it though. Quick chat with Mrs. Jensen on the way here. Always a pleasure to catch up with friends and family who live this bizarre lifestyle in endurance racing, racing around the world and having fun doing it. High Class Racing's Tim Well, he had a cracking qualifying, didn't he, in the number 94 Ligier. Tim coming back just a couple of years ago to racing after 20 years away and finding form again in this form of racing.
Former part at Formula Palmer Audi, wasn't he?
He was Formula Palmer Audi, that's right.
Yeah.
That absolutely was. Hearty shot there through the car with Alex Metchell aboard the DK Engineering car. He was number 13, third on the grid for Inter Europol. It's Alex Bekantsov, locally based and very experienced indeed in prototype racing here in Dubai, principally through the local Radical series.
Yeah, tricky qualifying.
did.
He had a big spin at turn 10, lost it on the brakes, but managed to gather it all up and get going again. Hadn't damaged the tyres too much because the allocation of tyres for the P3 is only 10 for the whole race. So you've really got to be mindful of that resource and looking after it. So, yeah.
And remember, so if you watch with, I know a lot of people do, timing and scoring, uniquely LMP3 have 2 timed pit stops. So they must complete 2 longer pit stops. Nick Adcock, 5th in LMP3 at the end, bumped into Mrs. Adcock as well. She was telling me, feeling a bit off colour at the
Nick's
moment.
not so well, is he?
Not doing so well.
No.
So hopefully he's going to be as comfortable as he can be for what's going to be feel like a very long afternoon in the car. If he has got something of a cold, hopefully, well, he's certainly not going to be short of the opportunity to sweat it out, is he?
No.
Nick's one of the most experienced drivers, multiple South African endurance champion, by the way. Nick.
Yeah. It's not the most comfortable place to be when you're feeling a little bit off colour. You've got a bit of a cold, but...
Confirmation that Kachik Sri Lanka in the 26 car from Breton Racing will start from pit lane and is under investigation for that reason. So that's not good news for them. That'll cramp their style, and we'll wait and see whether or not there's any further consequence.
As you can see from that dash there and all of those dials and buttons on the wheel, there's plenty to look at as a driver here when you're out in one of these P2 cars. There's all kinds of information that you can get up on the dash and you can look at and sort of try and digest, and the teams are talking to you about, you know, how you would adjust certain things.
If you want to see the technical progression, I'll come to that in a moment, but as we look quickly at our pole sitting number 37 QMMF by Getsby car, and an historic pole position for Abdullah Ali Khalifi. Great stuff. Edged out the other Getsby car of Steve Jans and Dustin Blattner a little way back in the first of the Ferraris. You want to look at the technical progression in just one snapshot in sports car racing. Take a look at the steering wheels. Look for internal shots on, you know, one of your search engines, and look by year, pulling back 5 years by 5 years by 5 years. And you don't have to go back very long to see some very simple gadgets attached to the front of a race car, compared to what we've got now, which are basically equivalent to a supercomputer 30 years ago. Here is the second GetSpeed AMG. Steve Jans it was that puts the car on the front row. 5-minute board is out. He'll be pleased but disappointed with that. It was close between the two.
Yeah, long race. I'm sure that there's plenty for them to look at and go through in the race today, and I'm sure Steve will be comfortable with his starting position. He wasn't in the car, was he, at Sepang?
He was not, no.
And just come in here for this weekend, and yeah, they'll be very, very pleased with their progress.
46 cars to start this race, 20 in a Pack GT field and 10 in the LMP3 field, 16 LMP2s. This is Dustin Blattner's car, the number 74 car, and a very nice livery from Kessel Racing for the Asian Le Mans Series for the 74 this year.
They had a victory, didn't they, at Sepang?
They did.
So they're going to be very much in the championship fights, and they've certainly been one of the stronger Ferrari 296 entries here. I'm sure that everybody at Kessel Racing is going to be fully focused on trying to deliver the best result they can.
Colin Ong, series manager, will be waving the green flag. It's an honour that I'm sure he takes extremely seriously. But mentioned Kessel Racing, there's Origin Motorsports, cracking looking Porsche, the number 87 car that we saw some real heroics, didn't we, from Bob Yuan in the 2 races at Sepang. Looking forward to see Lauren Heinrich in that car later on as well.
Rolex winner.
Rolex
GTP.
winner. We've got a lot of Rolex winners here.
Phenomenal performance for him. First race in GTP.
Meant to say, by the way, we have also got the Rolex 24 LMP2 winning trophy here. including the dent put in it when it fell out of the rental car when they arrived at the airport. That'll be sorted by a silversmith somewhere, I'm sure, but that is going to be a prized.
Who showed you that?
I'll tell you who didn't show me that. The person that dropped it. The 69 car from Team WRT, Tony McIntosh, it was in qualifying and will start the car.
Dubai 24-hour winner.
There you go, and another reason why this is one to watch, isn't it? A good 3-driver crew there.
Yeah,
the points.
Second place in Sepang, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they've looked quick here. Not far away now from race time. And remember, will be 2 formation laps. It's become the tradition nowadays. That is with the Greek flag on the nose of the car, the 43 car from Inter-Europol competition, Georgios Kolovas. So 2 formation laps to allow the teams to get more heat into the Michelin tyres, all Michelin shod here. So every driver must feature a bronze rate. Every team must feature a bronze-rated driver. Every car is on Michelin rubber for the Asian Le Mans Series. And here is the starting grid. Giorgio Roda for United Autosports, number 5 on pole, alongside Jens Reino Muller for High Class Racing. Algarve Pro Racing's 20 and John Falb alongside Horst Filbermeyer Jr. in the 88 Proton car. CrowdStrike Racing by APR's George Kurtz, 5th. Michael Jensen, our reigning champion for Algarve Pro in the 25. Chetalar Racing, double winners in Sepang with Roberto Lacorte alongside Alex Matchell, another man with a bit of a cold, for DKR Engineering. And Stefan Aus, welcome, missed Sepang for Proton competition. Rikatsu Sujiko in the 45 Polos car alongside him. Georgios Kolovas, 11th in the 43 Inter-Europol car, and Kriton Lentudis, the 64 Nielsen Racing car. Dan Schneider from Vector Sport RLR, 13th alongside Mira Konopka, ARC Bratislava. RD Limited's James Sweetnam alongside Ben Hanley complete the LMP2 order. Then we move into the LMP3s. Paul Lancher, the 4 times pole setter now for Silex Motorsport, alongside Tim Whale, the 94 High Class Racing Ligier. Alex Bakantsov in the Inter-Europol 13 alongside Jacek Zalonka, but he'd start from pit lane in the 26 Breton Racing Ligier. Forestier Racing by VPS's Nick Adcock sits alongside Louis Stern in the 23 from 23 events. And the team car, the 71 car, Terence Woodward, alongside Shahan Sarkisian in the only Duquesne. Ajith Kumar in the number 1 Team Virage, alongside the Team Virage Roman Wozniak, number 8 car. We've already talked about the 2 AMGs on the front row and this second row with Dustin Blattner and Bob Yuan. But then behind that, Tony McIntosh in the 69 for Team WRT. First the Corvettes, TF Sports 11, Blake McDonald. Tom van Rompuy and Racing Team Turkey's 34 Corvette, and Team WRT's 34, ahead of the Kyriakos Blackthorn Aston Martin, United Autosports 59 McLaren, Kessel Racing's 15 Ferrari, and AF Corsa's 21, Montai in the number 10 Porsche, JMR's 66 Corvette,
of the 2
the 77 Proton competition, the all-pink car from Proton competition, the second JMR Corvette, Montai's 92 Porsche, the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, and the grid completed with an all-Ferrari back row, the 51 from AF Corsa, and the 50 Malaysian Fragrance by AF Racing 296 GT3. And away the grid go. So far, everybody's got away without incidents behind our pace car.
Yeah, and it's these laps are super important. Every driver going to need to get their car up to temperature, whether that's brakes, whether that's the tyres, which is the most important thing. We've talked a lot about tyres here over in qualifying and also the build up to the race here, and it is one of that sort of key points that everyone is going to have to work through and work on, and it's up to these bronze drivers, or majority of bronze drivers, who are going to be taking the start here in the race in the Dubai 4 hours. And it's certainly one of the most important things. This is entry into turn 1. We historically do happen to see incidents going into turn 1, and the actual distance in time between the P3 cars and the GT cars, that's not so much here this weekend for some reason, and so we're thinking that those P3 cars might take a little bit longer to get going under the conditions that we've got. So
for them, we also are on board, by the way, then for a moment or two with Ben Hanley, starting from the back of the LMP2 grid. He's going to be really hoping this race stays green.
Yeah,
as they do not want to be burning the pro driver time in any kind of caution intervention.
It's going to be tricky for them. They really are on the back foot. This is not optimum with their strategy. So yeah, it's going to be. They're going to be working hard in that United Garage to try and find solutions and ways around that.
Vastly different vista here at the Dubai Autodrome from 20 years ago, when this sat alone, pretty much in the desert, as we've come back year after year with a couple of interruptions for financial crises. The development has been at a pace, and never more so than right now. This place is going to look very different indeed by 2027, with a huge amount of building work coming through now to complete the first formation lap. As we hear the Gibson engine notes bouncing off that big grandstand here.
Yeah, the drivers are really going to be trying to focus on all of that energy that they need to get into the tyres here. Braking and accelerating is the best way to get that energy into these tyres. That works both the surface and also the carcass of the tyre. The weaving does a bit, but actually the thing that really gets the energy into the tyre is that braking and accelerating.
Close the gaps. Close the gaps, please. Car 71, the gap is too big. Car 8,
really
the gap is too big. Close the gaps.
Running through the higher speed corners with good lateral load helps. But it really is focusing on that braking and accelerating that really is the thing that gets the big energy into those tyres. The brakes as well, you want to be working those again just to get all of that up to temperature. The ABS GT cars, they have a slightly, let's say, easier life than let's say the LMP3 drivers, where the LMP3 cars do not have that ABS system on board, and the ABS system for the GT cars allows them to really attack the brake zones and allow the ABS system to really look after the car as it comes into stop into all of those corners.
Just backing up now behind the leading car.
Please close the gaps. I will have to slow down the leading car.
Order line astern. See, to me, like the RT Limited car dropped behind number 6, but we'll keep an eye on that. That might just be a momentary forced perspective issue. It is ahead. It shouldn't be the case, should it?
Yeah, maybe that was a little bit of a chat
T12.
that they had, Ben and James had on the grid. And
T12 behind him.
Yeah.
66, please close the gaps.
Seeing the TF Sport garage there, we're just getting also some info.
Yeah, keep an eye on that 6 car. If let's wait and see. I don't think Ben Hanley's going to be in that car for very long, and that's fine. He's got to start the race, but
great position.
Want to get Phil Thayer in if they possibly can. So, cars now coming down to turn 13. They'll be getting instruction via their engineers to keep in grid formation. Remember, all sorts of rules apply here, including they must run through the grid hatchings. It's an effort to keep starts as ruly as they possibly can. 46 cars into one turn. To keep in grid formation. Remember, all sorts of rules apply here, including they must run through the grid hatchings. It's an effort to keep starts as ruly as they possibly can. 46 cars into one turn. Needs to be kept kind of neat and tidy. It's a time for cool heads. It's a time for discipline. It's a time for focus.
Okay, 5 cars lengths maximum between the categories. No overtake before the line. No side movement before the line. The gap is too big between categories.
Away we go for round 3 of the Asian Le Mans Series 2025-26. It's a neat, tidy start for the front rows. Can they get through this first turn without incident? Giorgio Roda's well away. Up the inside, John Fowle looked to be taking second place there. And already Ben Hanley, who did start in his allotted grid position by turn 2, has gone past 3 cars. He's about to go around the outside, side by side.
contact there with
and damage.
Damage, yeah, for the BMW M4.
But they'll be following this under race director's instructions, that blend line, so they don't cause further issues in the middle of the pack. So away we go.
Yeah, everybody just getting themselves settled and underway here. Does seem to be a little bit of a hesitant start for a number of runners. Everybody's being very cautious here, but Giorgio Roda absolutely not, just cracking away from John Falb.
Yeah, Georgios Kolovos seems to have dropped back in the order a little bit, and he's now under pressure. Just watching, where is Ben Hanley? There he is on the tail of Roberto Lacorte already.
Massive, huge 3 wide coming into turn 10. Ben's just having to get out of that because Roberto Lacorte hadn't seen him, I don't think, and Ben just thought, I'm going to get the nose chopped off here, just breathe it.
So he's already gone by the Proton Competition number 22 car. He's up into 8th place, dealing with Roberto Lacorte around the outside here. Is the space, the time to do that? But back up the front, it was indeed a move for second from John Falb. Giorgio Roda leads the race from John Falb, Jens Muller, George Kurtz, Horst Felbermeyer, Alex Matchell, and then the Roberto Lacorte Ben Hanley battle. In GT, it is the QMF car that's got away. Ajith Kumar's fallen behind the race leader in GT. Get Speed, Steve Janssen, Dustin Plattner and Tom Van Rompuy and Blake McDonald.
Tom Van Rompuy and Blake McDonald side by side there, and Blake's not giving it up. He's trying to go round the outside of Tom, but I think he's going to have to slot in behind, just being aware of that BMW behind him. And there is the Aston Martin Ecuria car looking to come up the inside of the BMW. I think he's got that done. It is nip and tuck here in the GT battle.
And he's also gone by the Origin car, so that's big progress made there by the Ecuria Blackthorn car.
Blake McDonald got back past Tom Van Rompuy coming through turn 16. Oh, Tony McIntosh here's got a pretty big problem there on the left front. I think hopefully that's just tyre rub. Blake McDonald and Tom Van Rompuy still side by side. I'm sure Tom Ferrier's got his heart in his mouth here. 2 cars, sister cars side by side. Great move there by Blake.
And watch Petrobelli here, because he's right with them. Looking not to make the impact. 3 wide there with the Aston Martin going to the outside of the Corvette with the Origin Porsche up the inside. The number 50 car has pitted from the rear of the grid. Also on pit lane, by the way, Ben Hanley did indeed come in. And it will be Phil Fair, I'm sure, climbing aboard that car. Yeah. Tony McIntosh, by the way, has not made it back yet to the pit lane from that first lap clash.
So you're saying the information we had from David Addison was correct?
Unbelievable.
Quite remarkable.
We're making rapid progress here in the Asian Le Mans Series.
We really are.
So away we go. Giorgio Roda leads. Car 26 will have 1 minute added to their first pit stop for that starting procedure issue. Unable to start the engine, it's a 1 minute penalty they will suffer from starting from pit lane. Changed, by the way, more recently. Anybody that's been watching endurance racing for a while, we used to give a much bigger penalty for this. They would only be allowed to join at the end of the first flying lap. That's not the case anymore. So they will lose out to the minute, but it would have been a bigger penalty a couple of years ago for that. So Ajith Kumar is getting swallowed up by this battle in GT at the moment. He's just going to be working hard here to run his own race, keep out of trouble, keep out of people's way, keep it on the island and keep it on the lead lap.
But it just shows you the level, doesn't it, of this GT grid and these bronze drivers, and how the difference in performance. And just had that contact with the Origin car.
Problem inside the what is that's going on? That's the
this is in the box. This is in the box for Tony McIntosh.
Yeah,
He's damage to that left front. I think that is a damaged left front corner.
Dust in the background as well, so someone's had a bit of a dusty moment further back on course.
43 so just in a bit too deep there with the 22. Just both going around the outside there at turn 10.
That issue, by the way, that clash between the Origin Porsche and Tony McIntosh's WRT BMW under investigation. The 50 car seems to be attention into the passenger side effectively. The door been taken off to allow easier access for the team, but it won't be much longer before they'll decide to get more hands on and put that car in the garage, unless that can be solved quickly. Tony, as you quite rightly said, in the pits and now in the garage. Those 2 cars stationary at the moment.
Great battle here between 43 and 22. They're going at it properly here, but you can see the way that the 43 came off the corner, managed to gap the 22 nicely, and actually managed to have a little chat with Stefan Aus just before the start of the race. And yes, he is walking with a little bit of a limp, but he's so delighted to be back in the car and ready for the battle today.
Yeah, he was victim of a brutal, absolutely brutal incident at the at Portimao for the finale for the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Took a huge hit in his ligier, and that gave him a bit of an injury that was not really fixed in time for Sepang.
Yeah, he started trying to explain to me exactly what had to be done, and it was like,
oh, that's a bit too much information. That looks, is that terminal? I think it might be terminal.
Big push to the back of the garage. That's never, ever good news.
Car 43, that is Georgios Kolovos starting the Inter-Europol competition car. Under investigation for starting grid infringement.
He did seem a long way back. There was a huge gap between him. I was watching that, and it seemed very odd how far back he was. So I'm not sure exactly what was going on.
Well, Giorgio Roden, meanwhile, is putting in fastest laps and fastest sectors. He's beginning to gap the field, 1.5 seconds clear of John Falb now, who's got Jens Greiner-Moller right with him, who's got George Kurtz right with him, and then Horst Felbermayr is just dropping back from that little group. 3 seconds between the top 4, but a further 3 seconds before we get to that group. This is Roberto Lacorte. He's looking to nail in as best he can a good run here to hand over to the two superstars that will follow him in this car. 2 wins in Malaysia. And I'll say now, the plan for Roberto Lacorte, should he be successful and take this championship, and with it the invitation, the automatic invitation to Le Mans that comes with the overall championship, his plan is to race with his son.
Oh wow!
At Le Mans. Now that
would be amazing.
How special is that for any man and any family that is as passionate as we know these guys are about this sport?
Yeah,
that's a very special moment if he gets to do it, because this is his one chance to do it. Will not be racing in Europe this year. Why? Because everywhere's full. This has been his only opportunity to gain an entry this year. Moving back to ACO Racing, away from North America for the first time in I think 3 years with GT cars there. So there is the gap. That's the gap you're describing for the 43, and the camera spotted it too and was following that. So whatever happened with Georgios Kolovos, it's going to be looked at.
Yeah.
So Ben Hanley just ducking out of a pass there, because Georgios coming towards him. So just busy.
Yeah, hugely busy.
But kept it clean. That is the impact between Tony McIntosh. I think he clattered the curb.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of curb there, or was there something else that happened? Because he had to do all of a sudden, like the car just went straight on.
Yep.
And it'd be maybe good to see if we've got any view of it a bit earlier. There's Tony McIntosh's car, that left front looking very not very happy.
Well, let's go down to the pits with WRT and find out what's going on with the 69.
Dan Harper, you don't really need to get changed, not the start you needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating. It's just annoying we don't even get to see sort of the package we had. I think we had a strong car. We had worked on the race pace a lot during the practice sessions the last couple of days. Tony done a great job this morning in qualifying, getting us up the grid for both races. But yeah, he just went for a gap that was sort of closing into turn 1. Tires are obviously cold, and he just braked too late. Didn't take out any of our other competition fully. There was some contact with one of the Porsches, but at least so far he's continued. And we've got too much damage to continue.
Of 1 to calling the Samaritans, where does the damage sit? How bad is the damage?
I think the biggest problem is the brake line broke. It's just with the contact on where it was, pretty much wheel to wheel. Yeah, he had no brakes for the in-lap. So yeah, need to get those fixed, and then we will hopefully go out and shake the car down to make sure it's okay for tomorrow.
Dan, thanks very much.
That's rotten luck for the WRT team. Well, not an unusual error, was it? It's we're just watching here a little bit of battling in LMP3. We'll come back to WRT in just a moment. 29
nice
on 23
by Nick Adcock and Louis Stern, just to get that position.
Also saw, by the way, a move for third, the Team Barrage number 8 car in the hands of Roman Wozniak, going by Tim Whale in the 94 high-class racing car. Pretty clearly signalled there by Dan Harper. It was just getting too deep into the braking zone. Trying to get a position at the earliest possible opportunity and just maybe breaking a bit too late there for Tony.
Yeah, just race starts are always tough, always tricky. Everybody's so close together, and also it's when the tyres and everything is so cold and not really up to racing temperatures. And yes, that can be something that can catch you out, no doubt. I remember many race starts that I've done. I've just come barreling into turn one and overcooked it. It happens. It does happen, unfortunately.
There's some extensive YouTube footage of exactly that. Just
yeah,
look up for Ollie Gavin.
I'm sure you'll find them and send them out so that people can see it.
Ollie Gavin turn one. I think there's a 45-minute compilation of those. But back to action here. 12 minutes in. Giorgio Roda 2 seconds up the road now from John Fowle, who's still got Jens Reiner Moller with him, who is beginning to gap George Kurtz in third place, ahead of George in fourth place. So gaps beginning to come out, but there's still battles underway. Georgios Kolovos gathering the skirts of the Orica, and now onto terms with the DK Engineering car of Alex Matchell ahead. And this is a battle for sixth place.
It's going to be very interesting to sort of see how this goes. There's always this, certainly one part of the race where you've got the bronze drivers in, and then when you start to get the silvers and then the open or platinum gold drivers in, that's when you really start to see the absolute true performance of the cars. But you hear Dustin Blattner really putting those Get Speed Mercedes under pressure. I knew that Dustin was going to be fast, and Kessler put together a fantastic 296 here for Dubai 24 hours, 4 hours, not 24 hours. We're not here for 24 hours, are we? We're just here for 4 hours. But Dustin has really got the bit between his teeth, and this 296 absolutely on its toes.
It is indeed, isn't it? And Steve Jans leads the race in the number 9 car, so that's a change from the grid position. But the Qatari sponsored backed car and crewed car is just having to fend off the blue and white number 74 Ferrari, and it's a cracking little battle between these top three, and they are gapping Blake McDonald. A brief double yellow at turn 16. I think that was the 59 car that seems to have... So that's Andre Bukovos in the United Autosports McLaren, I think, had a moment there, lost a bit of ground, but is back underway.
This is a really important part of the race right now, certainly for the likes of Blake McDonald and the guys at the front here in the Mercedes. Really just trying to get into a rhythm, just really understand what you've got underneath you and just click off the laps. 43 up the inside of the 3, coming down into turn 10. Nice and neat, no drama, clean pass. Nice to see.
See in the background there as we're looking at the lead battle in GT. Closing in on that lead battle is the recovering Phil Fair. Ben Hanley, of course, started the race. We explained why a little earlier. We'll come back to that later. But Phil now aboard the car and is dealing with the traffic with no major dramas.
Yeah, that's actually United. Would have been sitting there working the numbers going, okay, what's the best way for us to get a result? The best way is to get Ben out of the car as quickly as possible and Phil back in. And, you know, it's not bad, it's not terrible, but it's certainly not ideal.
Flags at turn 7 now. And that is the
64.
This is Crackland Tudis, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he's managed to turn that car back into the right direction.
Yeah,
and continues.
Yeah, turn 7. That's one of the slowest corners on the racetrack, the lowest point of the track. These guys have been very fast all the way through this week, and they were hoping for really great things. Was Crichton? Oh, I think he was helped around. He was.
That's the Ponos car.
Yeah, the Ponos car just got into Crichton there.
And lucky actually not to catch up another car into the mix there, so that will be looked at for sure.
Yeah, that move was never on, and one of those really unfortunate incidents for the 64, and they're going to now be trying to make up that time. But that was certainly one of the things that Nielsen Racing were working on was the pace of Crichton, and certainly the race pace. And they'll be frustrated and disappointed that that's happened to them.
They will. Meanwhile, while we've been describing that incident, Phil Fair has cleared the GT field now and is now going to be shaping up to start the somewhat slower passing of the LMP3 cars ahead.
Fascinating battle here with Giacomo Petrobelli and Bob Wan. Oh, that's Stefan Aus just going deep there.
Yes, indeed.
To turn 1.
learning his trade here. That's up the inside, Michael Jensen.
Just got in too deep.
He did, didn't he?
Maybe a little bit of mirror watching.
Pretty much the same kind of issue that we were describing earlier for Tony McIntosh. Just a little bit more concerned about his track position than the ability to turn at that point. And there was not enough room to do it, but gathers it back up.
Yeah, no real harm there. Just going to take some time to clean up those tyres. But yeah, Stefan was just maybe just a smidge of looking too much in the mirrors there, where the APR car was and what was going to happen behind and whether he was going to get past, and just eyes forward, focus on what's in front.
Keep an eye, by the way, on the gap to the 6 United car. Currently 1 minute and 24 seconds back from the leader because of that early pit stop to make the switch. Dropping a little, but not a lot. He's keeping up good pace through traffic, and that's what he needs to do, because from this point on, the game is simple. Stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, it is. Blake McDonald just in front here of Giacomo Petrobelli and Bob Wan here, who are putting him under a little bit of pressure, but he keeps managing to sort of get them at the key points. And the Corvette's not been super competitive through this week. I think Blake is getting the absolute maximum from it right now.
And we've got proper traffic for the lead group. Giorgio Roda 1.3 seconds ahead, so he's being closed a little in traffic by John Falbin this phase of the race. Jens-Reiner Muller seems to have made short work of a couple of those cars and is right with John Falb again. And George Kurtz too getting a good run through traffic, on the bit balked there by the 54 car. New crew, by the way, with the exception of Francesco Castellacci aboard the 54. We'll talk about that when we see those names and faces aboard the car.
Yeah, this is the trickiest part here for all of these P2 runners, is to start coming back through the traffic for the first time. Bronze drivers in both categories, and everybody's still just trying to sort of get an understanding of where they're at and what they've got underneath them. James Sweetenham here just putting Miro Konopka under a little bit of pressure.
He's going well, isn't he?
Yeah, James is just really starting to get to grips with things here, and he knows he's an accomplished racer, and he's trying to sort of understand, okay, how can I use the performance of this RD Limited Orica chassis to its absolute maximum? Reviewed all the data, but still, this is only his second time in the car ever. So, you know, it's a pretty steep learning curve.
And his first time was 15 minutes this morning.
Yeah.
But you know what? He's a racer, and he'll be having the time of his life here.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt. No doubt.
He'll have come, whatever he's doing for a living, he'll have got home from the day job yesterday with no clue what was going to happen on Saturday.
And he never expected a phone call from Roman.
Roman who?
Yeah.
You want me to do what?
What was that?
4 hours? How much? No. Aboard the 87 Origin Porsche now, right under the rear wing of Giacomo Petrobelli.
It seems a bit of pattern developing here. Bob seems to be able to get pretty close to Giacomo, and on the straights he just starts to edge away. They haven't quite got enough performance in the right way, and Bob's having a big look and a big lunge. Not quite enough there, but it's going to be, how can Bob line up Giacomo to really make that pass work? And it's how they generate the lap time. They're doing very similar lap times, but it's how these two different class cars sort of generate their lap time in this class.
A little bit of side to side there between the high-class racing car, continuing in third with Jens-Reiner Muller, side by side with Ajith Kumar, who is just pushing on. Going through that, he's down in 35th place, 9th out of 10 in LMP3 at the moment. But, all three classes in the same shot there.
Mimo Gidley here and Dan Leung also trying to sort of working around one another with the P2 car, trying to get past them. This is always a sort of tricky part of the racetrack where it really funnels down as you come down into turn 5 and 6. And James Sweetenham just sort of understanding how to work in multi-class racing, being in the fastest class and getting past all this other traffic.
Here's James. This is George Kurtz having a look at Jens-Reiner Muller. That was a better run through traffic from the number 4 car than the 49 managed, and all of a sudden under pressure, side by side behind them, the two Ferraris as well.
Is it Darren Leung getting past Mimo Gidley? I think it could be. I know those two have been going backwards and forwards.
I think that was still Mimo making it through ahead. I think that's the car with the blue splitter. But, George just drops back a little as they clear that traffic.
Yeah, just sometimes you have to take that opportunity, don't you, when you're coming up against some of that slower traffic, and we've certainly seen one of those boards, the marker boards there on the right side, going into 13. That's been taken out by somebody, maybe avoiding action there from somebody as they're trying to come up to make a pass. Maybe we'll get a replay of that. But here we are back with Bob and Giacomo down into turn 1, and there's Bob's still trying to find a way past, and is he going to have another look into turn 1?
But it's a different approach than we saw at Sepang. At Sepang, monstered the car under the brakes, but it hampered their pace later in the race. Bob Yuan, if you remember, astonishing performance under braking, but unfortunately too much performance under braking, as we saw when we saw the wheel change happening a little while later. Huge amounts of brake dust. Through here, by the way, is coming
10 on pit lane already.
Well, that's unusual. Torres out. Is there some attention being paid? There was attention being. That's the car that's hit the marker. I just saw. That's
yes.
the car that's
they've
hit
had to
the
pull
marker.
loads of that out of the radiator there. You see the little bits left in the grille, in the front of the car, and there is all the debris. So, yeah, that won't be ideal.
You watch here.
Yeah, huge.
That's why.
Now, if I was the team manager, I would have told him just to come to a stop out on the track, and that would have fallen out. Just come to a really hard stop out on the track, see if it falls out first. If it doesn't, then come on pit lane. But you've now come down pit lane and you've kind of backed yourself up. That's through experience. I've learned about that when you've hit things.
Hit things
and got stuff in the radiator. You slowly figure out these things.
At some point in your broadcasting career, you will realise you're just handing me more and more material.
Well, I've got to keep doing. I've got to keep going with something.
1.3 seconds is the gap between the number 5 of Giorgio Roda and John Falb. So the United car has made slightly better progress here through traffic. Falb, though, on balance here, has closed the gap a little from when they were in clear running, and he's made a good run up the inside of Dustin Blackman there again.
Yeah, John Falb has really impressed me all throughout the Asian Le Mans Series. He's really got to grips with the APR car, and he seems to be just taking it by the scruff of the neck, really enjoying his racing and just having at it, you know, just really going after it as hard as he possibly can and enjoying it, really enjoying it. It's great to see.
Okay, bit of a clean up. So where's that? Which team was that?
It was that the Manti team clearing up.
I don't think that was Manti.
Maybe,
we'll say, by the way,
maybe David can get down there
and help the clean up.
Yeah.
We did see a penalty being issued. It doesn't really matter. It's the 69 BMW with a drive-through for the contact on the Origin car. But of course, that car, as we heard from Dan Harper, is out of this race. They'll now fix that car in time for tomorrow. So another chance for WRT this weekend.
Yeah.
And 2 more next weekend. God, it's
Stefan
torrid
House
stuff here.
Yeah, Stefan House trying to find his way past this battle between Darren Leung and Mimo Gidley. And Miro Konopka's trying to join in, and there's James Sweetenham. He's come through and back up the inside. Is he going to be able to get it done on Miro Konopka? I think he might round the outside. Nicely done, but he's then got bottled up with the multi-club round the outside.
Wow. Well, James Sweetenham on your LMP2 debut. Chapeau, sir, and he's all over the back of Stefan Aust as well. The one major point that James Sweetenham has got in his advantage, he knows this track. Started his prototype racing career here in the Little Radicals. He knows where the grip is.
Yep, he does. He knows which bit of the track he can use. He's trying to get to grips. Oh, Miro's come back at him, though, through turn 11. What a brilliant battle. But James is not done. He's going to try and go up and around the outside. Uphill braking here into 12. He's just locking that right front. He's going to slide wide. Miro's got that spot back. But James is not going to give it up. He's going to see if he can get that run off all the way down to 13 here. Is he got enough coming up back up the inside? I think he has. Look at this on the brakes. Stuff. Brilliant.
Running wide this time. Cracking stuff. You know what? There's
James has done a great job there. He's managed to keep the car just about on the nose and under control, but Miro's just not wanting to lie back and let him have it. He's still keeping on his rear wing and trying to snap away at his heels. And James has done, well, a fantastic job. They're using his circuit knowledge, as you were saying, Graham.
You know what? There's a cottage industry on the internet. You know who you are, boys and girls, taking the mickey of some of the older and perhaps less quick gentlemen drivers. That just shows you they're picking their battles where they can fight them, and there's no less passion behind the wheel.
Oh, brilliant. This is
Absolutely
fantastic.
brilliant
Miro
fun.
just gets in a bit deep. James takes it back, but then he runs a little bit wide, loses the rear. Miro's coming back at him. Is he going to be able to come through and off? Undercut back into turn 16. He's trying. He's having a bit of a look, but no, James makes it stick. Great stuff.
So I plead with you, if you get a dinner party invitation to go and see James Sweetnam at his home here in Dubai, don't take it, because you'll be looking at that. Look what happened last weekend, it was saying 50 or 60 times during dinner.
Great. Fantastic racing. Really good.
Excellent stuff. This is what it's all about. Remember, this is when we've got the gentleman drivers here. Later in this race, this will all go into a bit of fast forward with the pro drivers aboard, and we've got, as usual, in the Asia Le Mans Series, a galaxy of stars here. Side by side almost. The Aston Martin and the Porsche still battling away. They are closing in a little on Blake McDonald. He's doing a great job here, by the way, keeping the cars ahead and behind Honest.
Yeah, he is. Really fantastic. Great to see.
It will be his first visit here, I'm sure. I don't think Blake's been here before.
No, he hasn't. He tested here a few weeks back, and so he has some knowledge. But certainly doing a fantastic job here, keeping Giacomo Petrobelli and Bob Wan behind. And yeah, Bob really trying everything he possibly can to get that run through and off. Is he going to be close enough now? He's right in the toe. Is he going to be able to get it done into turn one? We know how late Bob can brake. He is extremely brave. And is he going to look to make the move? Oh, it's always so late, never quite enough. But can he stick with him here as we go through turn 2 and then round to 3? But we've got the P2 cars coming up behind, and is that going to upset Bob's attack? Here we're on board with the 87. Oh, there's the CrowdStrike car just gone by as they come into 5-6. Yeah, and he's got to breathe it. Wait. Oh, Bob's gone a bit wide, losing a little bit of time there. Chasing the rear. Miro Knopka gone through as well. Sorry, that was James Sweetnam.
It was James Sweetnam,
excuse me. Yeah.
We'll tell you, by the way, Phil Fayer has now cleared the LMP3 field, so he sits now 16th out of 16, after coming all the way from the back, and he's dropped absolutely nothing in doing that. So that shows he's got the pace. Now he's in clearer air. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do about closing in on Kreitel and Tudis, who is his next target. He's something like 27 seconds ahead of him, but I think Phil Fayer is catching him quite quickly.
I'd say he's about 2/3 of a lap back from Giorgio Roda.
Side by side here, like Pro Racing and DKR Engineering, two teams who have been champions here in the Asia Le Mans Series. In the case of Algar Pro, several times. DKR Engineering with their brand new car at Sepang. The old lady, chassis 05, has been parked. Will, I'm told, be raced later this season, but this is chassis, wait for it, 140 for the Orica 07. Includes the cars that raced as Acura DPIs back in the day in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship in North America.
Here. Michael's looking. He's been trying to size up Alexander Matchell for the last half a lap, maybe more. Tried to go around the outside at 13, couldn't quite make it stick, but he is looking left and right, trying to find that opening. Not going to be enough here, but is he going to be able to line him up as they come through this very slow section 6-7, but then it's the all-important turn 9 banked corner. If you can get close and right up underneath that rear wing of the number 3 car, I think he's going to have a great opportunity. Oh, Michael's just a lot of road there on the right side. He's just dropped back a little bit, and I'm not sure he's going to be quite close enough to get that slingshot through and off and in the toe all the way up to turn 10. We're just seeing them there in the background, just coming to the foreground now. And yeah, Michael, just that little bit of wheel off as he went into 9 just gave him up that opportunity to go through and make that pass into 10.
Indeed. And they've got to be careful because Roberto Lacorte is right there, and he stumbled from either of those two drivers, and it's going to see the Chetelaar car through. So all sorts of battles as through. Round the outside, Michael Jensen takes the place.
Finally done it.
I think he used the traffic there as well. I think it was Alexander Matchell looking for the right line as the Duquesne ahead came into the corner. All three have now made it by the LMP3 car, but it is the Algarve Pro Racing car of Michael Jensen that makes the move, and he is up now into 7th place.
Yeah, so Alexander's just feeling a little bit off colour, wasn't he? You were saying earlier on.
Yeah, he was declined by one offer for a handshake or even a manly hug on the basis that he was feeling a bit crook and didn't want to give what he got to anybody else. Either that or he really doesn't like me.
Well, I think it's that.
I can't believe it's that.
It is that.
Such a lovely guy.
No, you're not.
So now we've got Alexander Matchell under pressure from the double race winner this season, Roberto Lacorte, in the 47 car, the Italian blue, the highlighter green coloured 47, run by AF Corsa for Chetadar Racing. Michael Jensen ahead though is gapping that pair.
Yeah, he's just gone a little deep there at 7, but yes, he is making some headway away from these guys. And Alexander was somewhat holding him up.
Yeah, Ponos Racing, by the way, the number 45 car is going to get a drive-through penalty. We'll see that on the screen very shortly. That was for the contact with Krytel and Tudis that turned the Nielsen car around.
Yeah, it was kind of a slam dunk, that, really.
Jean Lacey.
Oh, this is Giacomo Petrobelli on Blake McDonald.
He's closed that gap, hasn't he?
He really has. Blake just giving him the room there, and he's also thinking about his run off to then try and keep the spot into 11, which I think he has done.
He has done.
Yeah.
He's still ahead of the 56 car.
Yeah. And racing smart, racing well.
There is the penalty confirmed. And Michael Jensen has thoroughly gapped this pair, as Roberto Lacorte now is looking for a repeat performance of that Michael Jensen achieved on the DKR car just a lap ago.
Yeah, I think that Roberto Lacorte is just looking for that opportunity, isn't he, where he can get by. We're back to that battle between Blake McDonald and Giacomo Petrobelli coming up here into turn 12. Bob Moran is still there. Blake was just, as he got on the throttle there, the rear just started to get away. I was just talking to him earlier on before the start of the race, and he was saying that this is the point where they were trying to focus on that rear tyre life as you're trying to get on the throttle off the corner, and that's where they'd seen the biggest sort of degradation with the Michelins. Giacomo's looking really pressing Blake here, but Blake's defending well. He's just keeping it tight as he's come off of turn 15 into 16. Giacomo's looking up the inside. Blake's seen him, given him the room, and it's now going to be a drag race. A little bit of contact there.
But look at the back here. WRT BMW is going to be 4 wide here.
Oh, wow.
3 wide along the pit straight. Bob Yuan is the loser to there, and I think that WRT BMW is going to come out of this having taken 2 positions.
Oh, Bob's trying not to run at the back of the BMW. He's giving a little bit of a tap, but they are doing extremely well to all exist on the piece of track at the same time, and it's somehow come out that Giacomo's dropped to the back of this group. Blake's still in the lead, and the WRT car is, well, we're just seeing this as a replay. Giacomo's come up the inside, Blake's given him the room, and then Giacomo's come off there, and there's just been that tiny touch.
Yeah, that was racing contact.
Yeah, a little bit
wrong
racing
with that.
Bob then up the inside, trying to get the advantage. They're rubbing wheels, and then the WRT car comes up the inside, 3 wide down the front straight.
Cracking stuff. Lacorte ahead now of Alexander Matchell. So the 47 car moves ahead and into 8th place. How did that happen? Going to take us through this, Ollie.
Yeah, so it's up the inside there. Roberto Lacorte's just got the deal done. Nice move. And it's almost like Alexander Matchell kind of like said, there you go, have the spot. You know, you've been all over me for the last few laps. I'm just going to breathe it here. You go. We can just get on with our races individually and not going to fight you much longer.
So there we go. Still cracking on here, but all of a sudden, it's the battle now is Blake McDonald fending off the WRT car. Sergei Stolyarov, already a race winner from last season in the Asia Le Mans Series. In addition, or rather replacement here for the team. This car ran as UNX by WRT in Sepang with a pair of Belgian drivers. Side by side here. He's looking to try to force the error from Blake McDonald. Blake actually driving a really controlled race here.
He is. He's driving
huge pressure.
He is under a lot of pressure, but he's driving smart. He's nice and fair and clean. 45 down pit lane.
That's the drive-through penalty for the contact with Crichton and Tudis for the Japanese entered car. Where's that going to bring him out though? Where's Crichton and where is Phil Fayer? And the answer is Crichton, I think, is going to go by. Phil Fayer will be close.
Yeah, you're right.
Crichton does indeed go by. And we'll see what the gap is to Phil Fayer, who's dropping the odd second or two now to the leader. Maybe he's taken the best from his tyres in that chase through traffic. That is the other factor, of course. And in endurance racing, you can't for an hour and 2 hours go as fast as you possibly might like. There is fuel to consider, there are tyres to consider. Bob Yuan,
he really does.
He
does really generate a lot of lap time as he comes into the corners up to the apex. And he seems to be a little bit off sync with all the drives that he's kind of racing.
While we've been watching, by the way, all of these battles, quietly extending his lead to now 5.2 seconds, Giorgio Roda. So having been held by John Fowle for quite a while, particularly through traffic, all of a sudden Giorgio Roda is finding his pace again. Deals here with Greg Bennett, makes that through. Wasn't much room there, was there?
No, there wasn't. I think they just got confused on which side of the track each other were going to go on. And Giorgio was like, nah, up the inside.
He's on a charge. He's looking at
Bennett was like still wanted to be there. Just about made it work.
So we are now 47 minutes into this race. How far do we think these cars can go?
So we're thinking it's 43 minutes for a P2 car, 60 minutes for a P3, and 65 for a GT.
37 minutes, not 47 minutes. My apologies, I'm misreading. So we're 6 minutes or so, but then we have the two formation laps. We're not far away from pit stops here.
Yep, it isn't far away at all. So one or maybe 2 laps.
Yeah, so 43 minutes for P2 car for a full stint.
Yeah, 23 laps. That's what we're thinking.
That's 60 minutes for the P3 cars.
Yeah, 30 laps, yeah.
The GTs are stint limited to 65.
Yeah, it was about 31 laps, so yeah, for them.
So
pit lane there, in the pit box there, I think that was the Ecuria Cos AMR garage.
It's exciting stuff for them and pretty much everybody else in GT, as always doles out the entertainment.
I wonder if there's any damage on that Ecuria Cos 56 car.
It was a light touch, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I think
saw some little bits of carbon fibre bodywork come up.
I think what we saw there was it just put Giacomo out of the position he wanted to be. It cost him a little bit of pace on that start-finish straight, and that paid off for the WRT car later in that little sequence.
Yeah, it did. It did. And sometimes you've just got to sort of roll with it and try and find the best way that you can keep yourself in position, and sometimes just give it up, breathe it. Sometimes it's you have to exist out there with everyone else, multi-class racing.
Well, we've seen the dramas in traffic for the Aston Martin. Let's go down with David Addington. It's got Johnny Adam, Aston Martin Racing legend, with him right now.
And it's all eyes on the monitor at the moment, Johnny. Giacomo's having a good run, but he kind of got roughed up a few laps ago.
Yeah, unfortunately lost a little bit of momentum coming out T16 the last corner, and lost a couple of positions. But pace looks okay. We're just at the moment just trying to get him to use the traction control a little bit more to conserve the tyre a little bit. It's a long race, you know. It's quite warm this afternoon, so a little bit more rear degradation probably for everyone, especially us just at the moment. So looking after that is important for stint 2 for Giacomo.
And because the bronze has such a lot to do, it's important that you get the best out of him. Is the second stint always, if you like, an evolution of how he's gone in the first?
Yeah, there's a lot of areas that he's already improving on. So for the second stint, he'll put that into practice. But it's very close. There's not a lot between the cars in front. But any small little trip-ups or mistakes can cost you, like we had earlier. But we're still in the fight. A long way to go.
Right, just talk us through this next bit. Long run down past the pits here.
Yeah, T1 is quite bumpy on the entry. A lot of people move over and use the entry road to open the corner up, but the key thing is the high-speed stuff. The sector 1 is all about the momentum through 3 and 4, and there is overtaking possibilities into 6 and 7, so it's all about not over pushing there, but at the same time all about carrying the momentum. Our car is very good in that section. We suffer a little bit in the middle split, so hopefully we can get a bit closer and see what we can do.
And be there at the finish.
Yeah, definitely.
Johnny, thanks very much.
Leader on pit lane as 4-time British GT champion and double Le Mans 24 Hours class winner, both GTE Pro and GTE Am, Johnny Adam. with David Addison just a moment ago. John Fowler has followed Giorgio Roda down pit lane.
Yeah, there's going to be pretty much everyone, I think, in P2 is going to be looking to come up on pit lane.
Well, the chasing pack have not. So Jens Muller now leads the race, but he'll be due in any time now. George Kurtz with Muller, 6/10 back. So they've stuck with the programme here.
Yeah.
And United Autosports with a nice empty pit lane to play with in servicing Giorgio Roda, who will stay aboard the car.
And it could well be that it's right on the limit between stopping this lap or the following lap, and it could well be that a number of these runners, the George Kurtz's and then the Jens Renault Muller, have managed to do a little bit of fuel save and just extended the window just ever so slightly, but it's very close between these two.
Yeah, clearing that last lot of traffic, and he's straight back on the rear end of the high-class racing car.
Yeah,
and it then comes down to a battle on pit lane, where another part of the teamwork comes in. It's the pit crew and how quickly and fault-free they can turn the cars around.
Yeah, George spoke to him actually back in Sepang. I asked him whether he was going to be doing any of the SRO and sort of GT racing in the Mercedes, and he said nope. This season, 2026, it's all about P2 and really focusing in on this car. And so far, well, you've got to say it's paying him dividends with the
race,
win.
one win.
Absolutely. One win there at the Rolex 24. The pair of them now coming down pit lane. It really is going to be a race of the crews here and see who comes out first. Down to that pit lane speed limit, super important. Switching back to the GT battle, and certainly seeing that Blake has managed to gap away from the WRT cars and the Origin and the Aston Martin there. And it just goes to show that if you just work the traffic and look after the resource, look after your tyres, you can just start edging away again. Smart racing.
Yep, so top 5 cars are all on pit lane right now. Top 6, and it's going to be more. We look for just how quickly these teams can turn the cars around.
Drivers staying on board. You saw one of the driver helpers going in there with a drinks bottle and offering that to the driver. He got a little bit of a refreshment. That will be whatever the driver wants. It could just be water, it could be an isotonic drink. Definitely alcohol-free.
Yeah, absolutely. At least one driver, by the way, stays out this time around and leads the race. Mira Konotka leads the 4 Hours of Dubai, the Grand Old Man of the Asia Le Mans Series. I think Mira has more starts in this series than anybody else, and has taken place in pretty much every class as well. A really wide variety of vehicles. As part of the first race in the Asia Le Mans Series I attended back in 2014. I think it's missed maybe one season, maybe 1.5 seasons since then. Great to see him back with his loyal team. Well, they all come, and who is going to turn it around quickly? Jens Renault Muller.
He did.
Now, so the high-class racing, they did not do. So it's 1:05 for United Autosports. Jens Renault Muller, I think, just took fuel there.
Yeah, short fuel.
So they put him out ahead.
48 seconds, yeah.
By far the quickest, or in fact not the quickest on pit lane, James Sweetnam.
Yeah.
He comes out in 8th place. So leading the race, he'll love this in the highlights reel. He's another one you don't want to go for dinner with at any point in the next month. Look at this.
Miro Konotka.
He is a great personality, Miro. And they're waiting for him. Why hasn't he come in? They're thinking. He's enjoying himself too much, boys. He'll be in shortly.
Yeah.
Another man, by the way, that does and has raced with his son, and he comes now in the number 44 car. A couple of very quick guys to come in this car. And by the way, it's been a pretty impressive run from Miro.
Yeah, he's done extremely well.
He has.
He seems to be really buoyed up and really on it.
Leads that lap and will have enjoyed every single nanosecond of that. There he is on pit lane to the right. As through to take the lead of the race comes Jens Renault Muller in the high-class racing car. Leading LMP3, by the way, CLX Motorsport and Paul Loncher, 3.7 seconds ahead of Alex Bekantov. It's still the two Godspeed cars, the number 9 and the QMF car, the Qatari back car, that lead in GT, ahead of Dustin Plattner and then Blake McDonald. Quite a gap back to Blake, but that has been some stint from him.
Yeah, it really has. And just as cars are all coming out after pit stops, trying to see where everybody is sort of shuffled out and the running order now. George Kurtz behind the 20 car. And John Fowl, that's pretty close. John was definitely a little bit further up the road from George, and it seems that that's multi-class, isn't it? And that's Nick Adcock just pushing George a little bit wide there as they came through and off of turn 9. Oh, side by side, this is the Blake McDonald and the WRT car coming down into turn 1, and Blake's not giving it up. He's looking to go around the outside.
Come on,
yes,
you think he's almost
got it done, but not quite. And yeah.
He's been feisty, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
This has not been a simple matter of managing just pace. He's had traffic to deal with. He's had 3 and 4 wide to deal with. He's had all sorts of cars looking for the apex he's been aiming his car at. And that's cracking stuff. He should be rightly delighted with his run here so far.
Absolutely, really has. He's learned a lot. He's sort of building his stint here brilliantly, and just also understanding how to race here at Dubai in this form of multi-class racing.
And he's got another go at it tomorrow, of course.
He has, yeah. He's done a fantastic, really great stint here from Blake McDonald.
So, it's been a mixed race so far for United Autosports. Best person to speak to is going to be Richard Dean, one of the team co.
We've had one stint then, and it was going very nicely for United Autosports. Richard Dean is with me. Giorgio did a good job in that first stint, but maybe he lost a bit of time in the pits.
No, I just think everything was just not rushed, and yeah, so
it was a master plan.
I wouldn't say it's a master plan, but a little bit of margin to give us some comfort in the pit lane, so he's doing a good job.
He's been your qualifying king, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he is the qualifying king, I think, in Asian Le Mans, isn't he? So he hasn't really put a foot wrong so far. Still a fair way to go.
Right, tell me about the other car, because you had Ben Hanley in it, I don't think by choice, and he was in very rapidly for a driver change. Explain.
Well, you have to rewind for qualifying. Phil Fayard did a great job. Lap times to qualify him, second in one race, third in the other, but rapidly went downhill from there. Pit lane speed in, which meant times deleted, which then sort of cascades into a rule that means he has to start from the back of the grid, and effectively that means the rules deem that he didn't qualify, so therefore he's not allowed to start the race. So we put Ben in, and we could have kept Ben for a stint, or we just hoped that if we put Phil back in straight away, there might be a safety car, which there wasn't.
So that puts you on the back foot a bit, doesn't it?
It's a little bit, but yeah, I mean, we were on the back foot the minute that rule kicked in, or the minute that he was speeding in the pit lane. So yeah, he's still only in his third race, so he's doing exceptionally well with his paces there, and he's doing a good job now.
And there's a long way to go.
Sorry?
There's a long way to go still.
Yeah, absolutely, and he sounds like he's having fun on the radio, so he's happy.
Happy customer. Richard, thanks very much.
Great to hear. Fantastic stuff.
Great stuff. We were just watching on the split screen there with Blake McDonald having another crack, then coming under pressure, losing another place, but he'll be enjoying his battle. Good to hear that Phil's enjoying it. He wasn't very happy about that rule, and of course, because of the double header nature of this weekend, that penalty escalates further because it's the same penalty for tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
I'll say this: yes, you should be penalised for pit lane speed limit, but getting the penalty for both races does seem like, it's a bit like, one of those £150 parking tickets you get in a private car park. Oh, trouble
50.
for Greg Bennett.
Yeah, what's happened here?
That's turn 7.
He's just got maybe looped it around. Maybe he also got, that's a classic corner for being helped around as well.
Was that the same place he had the problem earlier? I think it was, I think it was turn 7 before for Greg.
Yeah, but didn't he get helped there that time?
I think he did.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we get a replay on that. But back on, getting this replay now, and Just seeing here, turn 7, there was
no, he's by himself,
I think he's
I'm afraid.
all alone.
He was in traffic with the LMP2s, and I suspect, again, maybe looking a bit more in the mirrors than he needed to.
But here, back in the GT battle, Blake McDonald, Bob Wan, and Giacomo Petrobelli. I think that they're... Oh, and there's Tom Van Rompuy
getting involved in this.
He is Team Turkey. And, you know, they're all really trying to figure out how can they get their cars through to the stop. And that next pit stop, which is only maybe 10 minutes or less than 10 or so minutes away, and just trying to hang on to those tyres the best they can.
Michael Jensen here in a 25 car. This is the battle for 5th place now, so Michael has made good progress and is now right on the back end of the 88 car of Horst Wilpermeyer and looking to make further progress. Remember, bronze drivers, non-professional drivers for the most part, but with one exception I think I spotted. Now, DKR Engineering briefly showed a driver change. That's been corrected. Briefly showed that Matthias Bescher is aboard that car, but that is not the case anymore. Team Virage is Roman Wozniak, by the way, on pit lane, and we've got double yellows at turn 10. We'll keep an eye on what that is. I think it might be Ajith Kumar. I think Ajith Kumar has got trouble, but is now back underway at turn 10.
Michael's just got past Felbermeyer as they came. Oh, I'm going to see a replay here coming down into turn 10, late on the brakes, and he's just locking the rears. You can see he locked the rears. Oh, super close to nose-on-nose contact there. And yeah, you can see the black marks as he's going down the box and trying to get the car stopped. He's locking the rears, and the rear was just walking around, and it finally went around, pivoted around.
By the way, that was for position, because it was the Breton Racing car that started from pit lane that was making its way back up the order, so that was for position. Ajith Kumar drops back to 37th place. He's actually made up a couple of places on the GTs during this stint, learning his way, learning his trade, trying to keep the race as clean as possible, failing on that occasion, but back underway and reattaching himself to the task at hand. 3 hours and 7 minutes to go. Jens Grainer Müller leads by 6 seconds on the United Autosports car, Giorgio Roda, but there were 17 seconds difference in those pit stops. And that, to me, means Jens Grainer Müller, I don't think, has taken a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit peculiar, doesn't it, how there's such a big offset, and is that Phil Fayer? Yeah, it's not going to help his case anymore, is it?
He was right with Hirokazu Chizuko in the bonus car. Here we go, there is the 45 car, that's his target, and he was just a bit too deep, lost the rear end of the car.
Yeah, just that front axle was just a bit too loaded, and the rear just came around, was carrying a bit too much speed.
Here is Ajith Kumar on pit lane, first of the stops for the LMP3 cars. That's a little early, so Ajith getting out of the car may be a little fatigued.
This battle still rages here in GT, and the Origin car up behind the WRT car. And whose birthday is that?
Birthday for Victor. And where's our slice?
Yeah, maybe they'll come with it shortly.
Oh, almost certainly.
Definitely they will. I'm sure they will.
It's APR with a couple of their drivers across the 3-car team, with 2025 in a double garage, and then with the Virage cars between them and the CrowdStrike by APR. That's part of a kind of strategic alliance between the two teams. In particular, potential commercial advantages there. A stream of LMP3 drivers making their way through their career could be very handy for APR in the future. Bob again monstering on the brakes.
He is the last of the late breakers. He really is. The amount of lap time that he generates on that way into the corner.
Phenomenal Uber driver. Phenomenal.
But Bob's looking for a way. He's trying to size up the WRT. He's gone deep again, right across the apex of turn 7. That's quite a lot of road he took there. I'm sure if the officials might be looking at that. But yeah, let's see. Good that he did, because I think that if he didn't, he would have got into the back of the BMW M4.
He's sort of driving this race the way I do a video game, I'll be honest with you.
But he's right in the toe now of the M4. And they're to the right-hand side, just drifting across to the back, and there's a little feint as it came into the brake zone. But Bob's super deep on the brakes, wouldn't expect anything less. But he's gone in too deep, and they're using a lot of the Michelins right now.
He's got eyes forward as well, and there's an LMP2 car in close contention here. They're going to have heads up that car is coming. I think that was Crichton and Tudis.
Yeah, and at all the time that they're battling, Blake McDonald will be just rubbing his hands together going, ha, come back to me, I can get back in the fight.
Yeah, Crichton and Tudis has got a front row seat for this, and he'll be thinking, I hope they've looked in their mirrors.
I just need to get by. That's all he'll be thinking. I just want to get by
done that one, done that one, done that one, done that one.
He was deep. Crichton went in deep there, but he's managed to get through and passed. Nicely done.
Let's go down to pit lane where superstar of endurance racing, David Allison, is with Ajith Kumar.
This time with Ajith Kumar's garage, there's much more excitement, much more optimism, and I think you've enjoyed that stint far more than perhaps you were enjoying life in Sepang.
Definitely. As you all know, Viraj, with so much of experience behind them. So what's happening now, it's extremely encouraging for me. What happens is we get to a circuit, they have all the data for the car setup for that particular circuit. So I do a few practices, get my times up, and when I feel I've arrived at a decent lap time, they change the setups of the car with the aero, with the suspension, everything, and get me to practice to understand what the car does with different setup changes. And that is really helping me understand the car better. And like I told you, more seat time, more races. I'm getting there, up in the pack. It's really encouraging. A huge thanks to Team Viraj and all of you for your support and encouragement.
Are you enjoying these cars with all the downforce more than a GT4? And is it easier because it's sucking you down to the ground?
I guess because I have driven single-seaters before, Formula 3, Formula 4, so I'm able to adapt more easily to these cars with aero. So I'm probably, I use them better, and I'm far quicker, more confident rather, because, so yeah, I guess everything put together, it's like, a good package.
It's great to see you smiling, great to see you doing so well.
Thank you so much.
Ajith Kumar, thank you.
We just, while the interview was going on, we saw an incident there with Phil Fayer.
Yeah, Phil Fayer, who's been closing up again to the tail end of the LMP2 field. Unfortunately, he's got big trouble now. He's trying to reposition the car.
Down.
Looked like he was trying to rejoin the race. That's not
that left rear just exploded just as the car came to a stop there. It's flat spotted, that left rear. You going at that speed, sliding sideways like that, it just chews the tyre up. Absolutely puts a huge flat spot on it, and the left rear is now down. I think the right rear as well. So that's going to be very difficult to drive back. Blake McDonald here, though, is coming back at the WRT BMW. He's got right in the toe. Is he going to be able to make this stick? He's going to look left, right as we're looking at it now. And is Blake going to be able to feint back and get up the inside? Not quite. But then they're going to come into this yellow flag area here at turns 2, 3, 4, and then down into 5, where the United car has gone off. So they're just going to have to breathe it through here.
Yeah, good to hear, by the way, from Ajith Kumar. What a lovely man he is. A genuinely lovely human being.
Yeah.
Chat with him this morning as we were just about to leave the hotel at breakfast, and for a guy with his absolute superstar status, what a personality.
He is, yeah, absolutely. Loves racing. Great to have him here. Brings in a nice crowd.
He does. And I'm wondering whether or not we can be much later with it just being yellows at turn 5, by the way. See whether Phil can get that car going. He's another one to add, by the way. Don't go to dinner at Phil's house, but it won't be for the same reasons, because this has not been a happy day for Phil Fayer.
No, that spin there is... and the car is still there, isn't it?
Yeah, for the love of his all's holy, if you do come across him socially in the next 24 hours, please don't ask how his race went. It might be a long conversation. 51 car, Charlie Samani on pit lane, with the chromed Breton-esque livery from AF Corsa.
Oh, yeah, of course, a mechanic there just stumbling over the tyre. These wheels are heavy, and these guys do amazing jobs just trying to work their way in and around the pit box, getting these tyre changes done in amazing times. But yeah, it's very, very physical and something they practice a huge amount.
Also on pit lane, by the way, Dustin Blattner from 3rd place. He kept that 3rd place, trying to hang on in there with the AMGs. And Bob Yuan has cleared this group.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the battle, sort of 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. You know, it's in GT, it's been raging all of this stint. We're watching the CrowdStrike car just coming down on its sort of sister car down into turn 1. Blake's just keeping watchful there. Well done in the mirrors, just giving them room, being smart.
3rd, 4th, 5th for the APR run cars, by the way. There is the 20 car, there's the 4, and just as the camera sticks with this shot, you'll see there's the 25. So it is John Falb, George Kurtz, Michael Jensen, covered at the moment by 1.6 seconds.
Not sure there's going to be some issues there for some of those drivers. There was some passing, I believe, in that yellow flag spot and point, because the 6 car is still there. So I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing double yellow, turn 5 still there. So these guys are all going to have to be very mindful of that. Not sure if there was some switches of position under yellow. Even lapping slower cars, you're not allowed to do that with the yellow out there.
No. And there's Phil Fair out of the car.
Oh,
so that seems to be the end of that story. That car is going to need recovery.
Yeah, that is rough. Get himself off to safety.
This is the number 77 car.
Yeah.
Of Banksy.
Yeah. Christian Reed's got high hopes for them at driver lineup now.
Prince Jeffrey in the 99 JMR Corvette also on pit lane. They've had a relatively quiet race with the battering that's been going on in the middle order of the top 10 in GT from the start. That's been part of the real entertainment of this race. Yeah. Double yellows, turn 5. So at some point they're going to, well, they're either going to decide to leave it there.
They can't do that, surely.
Or they're going to have to recover it. They're the obvious 2 choices, Graham, of course, says that loud. Top 2 cars on pit lane together from Get Speed. Lead car number 9, Steve Jans. And our pole sitting car coming in 2nd place, the 37 QMMF by Get Speed car of Abdullah Al Khalifi.
And there'll be a number of teams here. Are they gambling on whether the safety car,
virtual safety car is coming? Virtual safety car is coming in about 30 seconds, and we'll talk about what that is. And it will be for recovery of the number 6 car.
I would guess that actually all 4 of the Michelins on the
10,
car are
9,
now flat
8,
first
7,
after that spin
6,
at high speed.
5,
There's
4,
only so much the Michelins
3,
can take when you're
2,
sliding sideways across
1.
the asphalt.
Virtual safety car is deployed.
Virtual safety car is called. So let's just describe what we're about to see here, Ollie. It is one of a number of options for race control to manage an incident, as we've got the RD limited.
We will have a recovery vehicle entering P5 left-hand side to recover the stopped car.
Will be open.
In the runoff on
there
the
will be no safety car
we will have a recovery
on track
vehicle
at the moment for at least 2 laps. Pit lane will be open for at least 2 laps. We will at some point after that, possibly immediately after that, see the safety car scrambled. At that point, pit entry will be closed. If you're on pit lane, you can still leave, but if not, you cannot go down pit lane. Cars will assemble behind the safety car, and there will be a wave around if required. What is that? If your class leader is ahead of you in the train behind the safety car, you should be allowed to pass the safety car under instruction from race direction and go around to join the queue. Then that is a method of trying not to interfere with too many people's races. They're taking a quick look and they're going, yeah, that's a problem.
You can't tow that, no.
No.
And
that will require a lift.
It will. And a number of the GT runners, it's going to be right around their point where they needed to stop, and they would have all been sitting there.
CLX take both under a single virtual safety car.
Yep, they did.
Just allowed them from where they were on track to get in, get out, get around and get back in before the safety car was scrambled, and that gave them a massive advantage at the end of the race.
And are teams going to be learning from that? Do you think that others will be...
If you'd seen it, you couldn't fail to not take account of it. It's a matter of whether or not there's an opportunity to do it. No, you need to lift it.
Yeah.
So, under the virtual safety car, and now on pit lane, leader Jens Grenomola. Giorgio Roda 8 seconds behind him, and he will pit, as will pretty much everybody at this stage.
That'll be the flatbed to lift up the 6 car. I've done a few miles in one of those. Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
I'd heard there was one named after you at every... No, that's...
Oh, boy.
But top 2 cars are both.
Yeah.
I do wonder whether at some point the people who write the regulations are going to suss that one and stop that from happening.
44 and 87.
This looked a little bit rushed here for the 20 crew. The driver came to the car, it looked a little bit late.
They're normally a very well-drilled team.
Oh, completely.
Well, what was that?
That was, the wand was just still plugged in, and the mechanic grabbed it just at the last minute and yanked it out. Well, that's the wand that goes in the side of the car for the air jacks to come out from the bottom of the car, go in the air.
We're going to have 3 cars when we go back to green flag running. They're going to have drive-through penalties, by the way. Won't be able to serve them under this period of time. Car 56, that is the Aston Martin, isn't it?
Aston Martin, yeah.
Car 44, that is Mira Konopka's car.
Yeah.
And car 87, that is Bob Yuan. That is for track limits. All those 3 cars, and they're all cars running well at the moment. The 2 GTs in particular running in the lead group. So there'll be a wide variety of pit stop times here to unpick. Not every car in LMP2 has stopped yet. By no means every car.
We've had some driver changes though, haven't we?
We have. We'll come to those in just a moment.
In the P2 class.
Matt Kaiser is aboard the 20 car.
Charles Malaysi's on board the 47.
Gus Menezes aboard the high-class racing car that had led the race.
James Allen's there in the 30, RD Limited.
Yep. Jem Bollock-Basie is aboard the 64, so Kratel and Tudis has given up that car.
Griffin Peebles is in the 3, EKR Engineering.
And Kai Gazzolino is aboard the Ponos racing car. Taking a little wee while to get this done. They want to get it done safely. Looking to see whether or not we've seen any changes in the... I can't see any amongst the GT cars at the moment.
Racing Optics will be very pleased to see this.
They will.
The tear-off, there it is, the
tear-off.
First one of the Dubai 4 hours. Bingo.
There you go.
Boom.
All done. Well, that in part will be because of the incident that Terrasao had. I wonder whether or not the static electricity it generated has actually got the windscreen full of polystyrene. I'm serious.
What?
Static. If you've tried static electricity and polystyrene,
Yes.
if he's got it all over the bonnet, it's going to graduate all up the windscreen.
Okay.
Or he's been following somebody who's
Remember,
losing fluid.
I've hit a lot of polystyrene in my
You've hit-
career.
mate.
I have intimate sort of knowledge of this.
You've hit so much, so often.
It's amazing I ended up winning so many races.
Dear me. Was it 5 Le Mans win out of those 20?
Yeah. How many did I lose?
It's at least 14.
Yes.
It's not a great average, really.
No, it's not. Oh well,
me.
back to the racing.
29 car is started by Nick Adcock, the 29 car, and it is doing the forestry racing by VPS car. This is the team, part owned by driver who's racing this weekend in LMP2, Mathieu Vassvier. VPS, he with Steve Paulette and another business partner. They did a stellar first year in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. I think they finished the season second and third in the points in their debut season. But great stuff. This is not what Phil Veyer wanted to see. Thought he had a great run to that point as well. Real shame.
Yeah, it is very tough for him, and he's had a difficult start to his 2026.
So Giorgio Roda, George Kurtz, Michael Jensen all now on pit lane. That's pretty much all bar Georgios Kolovos now have had their second stops amongst the P2 cars.
See, looking at the order there in GT, Orijan now leading the 67 car, sorry, 87 car. In second spot is a number 11 TF Sport with Blake McDonald on board. Third is Gatsby with Steve Yan. So it's been, I think, because that the Gatsby cars stopped under green, but
at least partially.
Yes, partially green. But now the Blake McDonald car stopped under the virtual safety car.
It must be because actually the pit stop time gets people quicker. and yet still have lost time.
Yes.
QMMF have dropped down, by the way,
because they stopped
7th.
partially under green.
Yep. So that's the impact it can have.
And this car, the Origin car 87, is going to have to serve that drive-through.
Yes, indeed. So it's all over the place. But Blake McDonald at this stage is sitting pretty. He's a very pretty man.
Yes. That's what his girlfriend Lauren says as well.
Yeah. Well, that's how he was repeating, obviously. But great stuff, by the way, from that GT pack. We didn't see much of the Mercedes-AMGs circulating ahead. Safety car is now called, so no further pit stoppers. And the last one to make it down pit lane, by the way, was Georgios Kolovos just before that happened. Pit entry is now closed, so he did that as late as he possibly could. Well, let's pop down to pit lane under this safety car to RD Limited and to the world's newest LMP2 driver. Great stuff from James Sweetnam. He's with David Allison right now.
For James Sweetnam, it has been quite a 24 hours, hasn't it, James? Just talk me through it.
You could say that indeed. The first inkling I had of this was probably yesterday afternoon. And yeah, it was a fast-moving game of chess. And then I was at the track last night. Roman called me at around 10:30, just as I was getting in bed. He said, "James, get up here." And I was like, "Of course." So we did a seat fit, and then even then, a sleepless night. We weren't sure if we were racing or not. But yeah, probably about 3 minutes before qualifying, in you go. First time in the car, incredible machine. Bit of simulator helps, gets you an idea of the feel of the car. But yeah, what an experience. I'm so thankful to the guys for putting in trust in me. So,
does Roman often ring you up, or did you think it was a mate having a joke?
No, I thought it might have been a scam. So yeah, you know, obviously, someone of his significance in motorsport, you know, it's a great privilege in itself to have a phone call from him, let alone come and drive my LMP2.
Now, you know the circuit and you know this type of car. That was a good stint, and it got better and better.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was obviously in quali, I got a good feel for the car. But with a high speed, you just need lap time to get the confidence. But yeah, pushing more and more, and yeah, it's nice to see the lap times coming down. So yeah, I look forward to spending a bit more time in the car. Fingers crossed.
Are you in for tomorrow, or is it just today, or do you not yet know?
I am in for tomorrow.
Oh, right, okay.
I am in for tomorrow.
And then you leave banana skins on the floor for Fred Porter, do you?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, they'll be sold out of them around here.
A mega job, James. Well done.
Thank you so much, guys.
Great stuff from James Swindham. I should say, by the way, 8th place for that car at this stage in the race.
Brilliant.
That's outstanding from the team and from James. Yeah, so if you do get a call, boys and girls, at 10:30 at night from someone claiming to be Romain Dumas, it just might be. Let's take a look back as we clear an hour and 15 minutes. The highlights from the first hour here at the 4 Hours of Dubai. And from the start, powered down in the 16 LMP2 car. Georgios Kolovos with a gap there that would see problems later for the Inter-Europol car. But it would be Giorgio Roda making it away cleanly with all 16 cars getting through the first turn without a problem. Problems though for Tony McIntosh. Bit of a dive up the inside there. Contact with the Origin Porsche, but that would put the BMW out of contention and later out of the race with damage to the front left corner. They'll be back tomorrow for Team WRT for certain though. That was the damage for the BMW, serious damage, in particular the brake line we heard from the team later. And then we got down into what would become a battle royal for the full first hour. This was two Corvettes, Blake McDonald and Tom Van Rompuy. Two TF Sport Run cars.
No brakes for the in-lap.
And then
so yeah, need to get those
side by
fixed,
side between the 8 and the 94 Ligiers, getting stuff sorted out in the upper order of LMP3. Nick Adcock would take a dive up the inside of the number 23 events car. Action galore as well, with battles for position. Georgios Kolovos on Alexander Matchell. Inter-Europol on DKR Engineering. James Sweetnam, meanwhile, would be pushing on, but it was contact between Japanese driver in the Ponas Racing car, and Crackland Tudis in the Nielsen Racing 64 that would see a drive-through penalty going the way of the Ponas Racing machine. Good start from LMP2 debutant Stefan Aust, but a run wide would cost him dearly. And then a great little battle between Aust, Mira Konopka and James Sweetnam. You can see the Slovakian veteran not wanting to be bettered by the British debutant, and a cracking couple of laps worth of attempts to get the job done. Blake McDonald, meanwhile, in the number 11 TF Sport car. Giacomo Petrobelli, Bob Yuan, Sergei Stolyarov in the WRT car, and it would be the BMW that came up best from this little lot, taking 2 positions, with Blake McDonald fending off the lot of them at this point, having the race of his life. Alexander Matchell and Roberto Lacorte battling for position, the double race winning Italian run car. And then a bit of a look in the mirrors moment for Ajith Kumar, would lose him in position to the delayed Breton Racing car. And finally Phil Fayer having the first of what would be eventually 2 spins in attempting to recover. This was the second that ended his run and brought out the virtual safety car.
Left-hand side to recover the...
So trouble to the terminal variety for the number 6 United Autosports car, with under an hour gone. Here's the overall order. United Autosports' other car leads the race by, it doesn't matter about the gaps, we're under the safety car now, the 5 from the 20 from Algarve Pro Racing, 49 from High Class Racing that has led the race, the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR car, then the other APR car, the 25, that's the top 5. Proton Competition, Chetalar Racing, RD Limited and Decar Engineering complete the top 10. CLX Motorsport, Pole Citizen LMP3, they still lead as we come through their first pit stop cycle from Inter Europol's 13, the 94 from High Class Racing and the 23 car from 23 events. R-Race GP's Duquesne sits 5th. In GT, it shuffles around to be the Origin Motorsport Porsche. Bob Yuan leads in the GT class from TF Sports number 11. Blake McDonald still at the wheel there of their Corvettes. Then the first of the Get Speed cars that dominated in the overall positions before this safety car. Pass around is underway, by the way. The number 9 car, Steve Jans. Sergei Stolyarov has had a great run. They sit 4th in the surviving Team WRT BMW, and then completing the top 10, the Courier-Cross Blackthorn Aston Martin, the 56. Racing Team Turkey,
That's around is completed.
34 car. A QMMF by Get Speed 37, our pole sitter. And that car dropping down the order because they pitted slightly under green before the virtual safety car. The 2 Kessel Racing cars, Dustin Plattner, who sat 3rd, now drops behind Momo Gidley, and rounding out the top 10 is Darren Young in the number 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. That's where we sit, Ollie Gavin. Pass around is completed.
Yeah.
And I don't think, nobody passed around.
No, nobody needed it, and
so we should be back to green pretty soon.
Yeah, we should. A lot of the runners were running around the outside of that final turn. All the drivers are instructed to stay to the left and follow the safety car while the pass around process and sort of protocol is going on. And you know, as much as drivers don't want to drive around offline or away from the racing line during that process, you actually have to. So it's safe for all the cars that do get the pass around can actually take it and pass the packed up field. So yeah, that process is now done, and I would say we should be going back to green, possibly even this lap, because everybody is there ready to go and now be sort of getting everything under preparation. Lights are still on in the safety car. If they're going to go out, they should be going out around about now.
One quick thing to notice, by the way, Dustin Blattner has pitted twice. And his second stop was a 55-second stop down pit lane. He was not one of the cars that got pinged, was he? He couldn't do it anyway in the safety car.
No.
So unless something went wrong, they've opted to top him up with fuel again.
Possible, yes. But his drive time is going to be up. In only 9 minutes.
Something a bit odd about that.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a flag. Maybe our message.
Pretty much everybody else, their pit stop was around or over 90 seconds. 2 pit stops scored against the number 74 car that sits in 9th, and the last of them was 55 seconds only. And I think I'm right. Is it something? It's not that long to run through the pit lane here.
No, it's not.
It's not 55 seconds. It's not 45 either. Had I thought to notice what the Ponos racing car achieved, I could tell you that, but I did not make the note.
There was something that happened here, was it last year, where we saw guys come down pit lane.
It was quicker than going under the full course yellow on
yes.
track.
Yes.
It's a shortcut.
Yes, it is.
That's what we saw. We saw numbers of the, I seem to remember the 2C's car did exactly that and profited from that.
The leader has started lap 3 of safety car. We are in lap 3 of safety car.
So we've lost 2. The number 6 car we saw with that second spin from Phil Fayer, bringing the end for the number 6 United Autosports Orica, and then the damage for Tony McIntosh we saw in that replay. The highlights, wasn't one of his highlights, certainly. That car out of the race and now being fixed, ready for, remember, tomorrow's race. So 44 cars remain. It's still a busy circuit out there. To give you an idea how busy, under the safety car, this train goes from start-finish line to turn 6 at the moment.
Yeah, it was. I'm just getting a message here from Gian Maria from Kessel, and he's saying that under full course yellow to come back down for fuel is almost for free. And again, just topping off, so you're correct. I've just marked that down. You were right,
So
Graham.
he's basically taken, it's a free fuel stop.
Yeah.
So he's gained
Just a top
effectively a lap of fuel with no loss.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think we're seeing other people match that. No, the Tarasau we know had got a second stop. Banksy has done the same. Carl Bennett, that's different. He had a different fuel strategy. He had an early stop as well.
Was it one of the Manti cars that did that? Yeah, and Tarasau, you've said that.
Now, also looking at the LMP3s, we wondered whether or not anybody might have served 2. Roman Wozniak has not, because it's a minute and 39. That's not a long stop by 1 second. But it's possible that Forestier Racing might have done. They've got 2 stops.
Reminder, no overtake before the line.
Lights out on the safety car.
We're about to go back racing. It is 2 hours and 36 minutes to go. Well, there's been plenty to watch and plenty to be talking about and shouting about.
Yeah, we're only 6 minutes away as well from the drive time being up for all of the bronze drivers in GT. So is that going to be something that's going to play in here? Let's wait and see.
Yeah. So not quite at the point where that safety car was of use to them. So away we go again.
Green flag. No overtake before the line.
Gregoire Saucy now aboard the lead car, because that's a driver change there. Matthias Kaiser, Gus Menezes, Malte Jakobsen, Enzo Trulli to the top 5 cars have all seen a driver change. We go green, hammered down for Gregoire Saucy. He's done that well.
Malt, great restart there from Malte Jakobsen. He's already on the high-class car, down into turn 1, side by side, 280 k's an hour here. Pretty crazy stuff. Malt's got it done round the outside. What a great move.
And he's also almost made it alongside the sister car. And Gus Menezes under pressure from the third of these APR cars as well. Gregoire Saucy leads, Matt Kaiser, Malte Jakobsen, Gus Menezes, Enzo Trulli, then a long gap to Hertz Felbermeyer. Charles Malaysia is with him, James Allen, Griffin Peoples, Bijou Garg, Jan Erlache are the next group as well. This is going to get turned up to 11 right now.
Oh, it sure is. This is a great move coming down here into turn 1, side by side. Malt's just a little bit later on the brakes, just glides it in. Just sort of gossamer touch there all the way past the apex. Brilliant stuff.
He's got so much experience in these cars. Sam Cox there, team principal at Algarve Pro Racing, the most successful team principal in Asia Le Mans Series history.
Yeah.
Multiple titles won, and Daytona winners as well. So things settling down for at least those 3 seconds. But Gregoire Saucy pushing hard here.
Yeah, purple sectors, sector 1, sector 2, he is cracking on.
He's got a clear track ahead of him. Use it while you can, because surely you're going to find the Algarve Pro crews trying to close it down. Meantime, in the GT ranks, all sorts of shenanigans there. Origine do lead, Blake McDonald with him, and exactly a second back. But behind here, side by side, QMMF by GetSpeed. That is a lapped car, the JMR car, Prince Geoffrey.
Yeah, not been the happiest of races for them, but it's a 4 wide here coming into turn 15. They're all just trying to sort of get their way through. Dustin Blattner there.
And Memo Gidley.
Yeah. And it is a bit messy.
New fastest lap of the race goes to race leader Gregoire Saucy. It's a 1:49.978. Problems out there for somebody. Double 11 yellow at turn 15. That is the 26 car. They've had a horrible afternoon, haven't they?
Yeah, it's not been nice for them at all.
Giacomo Petrobelli takes the Aston Martin back down pit lane. Is that planned? Or is that driver time?
No, not quite. Not quite.
Oh, no.
It's early. It's too early for that.
So
it's not scheduled. Oh, is that for their penalty?
Ah, you're right. It is going to be a drive-through.
Yes.
So that drive-through, we can tell you, is 21 seconds. It is a short pit lane here, isn't it?
Sure is. Oh, and a high-class car still under pressure into turn 10. And here's Mole
going by the 20 car.
Yeah. And is that?
That's Matt Kaiser.
Yeah.
And will surely now start to attack Gregoire Saucy, who's almost 2 seconds up and still putting in purple sectors, by the way.
Yeah, so bit of a tactical move there.
Jakobsen, regular with the CrowdStrike by APR, beloved by this team. Of course, a Peugeot factory driver for the coming WC season.
Yeah, very deserving as well.
Here comes the Nielsen car, getting stuck into a gaggle of GT traffic. Deals with a 28 WRT BMW, but there's more to come ahead. Quite a lot more to come ahead.
Yeah, trying to work and thread their way through all of this traffic. It's tricky at this point, but Chen Bolobasi is working it. He's taken over.
Yeah, he's ahead of him. You've got Jonas Reed in the 22 Proton car. This is the 23 and the 1. That is the 23 events car of Louis Stern. The 1 is a lap down on that. Julien Gerby aboard the car after Ajith Kumar put in that early stint.
His turn, sort of turn 13 is turn 13, turn 14 tricky here, just trying to get it through and off.
Julian's trying to unlap himself here from the 23. 23 sitting 4th overall in LMP3 at the moment. Julian will try to do what he can to get this car back on a lead lap if he possibly can.
Warning flag there for all of those numbers there, 10, 85, 21, 34, likely to be for track limits. And you've got to be careful here and watchful of that. You go over a certain amount and then they'll give you a penalty, and that's a drive-through.
Yeah, Blake McDonald dropping off, by the way, Bob Yuan at this point. Steve Jans has caught Blake McDonald. That's the battle for second place. So Steve Jans in the number 9 GetSpeed car, the silver Bartone Cross liveried car.
Yeah. The Mercedes is a very quick car here this weekend, and Blake's done a fine job with what he's doing. Oh, he's coming down into turn 14. It's very late in the brakes. Yeah, the 49 I-Class gets it done on the 20.
Gus Benitez does a great move there on Matthias Kaiser.
Yeah, just Gus Menendez just looked a little bit slow at the restart there, but it seems like we've got everything switched on now. The 25 past the 20.
That's Enzo Trulli on Matt Kaiser, and Matt, the Liechtenstein-based racer, dropping down a couple of places. The number 99 JMR car, track limits, drive-through penalty. That car already struggling. Prince Geoffrey aboard the car, the 99, down in 18th place in class. That will not be helping their day or their humour. So right now, Enzo Trulli looking to do what he can with Gustavo Menezes ahead.
He drove very well, Enzo Trulli, in Sepang.
Didn't he?
He did. Very, very good under the conditions. Very quick. And it'll be interesting to see how he goes today.
He's been
different
in a testing program with Algarve Pro Racing before this season, and it shows.
This is Blake McDonald with a queue of cars there again that he's working with and racing with. And this is Steve Jans behind him coming down into turn 1. And Blake would have learned a ton from this race today. And he was frustrated after Sepang, no doubt. Yeah. But he's really, you know, learned a bunch and really knuckled down and got on with his job today and not got overawed by all the guys around him. And he's really developing as a great bronze driver. Yeah, he's learning as well, Ollie, here, what it must be like to tow a caravan, because building up traffic behind him appears to be his day today. Oh dear. Let's go down again to the pits. And our double race-winning bronze driver, Roberto Lacorte, is with David Addison for a catch-up right now.
For Roberto Lacorte, 2 wins in Sepang. This race a little tougher.
Yeah, to win in Sepang, but we have to be focused for the next races. Starting from this race, that is very tough because of the traffic that in this track is very critical. Especially for our bronze, we have to maintain the car good in order to work on the rest of the race. This is the job that we have to do.
How was your first stint? How was your stint? Was it tough?
Tough, but I'm quite happy. I try to manage at the best the tire, because not only the traffic is a problem, but only the degradation of the tires. And I managed the first part of my stint. Then at the end, I was much more quick compared to the other, but so I worked to send the pack. This is important.
And what about that safety car? Did that help, or has that not helped?
I think that was good for everyone, because the situation was under control. Everyone quite very close, so maybe not the big change.
So you did not gain much, but you did not lose much with the safety car?
Maybe yes. I was in 7th position. I closed the gap. This is good for us.
Okay. Yeah. And now Charlie's behind the wheel, so he's going well.
Yeah, no, Charles, this is his job. Then started the hard work for the platinum drivers, for the pro drivers, and so the race is very long. So.
Grazie, Roberto. Thank you.
Okay, fabulous stuff from Roberto Lacorte, passionate as always. Lots of drama while watching that. First thing to report, new fastest lap of the race goes to Jacob Abel, down in 11th place in the Vector Sport RLR car, but a 1:49.667 is the quickest lap we've seen so far. 2 drive-through penalties we already had signalled were coming. 1 came for the ARC Bratislava car of Jan Erlacher aboard that car now, drops that car down to 15th, and also the race leader in GT, the 87 Origin Motorsport car, drops them down to 12th place, Ollie, puts Blake McDonald in that 11 car, still ahead of Steve Jans, by the way, still putting up a fantastic,
it's brilliant,
it's a fantastic display of defensive driving. He leads the GT race, and this is as good a GT race in the Asia Le Mans Series as I can remember seeing.
Yeah, it's really fantastic, and you know, Blake is doing a brilliant job. There's a whole host of talent stacked up behind him, and you know, it's not that he's sat there just driving around holding them all up. It's just the Mercedes.
It's great pace.
The Mercedes are there, and they've been quick all weekend, and yeah, he's managed to really manage his race very intelligently and very, very well.
Worth saying, by the way, that both the Get Speed Run cars have cycled through back to 2nd and 3rd, because the QMF car has made its way back from further back down the order, back up to 3rd. One thing to watch, two teams under investigation for unsafe release, and they're both teams running well. One of them is the Acuriacos Blackthorn car that has dropped back in the order a little because of a previous drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
The other is the surviving WRT car that sits 4th. So both of them under investigation, as I said, for unsafe release. This is a brilliant battle at the lead of the LMP2 order. Gregoire Sauti has been closed down to under a second now by Malte Jakobsen. Gustavo Menezes gathered himself back up and he's just half a second back. A further half second back is Enzo Trulli. Matthias Kaiser now fending off Charles Malacy. They're your top 6, they're covered by 4 seconds.
Yeah, and I think there was just some different strategies there that the drivers were using just to get restarted and just to get everything going again. And some drivers are a little bit more tentative in how the Michelins came up. And they're just thinking about long term here. How's this tyre going to perform over the stint? And am I going to have to run this for one side of this car, of these tyres, for a stint and a half? All of these things will be playing into the strategy and how hard you go initially. We're seeing down here at turn 10, a P3 car, I think it was the 29 car going up the inside there. But yeah, this is all part of the mix here. Look at the marbles they're running over there. That's all of the debris that's coming off the tyres, the Michelins. And there's P2 cars going left and right. The sun's getting a little bit lower here. Vision's going to start to get a little bit challenged. And we're seeing here this is the 49 and the 25 as they're coming down into turn 10. And this is 280 k's an hour all the way down to 65 k's an hour. And it's side by side. And this is for the lead coming down here, turn 13 into 14.
So Sauci under pressure now for Malte Jakobsen, tries to put the car in between, couldn't do that. And now this is danger time for Gregoire Sauci.
I think Malt's just been trying to sort of reel him in and go, okay, you go off for a couple of laps, get the heat into your tyres, maybe overheat them slightly, and then you'll come back to me, and then I'm going to look to be putting the move on you here. And he's right in his toe.
Isn't he just?
Is he going to be in the right spot? Is it quite close enough? I think he could be, and it's going to be whether he can actually do it cleanly now down into turn 1. Malt's having a look, but not quite enough.
Trying to force the error, not there for him this time, but this
will go on. This will rage for a few laps now.
And traffic coming.
Exactly. Malt's going to be looking to use the traffic as his pick. And yeah, Gregoire's in there. He's managed to put a car in between, but only just.
It's that 56 car, which, by the way, it could be further bad news. The Aston Martin crew under investigation, track limits for 56, and they still have potentially another penalty to come.
It just keeps on coming for them, doesn't it? No, it's really not. And is Malt going to be able to get the run through and off here? This is multi-class racing at its very best. Cars left and right, all the way through that bank turn 9, the run off, and then all the way up here to turn 10. See your cars, which way they're going to go.
3 battling pairs here. This is Malte Jakobsen and Gregoire Sauci. Behind it is Gustavo Menezes and Enzo Trulli. Behind that, Matthias Kaiser and Charles Malacy. Great stuff in traffic. Over 2 hours to go, and we've got 4 more hours of this tomorrow.
Yeah, you've got to be clinical, absolutely clinical with your passes here, but keeping a cool head is super important. Again, over 2 hours to go. You're only going to lose it at this point. You're not going to win it. So that move you've got to put on that car that you're battling with, you just got to get it done clean. Try and use that traffic the best you can. Around the outside, 3 wide. Malt's gone super deep on the brakes. This doesn't usually pay off. Malt's going to have to squirt up around the outside. No, he can't get it done. And he's then looking to do the undercut. That's not there. Is he going to be then just trying to suck up onto the back of the Gregoire Sauci car to get the run through and off of the final turn and into the toe down into turn 1?
Still loads of traffic ahead. It's going to be another lap of much the same thing. He's not as close this time. It was the wrong move as things turned out. Confirmation of that drive-through penalty for the Acuriacos Blackthorn Aston Martin, already down in 15th place with potentially another penalty to come. An investigation for unsafe release there.
Brutal.
Race that was up in the lead group has just fallen to pieces in the last 15-20 minutes. There's time yet for things to change.
Sauci's taking some big risks here, big risks. He's diving up the inside. He's feeling the pressure from Malt. It's going to be whether he cracks or not, and whether Malt can keep cranking it up. Can he keep cranking the pressure on him? And look at this, they're all trying to go left and right through this bank turn 9 again, and it's all about that run. Are you going to be able to get the run through and off? The 25's right there, also looking to get on the 49.
It's, I have to say, Sauci's done well through traffic here, and he's put a bit of a gap on Malte Jakobsen. Looking behind here, remarkably through all of this, it's still the same order. How? I've absolutely no idea.
Yeah, Enzo Trulli, I think, was very close to getting some contact there from the Porsche, I think. But everybody's good, got through cleanly. But Southsea in the 5 car, smart.
So while we're watching this, just to let you know what's going on in GT, it is still Blake McDonald leading. Race of his life here from Steve Jans and Abdullah Al-Khalifi. Up to 4th, though, is Dustin Blattner. He's had an absolutely stellar run since those pit stops.
Yep, he has. And that Castle strategy that Gian Maria was just talking to me about over text, I think that's going to pay dividends for them just a little bit later on into this race. They're very smart with the way they go about their racing, and I'm just going to see how that sort of unfolds.
So what next? We've seen the number 77 car down pit lane for another of our new drivers for this weekend. Replacement driver, problem?
Southsey's done a nice job here. He's just managed to get a car in between him and Molt Jacobsen. And that's exactly what you're looking to do. You're just trying to get a little bit of breathing room so you can take care of that next car quickly, not so much pressure, and then you arrive at the next corner and they've got at least one GT car in between yourself and the guy that you're battling. That's what Southsea was looking for, and that's what he's been able to do. It's now going to be Molt and how he can then knuckle down and get back onto the gearbox of that number 5 car.
This is Matthias Kaiser trying to get back onto terms with the sister 25 car as Enzo Trulli. Lost out a little bit in that last phase of traffic, but he is managing to stay ahead of Charles Malaysi, who's not managing the traffic as well as the Algarve Pro cars at this point. Yeah. There is the 47 car. Remember, double race winner in Malaysia, 3 wide, and he put the car there in risk, but that's going to see the 2 Ferraris switch positions.
And that's the worst situation for any driver when you're looking to pass slower cars and you get up on 2 battling cars in the same class and they're all over the track, just only got eyes on one another, and you arrive and you're like, lads, come on, well, you got to give me a little bit of room here, but very rarely do they.
This is the lead battle for GT. Blake McDonald has done an absolutely astounding job here, fending off a car that has very clearly got a pace advantage.
Yes.
Now, why is it clear? Well, because both of the GetSpeed cars have managed to leapfrog traffic back to 2nd and 3rd from, in one case, the lower end of the top 10 since that safety car was withdrawn.
And yeah, they've got up back behind Blake McDonald, and he really is that sort of cork in the bottle. And he's just, certainly with the 2 Mercedes, they're not been able to get up on him. And you know, Blake is also clear of everyone else. It's just these 2 Mercedes. 23's been turned around here.
That's Nick Yog. That's the 23. That's Louis Stern. What's happened here?
He's got the
Origin car.
Yeah, he's just got into him there, turned him around.
That is still Bob Yuan at the wheel of that car.
I'm not sure Bob really knows where the nose of his car is. He keeps sort of getting into people, doesn't he? Oh dear. That's not so nice for their P3 car.
By the way, in that exchange, we did see a change between the 21 and the 15. Of course, it's Darren Young ahead of May McGidley in the 15 Kessel Racing car now, but still leading GT. It is Blake McDonald leading in LMP3. It is Inter-Europol competitions. Alex Bekantsov ahead of Paul Lancher by 10 seconds now, and leading the race. Gregoire Soucy holding the gap now to Malte Jacobsen. Gustavo Menezes still 3rd, with Enzo Trulli placing them under pressure. Here's the 1 car on pit lane, under investigation for track limits as well.
Yeah, there was some body language there from one of the mechanics that looked a little frustrated with things. But back to the battle in GT. Steve Jans piling the pressure on Blake McDonald, but whatever he keeps giving to Blake, Blake is able to handle it and soaking up the pressure.
Dustin Blattner, by the way, has caught the QMMF 37 car behind this group, so that is the battle for 3rd. Well, all sorts of storylines, and another of our debutants this afternoon in LMP2 has been Stefan Aust. He's down in the pit garage with David Addison.
One of the best stories of the weekend is being able to welcome Stefan Aust to Asian Le Mans. We managed to time this when it gets incredibly noisy, so we'll give it a couple of seconds for everybody to go by, and then hopefully Stefan might be able to hear me. Welcome to the championship. How was your stint?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was quite okay, the first half of the first stint. I can fight a little bit with my competitors, so it was I was really good. I'm good with my stint. So I'm really happy with my qualifying. So it was my first qualifying. This is the first weekend with the LMP2. So I'm happy with all good positions. So I found 2 seconds from yesterday to the qualifying. And then we started on P9. So the first half of the first stint was very good. So after that, the tires go down, and I have a little bit problems with the tire management. So I must learn so much. But that's the reason why I'm here. So I'm good. I'm good.
What's an LMP2 car like for a bronze driver? Are they hard to drive? Are they easy?
I came from the LMP3, so LMP2 is fantastic. It's not only faster, so it's traction control and all these things, and it's really, really fine to drive, but so fast, you must trust the car. So it's much, much faster than an LMP3, so it's a lot of work to learn, lot of experience. I'm at the beginning.
Sure. And after Portimao, what about you? Are you recovered or recovering? Nearly there.
Yeah, I'm had a hard crash in Portimao, so thank you for noticing. I'm recovered 90%. 10% is from my driving, my walking style. I must learn to walk. I work hard with the physical, so I'm good. I'm good, and I'm very happy to be here.
And when you're in the car, no pain, no discomfort?
No problems, no problems. And let me say something, I think I was not a good husband the first 4 weeks, so if my wife is watching this TV show, I love you.
It's great to have you back, Stefan. Well done, thank you.
That was
brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. Would say,
Wonderful.
by the way, and if you're listening, Mrs. House, we're really sorry as well. But to give an idea of the kind of passion of Stefan Aust, amongst, I believe, his business portfolio, if you're a kind of hobbyist in either slot car racing or kit building, Carrera slot cars and Revel kits, and very often his race cars have the corporate livery of the famous colours of those organisations. What an enthusiast, what a gentleman.
It's remarkable, absolutely brilliant. When you see him in the paddock walking around and him talking about he can drive, but the walking bit is the tricky bit, and you sort of think, wow, that's remarkable that you're able to get back into one of these P2 cars and drive it the way he drove it in that first stint. And, you know, it just seemed like so natural, so easy. So, you know, you just go take your hat off to him as a massive enthusiast to get himself back here, even when walking is tricky. He's that much passion. He just wants to get back in the car and start competing again. So, yeah, fantastic to see.
If you're an enthusiast for endurance racing and you're listening to us, you darn well must be, and you get to a race meeting and we encourage you to do so, very often there's an opportunity to engage with drivers either in the paddock or at a autograph session. Yes, see your favourite pro drivers. Do take a moment to have a chat with some of these non-professional drivers. They're amazing people. They're amongst the most enthusiastic people about this sport that we all love.
Huge passion for it.
Absolutely.
Massive passion.
Barely ever a poor conversation. And the likes of Stefan Aust, you can see and hear it in amongst that.
Yeah, well, you're looking here at Blake McDonald or Steve Yan.
Absolutely.
So any of these bronze drivers absolutely love their racing. They'd love to do this every single day of the week if they could. And some of them do.
Yep.
But you know, just absolutely brilliant to see. And this GT battle is still raging here. Blake McDonald doing an amazing job holding off Steve Yans in the Get Speed car. And Steve must be thinking, okay, what have I got to do here to unpick Blake McDonald and wrestle the lead from his grasp? Because he is hanging on to it with both hands.
I mean, to the point where I keep looking at the timing screen and checking it's still Blake McDonald, but it is.
Yes, it is.
You know, even before this battle, we were saying that this was the race of his life. What a stint he's put in.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, it is Steve Yans, the ones that's really putting him under pressure. You know, the sister Get Speed car is just about 2 seconds back, so not big pressure there.
Well, to give you a clue as to how good this is, Tom Van Rompuy is the next Corvette up. He's in 6th place. He's a WC race winner.
Yeah.
You know, as the amateur driver in LMGT3. Cracking stuff from Blake. Still going on, these battles. Malte Jakobsen having another crack out, under a second back again. Enzo Trulli right with Gus Menezes, who again has put in a fighting display here. Matthias Kaiser still fending off Charles Mallacy. Great stuff. The man on the move, by the way, RD Limited's James Allen. He is still in 8th place, but he is catching this group.
Yep.
So all sorts of stuff going on that will wind out as we get deeper into.
When I bumped into James yesterday, he was sort of like, I don't know how this is going to work. He says, we don't actually have a bronze driver at the moment. And now he's here in the race. They had James Sweetenham in the car. He's done a great job. Now James is marching up the order, currently in 8th place. You know, he looked rather sort of down in the dumps going, we've done all of this testing, done all of this practice, but we don't actually have a bronze. You know, Fred Bourdad was...
They were hanging on to see whether Fred was fit.
Yeah,
Fred was then determined himself, as well as with the team, not to be fit. He was going to be off for some attention from a specialist. I believe in Switzerland. He was given a name and address by Chris Reed, and he'll be off and hopefully will be fit in time for Abu Dhabi. But James Sweetenham did a cracking job, without a doubt.
He did a fantastic job, and he should be proud of what he's done.
Car 43 under investigation. Safety car infringement. 43 cars had a bit of a torrid time. Bijot Garg is in 10th place at the wheel at the moment, but we'll wait and see what comes of that. There's the gap between Gus Menezes and Enzo Trulli.
So we've got two separate battles here, one for first and second and one for third and fourth. They're almost mirroring one another.
Yep.
You know, both groups of cars are just circulating sort of very closely together. And being the car that, if you're in the car that's following, that front axle on your car is really starting to get a lot of, it's getting quite aggressive with those tyres. The front tyres will be sliding across the racetrack. You're getting what's called more understeer. As you put the steering lock in, the car will not be turning quite as much as you would want it to. And that's the energy is really going through those tyres as you're getting the aero wash off of the car that's in front of you. And you're really trying to sort of work with that to keep the tyre and that front axle, across the front axle, underneath you, so that you've still got some performance that if you do manage to get into the opportunity of putting the pass together, that you can get by and then stretch away. But and this is maybe one of the reasons why Malte Jakobsen has dropped back from the 5 car, is just to give that front axle a time just to sort of recover, his Michelin's to recover, so that he can then have another crack at him.
I would say, by the way, this pair are gradually catching the leaders, the leading pair. Still Steve Jans trying to get by Blake McDonald here. We are 7 minutes from the halfway point. If you're new to endurance racing, welcome, but you do need to recast your expectations of just how much action you can pack into 4 hours.
Steve is lining him up, Blake up as they come down into turn 1, but Blake's smart and he's placing the car in the right spots. But this is nearly 2 hours for these guys around here. It's hot, it's humid, it's really tough racing here in Dubai Autodrome. It's physical. This part of the racetrack is fast, it's physical, it's flowing, and you know, this is something that will take a physical toll on all of these drivers. But great concentration, great physical sort of preparation for these guys to keep delivering the performance lap after lap.
Paul Lanchet climbing out of the number 17 car on pit lane. At some point, fatigue is going to hit. At some point, and they're well into that window right now. It doesn't show any signs whatsoever of easing up in terms of the pressure on these bronze rank drivers.
I think that once we've got to this 2 hour mark, I think that's when they can safely look at doing the race just with effectively 2 more stops. And so that's when I think you'll see a number of the GT runners come in to switch to their pro driver, or certainly their silver driver, and then their pro driver will then close out.
Antares now, car 10, and he recovered back up to 12th after that extra stop for the...
side by side here, the 25 and the 49, and it was just a tiny bit of a mistake there, Gus Menezes, but Enzo Trulli couldn't quite capitalise from it.
Yeah, Gus was given the opportunity to choose his line past that bit of traffic and chose well, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's going to be a drive-through penalty for Antaresau, track limits. having recovered back up the order a little after that extra stop to have the polystyrene removed from the hit on the track marker. Still Steve Jans, and now they're under pressure with the second AMG closing in.
Yes.
The Ferrari behind them, by the way, is a lapped car. That is Carl Bennett now aboard the car. Carl, probably best known to endurance racing fans as one of the drivers of the short-lived Isotta Fraschini hypercar program. It's he and his father sharing this car.
25.
This
still
time he's got it. Has he got it? Has he got it?
So truly just looking to get it done, but Gus is trying to go around the outside. No, lovely move there from Enzo. Truly, really kept it pinned round the outside of 15, and he's been working on that pass for the best part of the last 20-25 minutes. Nicely up, using the speed across the apex there, and then it's this point here, he managed to get that power down. You saw the black lines that he laid down as he came off the corner, using all of the Michelin tyre traction there to just drive him off and get him around the outside into 15. Great move.
Still in the background, by the way, looking at Matthias Kaiser, still with Charles Malaysia not having passed him. That's a surprise. Malaysia super quick, so it's a great run here from Matthias Kaiser.
Yeah, it is.
So this is the 17 car. After that pit stop, now did they take? They did take a long stop. So the 17 car drops back to 5th, but that will be their long stops complete now. They've been strategically very savvy through the Asian Le Mans Series. As we said a little earlier, one of the races. So this is overtake by the 94 car. That was for position, Philip Lindbergh on Kevin Rabin.
Yeah, so they've just come, the CLX car's just come out the pit lane.
There'll be brand new tyres on that car.
Yeah, it will, so just getting them up to speed. Oh, who's that?
That's the RD Limited car, I think. That is the 30 of James Allen ahead of Griffin Peebles, putting him under pressure. And Peebles is coming here.
It's unusual to see that from James Allen.
Yeah. Back at Malte Jakobsen, by the way, quickest on track last time around, but still it's a second. Grégoire Saucy has had quite the stint here.
He has. He's dealt with the pressure really well.
He was off like a scalded cat when they went back to green, put in very quick laps. And
he has.
Still though, a second ahead. Enzo Trulli having passed Gus Benitez, now almost 3 seconds back. Be interesting what the relative pace is going to be there. So just looking further down the order, and 59 car, Alexei Nessov at the wheel of the 59 United Autosports McLaren. Issue for that car about the door not wanting to close. Not unique in that regard in sports car racing.
No, it's amazing though, isn't it, how it works. 87 on pit lane, and we're seeing a number of the runners come in now. Is this that 2-hour mark? And we're just looking to sort of see who can get through to the end here, just on these 2 more stops, this one and one more. 87 off out of their pit box. And we're going to be seeing all of these runners here coming down pit lane very shortly, or is there going to be alternate? Dustin Blatten has made it up onto the back of this pack.
He has. He's got the 50 car between him and his next target. He dropped back a bit from this little battle for just a little wee while. So I wonder if Dustin has just let things cool off. That's a change.
Switch.
That's a change for the lead. Now that must, I think that's happened in traffic.
Yep. Maltz just sort of jumped on his opportunity there, knew it was going to come, and here we are.
Here.
It's as we come out of turn 11 into 12.
That's Memo Gidley, wasn't it?
Yeah. Saucy got bottled up, and now round the outside there. Malt gave him plenty of room, but he managed to flow the speed, and nicely done. And it's just one of those opportunities you got to pounce on. Saucy got bottled up, and you know, round the outside goes Malt and got the deal done.
So well, that's excellent opportunistic run from Jakobsen. Good run to that point from Grégoire Saucy, but one stumble can make the difference, can't it? And Malte Jakobsen now plays leapfrog with the traffic and puts a car between himself and his now pursuer Grégoire Saucy. Deals with the Corvette quickly. Enzo Trulli is, what, 2.5 seconds back, and there's clear Gus Menezes now. There is George Kurtz in the black cap closer to us, with Louis Delatraz sitting alongside him.
Not a bad option to close out the race for you, is it?
Louis Delatraz, yeah.
Yeah, he'll do.
Bumped into his dad, ex-Formula 1 racer Jean Denis, a little earlier today. Thanks to the usual galaxy of people you'll see in the sports car racing paddock, including, delighted to say, it's what I've not seen for several years, Thomas Enger in gainful employment. Good to see him here.
Thomas, so many stories.
I bet.
What a character, what a character.
And a rapid racer.
Oh, how many times is he on pole at Le Mans? A lot. Extremely fast, and Blake is still under huge pressure there from Steve Jans, and Steve is still working on him, trying to find a way past. Is he going to be able to put the move on him here, coming down into 14? He's gone deep, he's gone really, really deep, but Blake's just around the outside. Oh, he's just given up just a little bit on the rear there. Had to breathe it, had to give up there, and Blake's just had to. Oh, Steve Jans, I think, was in two minds on the radio there. Do I come down pit lane this lap? And that was a confusing call. I think the body language of the Get Speed car was there. Am I coming this lap or not? And he clearly didn't get an answer, so it was another lap he's got to be doing.
Here comes the race leader. This is the way the lead went. It was it just lost rear grip, didn't he? He tried to put the power in too early.
He just did break just that tick too late, got a bit too wide, the rear just gave up, and Blake just did well, caught it, and he's just dropped one position.
So this is LMP2 car working its way through a gaggle of LMP3s. This is the battle, by the way, for what is that? It is fifth and sixth place.
Yeah.
So the Nielsen racing car in the hands of Tim Bellabese makes his way through. 77 Proton car, another car that's seen some delays. Double yellow turn 9 exit we're seeing, and stand in trouble.
Usually good if you've got a double yellow on the exit of turn 9.
That is the number 11 car.
Oh no, is that the
that's the TF Sport. That is Blake McDonald. What's happened here?
Yeah, what's
and is still stationary.
Oh no.
What has happened here? Dropping down the order. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Yellow turn 8 and 9.
Yeah, 9 exit is the double yellow. That is where the problem is. Safety car, that is not good. So what has happened here?
Off track, we cannot see it.
There is debris as well. There it is. The car was just re-emerging. Oh, he's been in the barrier. He's been in the barrier.
Yeah.
So there's big damage.
What's happened here with Blake coming off of turn 9? He's clearly running, but some damage to the rear of the car there. And yeah, it's gone backwards into the wall.
That's hit that wall hard as well.
Yeah, not sure exactly what's happened here.
Now, you'd like to hope that's just bodywork on tyre, but I think not. That does not look great.
No.
What a shame.
Yes, it's a real shame.
Safety car has been deployed, by the way, meantime, and pit entry is now closed, but we've got multiple cars on pit lane, so they will, I'm sure, have tried to get there before that was called in.
Exactly.
So that could be quite the call. Who's on pit lane? Algarve Pro 25, High Class Racing 49, Algarve Pro 20. They are the masters of the last minute call. DKR Engineering, they're on pit lane as well. If they made it in, that could be quite something. Melter Jakobsen leads the race behind the safety car, and Blake McDonald is coming in for what I fear will be retirement for the number 11 car.
Yeah, that rear end looks really rearranged and not in good order.
So we've not seen the incident that caused the damage. Safety car is out and has picked up the leader. There will be a pass around at some point here, and I'm sure Blake McDonald will have a story to tell.
Yeah, give us the explanation of exactly how this happened.
Whatever happened, what a shame. That was, to that point, great stuff.
Yeah.
Entertaining to watch. And they're being held at pit
25
exit.
stalled. Just being released with the 25 stalled there, and they're just getting away.
There'll be no loss for them with that stall because it's a clear track ahead to the back of the safety car train.
Unsurprisingly, the 11 is going to go in the box. They need all the hands here. We're just going to see
what happened.
Can we see in the background what happened here?
He's already around.
He's already gone around. Don't know what has happened there. Has there been contact?
That's going to have to wait for.
Yeah.
That's going to have to wait for whatever Blake can tell us.
Yeah, yeah.
And that might be some little while because he'll need to download to the team first.
Yeah, he will.
And probably punch a couple of walls as well.
Yeah, let's see. And, going to the back of the box here, the way that TF Sport got their box set up, and they've got one car in front of the other, so all the way to the back, but that's going to take some time to fix. That's such a shame.
That's. I think we're looking at a fix for tomorrow for that. If that's possible, let's hope it is, because they've been
leaking
some
fluid.
Yeah, that's been a big part of the race so far.
Yeah, and there's James Rowe, and there's Matt Bell, teammates. Just looking to see what they've got on the data. But yeah,
that's what she wrote for that one, I'm afraid, and that was after how long? 20-minute fending off of the AMG behind.
Yes.
Let's take a look as we deep now into the third hour of the highlights so far here at Dubai. 46 cars starting in the sunshine of Dubai. 16 LMP2 cars with a big gap in the order there. Back to the Inter-Europol car would cause problems later for the Polish team. So the lead of the race, Giorgio Roda away like a scalded cat. All 16 cars got away without incident. Unfortunately, not the same could be said in GT. Tony McIntosh getting too deep into turn one. Impact between the WRT car, the BMW and the Origin Porsche. The Porsche would continue without delay. But, Tony McIntosh would bring the car around, heavily damaged at the front left corner, as you can see there. And the worst of that would be a broken brake line. That car out of the race. Did not get in the way of some absolutely amazing racing between GT and between the LMP3s as well. Battle here between Team Virage and High Class Racing. Battle here between 23 events and the Forestier Racing by VPS car. And a lovely little tableau between James Sweetnam brought in at the very last moment for an injured Fred Pordad in the 30 car from RD Limited and Mira Konopka. And here, part of a battling display in GT. TS Sport number 11 car we've just seen in trouble, but had a great start to its race. WRT's surviving BMW, making hay here in a 3, almost 4 wide battle. Roberto Lacorte and Alexander Maxwell contesting midfield position as well. Battling packs in LMP2. Ajith Kumar got too deep into the corner, turned around, lost a position there to the chasing Breton Racing car. Phil Thayer in the delayed number 6 United car, and then a second spin, which would be the end of the race for the number 6 car.
5 left-hand side to recover the
virtual safety car required for recovery of that car as the Canadian driver trotted away. Back to green flag running, and Melter Jakobsen was immediately on it, leapfrogging Gustavo Menezes, trying to get stuck in to the lead car. Soon enough, Melter Jakobsen through on Matt Kaiser and heading off in pursuit of Gregoire Saucy in the lead of the race. Enzo Trulli and Gus Menezes into the next battle, and that eventually went the way of the Italian. For a stellar battle between those two, still battling pairs in LMP3 as that strategy began to wind out. This was the 17 car just ceding a place immediately after taking new tyres. And then with traffic, Southsea losing half a second, probably no more, but that was enough for Malte Jakobsen to take advantage and get to the lead of the race in the number 4 car. Blake McDonald, having held the lead post-safety car, finally gave that up until just moments ago. An incident saw the car off track into the barrier, heavy damage to the back of the number 11 car, and looks to be out of the race. We'll hopefully hear from Blake McDonald a little later, but believed to be some light contact on that car. Here's the overall order, and with some pit stops under that safety car, Chetilar Racing cycled back round into the lead ahead of Algarve Pro Racing, who did pit just before that safety car came out. High Class Racing 2 have been through the pits, together with the Algarve Pro number 20 car, DKR Engineering and Proton Competition. Another gaggle of cars pitting now. We're on the 3rd safety car lap, so the pits, are the pits open? Are the pits open? I'm not sure they are.
I think that's...
Because if that's emergency service, that's really bad news to that group.
Yes, it is.
I don't think that can be a 3rd lap under the safety car. I think we've got the 4, the 5 and the 43 all likely having had to take emergency service.
Yeah, because they're on 26th lap on their stint. Yeah.
So that the bad news there is not only they've dropped down the order, and they are now 11th, 12th and 13th, and that's the 2 leading cars, the 4 and the 5, but that they will have to come in again when the race goes back to green.
Yeah, car's coming down pit lane now, and is the pit lane open?
I'm not sure it can be.
Yeah, is it 3rd lap? I've not been keeping count of the laps here of the safety car.
Well, that's the time it's taken me to do highlights. That's not 3 laps.
No. No, safety car lights are still on, and I would say that all of these cars come down pit lane now are coming in for emergency service.
And that includes the GT leading trio.
No, surely not. Dustin Blattner cannot be. He is how many laps into his stint?
Well, Steve Jans, Abdullah Al-Khalifi and Sergei Stolyarov, they're just coming out of the pits now, and that has to have been emergency service.
Blattner was in, and he's only done 26 laps. They should be able to do 31 on a tank here.
I'm just looking at how long those pit stops were. Well, Abdullah Al-Khalifi has done a full pit stop. Right, Steve Jans did 31 seconds. That's emergency service. So anybody doing that kind of time on pit lane is emergency service only. That includes Dustin Blattner, 30 seconds there. And he appears to have been released as others were held. Let's hope that Dustin Blattner did get a green light at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah.
Yasser Shaheen leads the race at this point. This is topsy-turvy stuff here.
It is. Just getting some information from down in the pits that it seems that Blake had contact with another car, and that's what's resulted in his accident.
That is really terrible luck for him.
It is really terrible luck. Very frustrating for everybody down there after such an amazing run.
Meantime, by the way, we are 2 hours and 15 minutes into this race, and Alexander Bekantsov leads the race in LMP3 in the number 13 Inter Europol competition car, and has stopped once. He must be on fumes.
Yeah. And yeah, just to clarify, that was a tag from another car. It wasn't something that Blake started. And so, yeah, frustration is clearly there for everybody downstairs in the number 11 TF Sport entry.
So just looking down here at the pit stop times for these cars. Now, Tom Van Rompuy, Maimo Gidley and Giacomo Petrobelli. Now, I'll be careful here because I'm looking at the pit stop time, but that includes the time they were held at the red light.
Yeah, exactly. Got to be careful of that.
So I think they are probably all emergency service. Let's hope so for their sake. There's a marginal difference in the time of those 3 pit stops, 107 through to 110. But it depends, I guess, who got to the red light first.
Yeah.
Messy at the moment.
I'm just not sure why they would stop right now, because they don't need to. They've only done 26 laps on a tank, and they can do 31. So I'm a bit. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Unless the pit lane is.
I don't think it can be. Otherwise, why would Dustin Blattner stop for 30 seconds? As has Abdullah Al Khalifi, by the way. And if you take into account that hold at the end of the pit lane, broadly speaking, so did the other three. I think that's all emergency service. I think the group we described earlier in LMP2, I suspect, responded to the incident and all got into the pits before safety car was called. We'll find out soon enough, because sure as eggs are indeed eggs. If there's anything to investigate, we'll be hearing about it, but doesn't appear to be the case yet, at least. As things stand, Sharma Lacey leads from Enzo Trulli, Gustavo Menezes, Matthias Kaiser, Griffin Peebles in DKR's number 3 car, Horst Felbermeyer, Felix Felbermeyer.
It was emergency service for the 74 and all of those cars that came in. So, okay, you're right. I'll give you that. That's
one for me. Okay.
2.
Then further back, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, United Autosports number 5, and Inter Europol. I think that was emergency service too.
Right.
And that's going to hurt them badly. So they are sitting now way back in the order and will need to pit again when this race goes back to green. So the rule is, if you take emergency service, you must take the first opportunity when the race goes back to green flag running and pit again. That's around not taking any advantage from the need to pit.
So I'm just getting some further updates from down in the pit lane, and yes, the Kessel guys are working the numbers, but yeah, it was an emergency service for Dustin Blattner in the 74.
Well, that also means, by the way, that the other GT cars, you would guess, should be down pit lane as soon as this race goes to green.
Yeah,
because they all pitted at the same time.
Yeah,
because we pitted under virtual safety car.
Did they short fuel? I don't know.
We did see the odd car here and there with a short pit stop, potentially for track position, but was it that many cars? I don't think so. It's quite strange.
It is. I guess it'll all play out in the next few laps.
Well, let's tell you where this stands. Sharma Lacey from Enzo Trulli, Chetelar Racing, as we said, as there clearly was a lot of fluid down there. That's undergoing attention down the back straight. For Enzo Trulli, Algarve Pro Racing's 25, behind the Chetelar Racing 47. High Class Racing with Gus Menezes running 3rd. That's the 1, 2, 3 in LMP2. Also in that lead group, Matthias Kaiser in the 20 from Algarve Pro, Griffin Peebles in the number 3 from DKR Engineering, and Horst Felix Felbermeyer in the 88 Proton competition car. LMP3 is led by Alex Bekantsov in the 13 Inter Europol car. That car has pitted once in this race. It's one of their long stops. The 29 for SDA Racing by VPS car, now in the hands of Lucas Ficuri. That car sits right behind the Inter Europol car, but has pitted twice, and 3 times in fact. That car sitting 3rd, my apologies. Roman Wozniak in the number 8 Team Virage car sits 2nd. So it's Inter Europol, Team Virage for SDA Racing by VPS. In GT, boy oh boy, this has been topsy-turvy. It is the number 66 car for JMR, the Corvette of Yasser Shaheen, has cycled round through all of that chaos to lead the race.
It's another Corvette leading.
Yeah, it is indeed. Kessel Racing 74 Ferrari, still in the hands of Dustin Blattner after 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Do you think he's going to let anybody else drive it?
What's the minimum driver time?
For
anybody?
Yeah, well, it's going to be actually for the Pro. I think the Pro's going to have to go in next.
Has to.
Because the silver is open. Yeah, Alex Sims, we're hearing, is ready for JMR.
And sitting third place, it's another Ferrari. It's the Vista of Corsa car, the 54 car, campaigned by the regular WC crew in Sepang. But Thomas Floor has stepped away from the championship. And I apologise for my pronunciation. Schoenverd, Dutch driver.
Again, what was that? What was his
Schoenverd.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll share the car with another, say, newbie. Great to see him back. Yelmer Berman in that car.
Yeah.
And that car sits third. From Simon Mann in the 21 Ferraris, it's Ferrari's second, third and fourth. Ye Hong Li in the Origin Motorsport 87 Porsche sits fifth. Ricky Perra in the Monza 92 from nowhere sits sixth. Then the 77 Proton Porsche, the 9 Get Speed car, and in comes Dustin Blattner. That must be now this is the 3 laps, isn't it?
Yes.
Now everybody's in, and I mean everybody's in, with the exception of Hurst Felix Felbermeyer, who does not come down pit lane.
Yeah, there's a lot of action on pit lane, and it's going to get super busy and super tricky on all of those safe releases. All these cars coming in, getting their work done, getting back out into the fast lane. It's going to be on these crews to figure that out and try and orchestrate it. Everybody's going to be looking at what they can and can't do. Oh, you see, that's one of the problems there for DKR. They had a clear exit, and now they don't. The Manthey cars just pulled in. They're going to be blocking their exit, and it's all about getting in and out of your box when everybody else is there. Tricky stuff. And they're seeing that in the 49. They've gone up on the skates and down, quick release, angled the car out, and away they go. Same here with APR, down, angled out, and away you go. And this is what everybody's going to have to do with such a busy pit lane. It's really tricky out there, but I've got to keep it safe.
It's going to shake it up, isn't it? Lead the race now transfers to the number 88 car. Urs Felix Felbermeyer did not pit, neither did James Allen. He comes around now in second from Jonas Reed in the second Proton car. They're top, 2 cars in the top 3 now. And Ponos Racing in the hands of Kei Cozzolino, they did not pit in that cycle. They may be gambling that there's another, with still a tension on track, there may be time to do a pit stop in a rather less busy pit lane. They're the top 4 and did not pit. Lucas Ficuri comes around now, and he sits in the lead of LMP3. That car has pitted 3 times, and I suspect has done both of his long stops. Interior pole competition now in the hands of Chun Ting Chu. And that car sits in second place, having just done their second pit stop. And it was a long pit stop, and that's them done the long pit stops. Team Virage on pit lane with Roman Wozniak. They've had 3 pit stops, and their last one before this one was 1 minute and 39. So they've just done the long stop they should have done when they pitted short, I'm afraid. JMR in and out in the number 1966 car, and at the moment still scored in the lead of the race, but that can't be true. I think that will change as we clear timing beams.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see the 21 car of Simon Mann in the lead here.
God, remarkable.
There's Mente Jakobsen, he's out the car.
Yeah, George and him, head shaking. It's not a great look. I think they had to do that emergency service, didn't they?
And they did. That's what's caused the problem.
Yeah, and they're understandably so super frustrated, but sometimes it's just the luck does not go with you.
Didn't work their way. They were pretty much on the fumes, had to pit.
Yeah.
And that's cost them dearly. Car 11 is under review for ignoring race director's instructions. That is the TF Sports car of Blake McDonald. These are their worries right now.
Yeah, I'd say that's to some of the instructions that Blake most probably was given after he'd had the contact with the barrier, and the way that he came back to
with fluid
and pit lane. But after you've had an incident like that, and you've been in the car that long, and you are overloaded with stuff. But I think,
well, we're about to hear, it's Blake McDonald from Hero to out of the race, down now in the TF Sport Garage with David Addison. He'll be telling us a hell of a story.
This is one of those interviews you don't really want to have to do because, Blake, it was all going so well. What happened?
You know, I'm not 100% sure. I know there was contact in turn 9 and then contact with another car that put me into the wall. It happened quickly, and I'd have to watch a replay to know exactly what happened. But so, yeah. Well,
are we talking 2 bits of contact, or?
If I'm not mistaken, it was 2 bits. But again, a lot happened quickly.
Sure. And the damage, clearly severe.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we can continue. But TF gave me a hell of a car. Perfect strategy to put us where we were at the restart. So, I mean, I'm really happy with what happened until then.
And with the way you were driving as well, because you were up there, you were doing a great job.
Yeah, thank you. I was giving it everything I had. The Mercs were quick, so it was hard to keep them back there. But yeah, it wasn't too bad.
All right, so we know the car is damaged. What about you? You okay?
Yeah, I should be fine. Maybe a little sore neck tomorrow, but I'll be all right.
Excellent. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Well, brilliant job there, clearly by Blake. Yeah. You know, has really sort of come of age here in this Asian Le Mans Series after a challenging and tricky time at Sepang with very difficult conditions. He absolutely has nailed it here this weekend and today in the Corvette Z06 GT3R with TF Sport, and just undone by some contact there, which saw him go off into the barrier on the exit of turn 9, the corner off in the distance, and turned around into the barrier, no fault of his own, and yeah, he's out of the race, and that is the end of the day for the 11 car. The TF Sport guys and girls will work on that car later today and get it ready so that they will be out to fight another day tomorrow, which is a brilliant part of this format here in the Asian Le Mans Series, that you do get to have 2 bites at it. But yeah, huge frustration there, I'm sure, for everybody on the number 11.
It is. What a shame, because I'd love to be talking about that stint and not an accident, because, you know, one of the pleasures with Pro-Am racing is watching. We expect a young silver driver to come with talent and learn the discipline. We expect anybody as a gold and a platinum to be basically bolted into anything and be world class. But one of the pleasures is to see these passionate people coming in, investing their time and energy and resource into this and progressing. I mean, a great example of that we've seen in international LMP2 racing in recent years is the likes of George Kurtz, who's in this race. PJ Hyatt, that isn't. If you're listening to PJ, you're absolutely an example of that. And Blake McDonald was in that mould here. It's almost, you know, the things you don't want to say. I didn't expect that from him. Yeah, that sounds insulting. It's not. It's a massive compliment, because he was amazing in that race.
Yeah, he did a remarkable job, and really, you know, with the speed that we've seen from the Mercedes, you know, did he really have any right to be in front of the Mercedes like he did and hold them off for so many laps, lap after lap after lap? Really,
I'd love a chat with Steve Jans later to find out what he was saying about this. Steve knows this circuit, knows that car, had absolutely stellar pace. May have been a story about where the car was on tyres, by the way, the AMG. Maybe they'd used up the tyres a little earlier than they planned to do. But that looked to me like an absolute breakthrough performance to that point from Blake McDonald.
Yeah, absolutely, and great shame for him and the whole team. But like I said, they will get another chance to go tomorrow, and let's hope that he can have as equally as impressive performance. Yeah,
looks like we're going to be under safety car for a little while. Still a big clear up underway. Potential drama, by the way, coming the way of the second place car in GT. That's Simon Mann in the number 21 AF Corsa car, and I spotted a message on the screen that said under investigation, and I think that might have been a pit stop issue.
Right. Yeah. And there's been an awful lot of them, and I really wouldn't surprise me if there was some teams that were slightly falling foul of getting cars back out into the fast lane and back out onto the track. Track position, so important.
Yeah, this Apex Garden part of this circuit, you were here with us when we first came to the Gulf region, Ollie, in the depths of COVID. The man that brought us here, by the way, looking after the single-seater support races. Good to see Stuart Farnham back in the paddock. Let's have a chat, meanwhile, with the bronze driver from the leading car, currently in the hands of Prince Abu, but Yasser Shaheen is with David Addison on pit lane right now.
We just heard from one rather disappointed Corvette team. Further down the pit lane at JMR, things are going very well, Yasser Shaheen.
That's news to me. Tell me what's happened. I just got out of the car.
Well, number 11's had a big accident and got lots of damage. The Blake McDonald car, and at the moment, yours is in the yours is in the lead.
Wonderful. That's if you'd have told me that at the start of the day, I would have been thrilled. So that's wonderful. No, it was a good, solid stint. Worked hard to avoid contact. It's multi-class racing certainly has its challenges, especially when you get the GT3s are faster than some of the P3s. So, but no, thrilled about that. That's awesome.
It's a long stint for the bronze drivers, isn't it?
A very long stint. There were moments there I just saw the physio and said, I think we just became best friends.
And you've got to do it all over again tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully a big night's rest and we'll be ready to go again.
Now, Alexander Sims said to me earlier on, it's not the quickest car around here, but of course there are more than one way to win your class, aren't there?
Yeah, for sure. Look, we struggled in free practice. I really felt that the case. They made a big change for qualifying and I felt like we came back a little bit. But the car has a good strength in Sector 3, but we seem to give up a lot in the first part of the circuit, which is a challenge. But that's the BOP game, isn't it?
So who've you got in the car now, Ban?
Boo's in the car.
Right, okay.
He's ready to go. Hopefully he's very fresh and he'll do us proud.
Excellent, well done, good stint, congratulations, Yasser Shaheen. Quick word about Alexander Sims. Amazingly enough, he's never raced here, which he told me earlier on, and I couldn't believe it, because you think he'll have raced everywhere, given his career, but when he gets in the car, he will be racing here for the first time.
Wow, that's something. So Prince Abu is aboard the car, number 66, which, by the way, as things stand in the timing and scoring order, has 3 LMP3s between it and the chasing Simon Mann, who is potentially under investigation. So that could be quite the gap, but we've still got a wave by to do. To explain why they're not doing that at the moment, there are still safety workers on track. They won't do the wave by and therefore have cars trying to catch the train at high speed until this track is clear.
Yeah, and you've got the, as you're seeing on the right-hand side of the picture there, you've got the clean-up vehicle there, just sweeping up all of that sort of oil dry, and that's been laid down after the incident with the number 11 car where it was taken out and put on the wall.
We did hear that there was the investigation not following race director's instructions. It did occur to me that was a big hit. Did he have radio? We don't know.
No, we don't. And all of these things that I'm sure we'll find out an awful lot more at the end of the race when we get out of our nice little studio come kitchen booth area that we're sat in.
Luxury.
Yeah, it is beautiful. You can see the bin from here. So, yeah, we will get an awful lot more info. It's nice to be able to be here on site. But everybody's downstairs, aren't they?
Yeah, you know, I've been very lucky in my career broadcasting endurance racing worldwide.
That you've worked with lots of professionals.
Yeah, and then there's been this period with you.
Yeah.
But the guys that make the big decisions about who to send where have always agreed with the premise that I know you share, that there's never a better way of doing it than actually being there and being able to talk to the teams and the drivers in the days that follow around the on-track sessions. It just adds so much more depth. So a big thank you from me
absolutely.
For them for doing that, whether or not it's here in Asia or in Europe or for the WEC or the other races down through the years that I've covered with these guys and other broadcasters too. It makes a massive difference to the show that we can give and the understanding we can give to the listening and viewing audiences. So thank you so much for that. 20 years here of racing at the Dubai Autodrome. Massive development, as we've said here. So where you can see that yellow flag waving on the right hand side, by the time we're back next year there'll be 4 skyscrapers there.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, isn't it, how quickly stuff pops up here, and it is an amazing city, an amazing region, and the passion that they have for motorsport is also very clear. And the way that they present their race tracks, and you know, this one is remarkable, but the one that we go to next weekend at Yas Marina really is world class.
Indeed it is. And you know, I'd say as well, we expected some followers for Ajith Kumar here, but there's a fair local audience, whether local as in local or expat local, finding motorsport here, as people have been around the world for a remarkable number of different reasons. More pit callers, by the way, that include the number 20 Algarve Pro Racing car.
And the number 3, yes, and that's Griffin Peebles getting out and Matthias Besch getting in.
Yeah.
And, see how these guys go. They've been pretty strong.
How many laps for the leading Proton car at the moment, Ollie?
Leading Proton car.
They did not come in.
No, they're 8 laps they've got, the 88.
So did they stop just before the safety car?
Must have.
That could be a massive fillip for them.
Must have. And James Allen as well, I believe. So, yeah, they're on 8 laps now.
Wow. What a day this could be for James Sweetnam.
They must have just stopped, but just before.
Yeah. Well, all sorts of potential storylines here and there, just a couple of them. We've been treated, you know, number one, we've got a long safety car here, and this is for a major clear-up after that incident for Blake McDonald. But fantastic racing in, certainly in LMP2 and GT throughout the race to that point. There are all sorts of storylines to be written here. I have absolutely no clue who's going to win this race in GT. Absolutely no clue at all.
No, I've not, and P2 is the same. I mean, it's you could only just go back maybe 10 minutes and you saw the looks on the face of George Kurtz and Molt Jakobsen, and they're both shaking their heads.
Looked like they were going to dominate. And
yeah, and it looked like they had the race pretty much not under control, but there for the taking. And now it's turned upside down. You flipped the order, almost turned the timesheet upside down, and now we're going to get a very different outcome, I feel.
But, and it's a big but, we're now in countback territory. And what do I mean by that? The leading group of cars pitted just slightly earlier. Yes, we've had that double pit stop, the emergency stop, and then a stop under. No, we've not been under greens. They've still got to come back in, haven't they?
Yes, they do. They do.
So at the moment, Louis Delatraz is 28 seconds behind the safety car, behind the leading car, and that gap will grow.
Yep, because he's going to have to come back in, isn't he?
That's the kicker I wasn't anticipating. Yeah.
He's going to do that one more stop. Another P3 car down pit lane.
Now we're in the realms where they can do this with no further penalty, so they can do this. That's the 17. Now that's bad news for them, because they will still need to pit again.
Yeah.
Unless this is a much longer safety car, they're certainly not going to be able to do an hour and 22 minutes. It's about an hour on fuel.
Yeah, they can do 60 minutes.
New tyres going on that car. They're ready for a bit of a sprint. But the point I was about to make was, we're getting into count back for who will need a splash at the end of this race, depending on when we go back to green. And I don't think it's that far away now. They're cleaning effectively the last part of the major spill.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be green very, very shortly here.
Stick with us.
So 17, driver change. And that will be in that car to get into the finish. Excuse me, here is going to be Alexander Jacobi.
He's been in the car before, though.
Has he?
He was in the car earlier, I'm sure.
Because it was Kevin Rabaut, wasn't it?
Let's have a look and see who is aboard this car. Wow. I think I saw his name in the car earlier. It is Jacobi.
I think these guys are getting ready here. I think we're going to be going green, possibly even this lap.
Yellow at turn 8-9 now. So who's in trouble there? And also, there were 2 cars under investigation for non-respect of the red light, and one of them was the 74 Kessel car. We did say,
yikes,
had Dustin Plattner got the green light while others were checked up, but there was another car there as well, and I didn't catch that message.
Yeah, safety car just looking to sort of drive some different lines here. I think they're just trying to sort of see how much more cleanup they're going to need to do here. And certainly when we're riding on board there with, I think it was one of the Porsches we're on board with, was just looking to get the pressures and the temperatures back up again, trying to get some energy back into those Michelins, you know, preempting and trying to sort of see if it's going to go back green here. 88 car still in the lead. Horst Felix Felbermeyer, and the lights are still on the safety car, so we are going to be doing at least one more lap.
Gives us a chance to say hello to another member of endurance racing royalty here in Dubai, by the way, Ian Bickerton. Remember Bix from back in Croatian days? And he says, this is the least surprising message I'll read all afternoon. Watching for the bar in Al Barsha, Dubai. Make it to the track, let's say hi, it's been a while.
Brilliant.
Ian been living out here in Dubai for some time with his lovely young family. Hour and 20 minutes remain of what has been, without the frustration of this safety car cracking.
It's been amazing. It's been really phenomenal racing through every class.
If this had stayed green, we'd be talking about this as one of the all-time greats in Asia Le Mans Series. We absolutely would. But safety car still out.
88.
Pits.
In the pits. So
that's got to be count back. They're taking their fuel under the safety car.
Yes, they are.
That's what they're doing.
That would get them two more, just one more stop after this.
They're saving the splash, aren't they?
Yeah, one more stop. The 70 car on board, 22's in as well. So
James Allen leads the race. Could this be a quite astonishing day for James Sweetman?
It could be, or it could be quite an astonishing day for one of these cars.
Well,
the 88 just can't get that right front on.
No. Now he's got it seated.
Yes, he has, just in time. And he's away. And that was good that he got away, because he was going to start holding the 22 up. Came in just after. But yes, this is going to be a real battle here, just to sort of see how all of this shakes out over the next hour and 18 minutes. But the 88 and 22 can now go to the end on one more stop. And which car is that?
It's the
25.
20.
Is it?
Oh, no, it's the 25. It's Tom Dillman aboard the car.
Yeah.
I thought that was it. No, well, there you go.
Okay, so in a fight on track between Lorenzo Fluxa,
if it stays green,
Tom Dillman and Philippe Lasser.
Here's the thing, if it stays green, there's one set of storylines. If it doesn't, there's a wholly different one.
Yeah.
So that's one to keep an eye on wherever they are in timing and scoring when we go green. Safety car is coming in this lap. We're going to have about an hour and 17 minutes.
Tighten the belts, everyone.
Yeah, and step away if you're standing trackside, because this is going to get quick, very quickly. And going early is the car that was leading that train, and that's the 44 car. That, though, sits down in 15th place. The race is led by James Allen, and there he is in the middle of the order with the Ponos racing car of Kai Cozzolino right behind him in traffic. Wow.
Yeah, and did the 30 just miss a beat there? Did they give up this opportunity to come into the pit lane under yellow?
So we are going to see, I think, a gaggle of these cars having to come in at the end of this lap. But they're not messing about. They're going to be fighting for every dot and comma here. That is the 4 car.
By Quinn round the outside.
Two cars.
That is unbelievable. What a move. He went round the outside of the 4 car and then round the outside of the 5 car. Extraordinary.
I don't believe I saw that.
That is extraordinary.
So the 64 car, the hands of Alex Quinn, pulled off a move for the ages. We keep saying that this kid is a growing star. He's just proved it there.
That was to pass Mikkel Jensen and Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, they're not slow either of them, are they?
No. That was quite phenomenal.
Factory hypercar drivers. Alex Quinn is Peugeot's new development driver. 5 wide there for a moment.
This is, again, we said it was going to get turned right up to 11. And it is.
Yeah. And only because it only goes up to 11.
Well, it goes to 10 and just a little bit more, doesn't it? There, you don't know where to look. It's crazy.
So it'll get itself sorted out. We're going to watch. I'm sure there are cars that will need to come in at the end of this lap. Let's keep an eye on exactly who that is, because that will tell us part of this story.
Yeah,
hour and 15 minutes left.
It is, and let's just keep an eye on the pit lane entry here. There's going to be a number of cars going to be diving down it to get that that extra sort of emergency service stop that they're going to get done.
I think that's going to include the 4, is it? Not stopped. They've not stopped.
No, and is there something that we're missing here? But this was part of the move here, where Quinn's gone up the inside. The 49 car.
Look, the gap he's pulled out on these guys.
Yeah, it is really extraordinary. And the 49 got a bit bottled up there by the 50.
There's the
then
4.
Round the outside goes the 4. And Roda's, Giorgio Roda there looking at what's happened there on screen. A little frustrated maybe.
He's beginning to see yet another potentially great race result slip away.
Yeah.
Meantime, here comes Alex Quinn on the inside of Antonio. That's Antonio Fuoco.
It's like he's in a different race, in a slightly different car. He's just passing everybody at will.
That's 4th.
Yeah.
And he is now 10 seconds off the lead. Car 43, 10 seconds added to next pit stop. Safety car infringement. That is the interior pole competition car of Nolan Siegel. He's just been in and out and taken a drive-through penalty.
And I was talking to an engineer and sort of leading the charge now down at Nielsen, Ron Hartfeld, who I worked with many, many years ago. And Ron was saying about Alex and how natural he is, but how clear and concise he is with his feedback, and just being so clinical in what he needs to make the car go faster. And that's the thing that's so helpful for any team, to be able to just go, okay, what do you need? Okay, how are we going to make this thing right? Okay, great, fantastic. We just plug those pieces in, just working away with it. And he's enabled Nielsen to make some really decent steps forward. And this lad is really another level at the moment.
He's gapping Antonio Fuoco. He's closing Vlad Lomko for 3rd. It's 10.7 seconds 1st to 4th. James Allen, Kei Cozzolino, Vlad Lomko, Alex Quinn, Antonio Fuoco, Louis Delatraz, Gustavo Menezes, Mikkel Jensen. That's your top 8. United Autosports down in 8th. Then it's Algarve Pro's number 20 car with Sami Megtunith. Another one I can't pronounce very well, apologies, it's been quite a day. And all the way back, 15 cars on the lead lap, including Ersi Predislav, who've had that recent pit stop. Now in the hands of Jan Olache.
Tom Dillman here putting Fluxa under pressure down into turn 1. Traffic 74 there, just trying to stay out of the way. Dillman's got bottled up behind. He's going to have to breathe it a bit round the outside of the 74. Fluxa goes up the inside of the 59. Dillman goes round the outside, and then now into turn 6, turn 7. Tricky part of the racetrack. Has the Breton car seen? Yes, he's seen Fluxa just. But then the Forestier car at 29 is just there in front. It's now going to be how they go through turn 9. The high line, the tight line, both kind of work. But I think Dillman's got a great run here, and he's sizing him up as they come down into this long drag all the way down here into turn 10. And I think Tom's going to go round the outside of Fluxa into turn 10. Deep on the brakes there, but mega move, fantastic. He always looks so under control in a P2 car, does Tom Dillman. Absolutely knows everything about one of these Oreca 07 chassis, and done a really nice bit of work there. And I think we're going to see him stretch his legs and get away from the number 88 car. Yeah, nice work by Tom.
Indeed, James Allen's got the hurry-up call. That's the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 1:48.459 from James Allen, pulling away from Kei Cozzolino, 9.6 seconds.
He really has pulled the trigger there, because that is so much faster than anybody else at the moment.
That is 3 seconds quicker than
there is zero fuel save there,
yep,
or any thought on the tyres that's underneath him. He is being given the hurry-up instruction.
Lomko closing in on Cozzolino, but Quinn is catching him quicker than he's catching the Japanese driver ahead. So Quinn is going to be in a battle, is in a battle for 3rd already. RD Limited, Polos Racing, Vector Sport RLR, Nielsen Racing, not the top 4 I expected to be calling at this point of this race.
Definitely not. And it's quite remarkable how this race has got completely turned on its head. just by these safety car periods and all of the emergency stops that people have had to take. And we're still waiting to see about people coming in and coming down pit lane, and maybe David could help us with some of that and what these teams actually really need to do, because we're a little bit in the dark on that one. Very late braking there from the 5 and the high class. So it's United and high class there duking it out for 7th and 8th place.
We'll tell you, by the way, the other car under investigation for the pit exit light, we said about the 74, it's the 9. It's the car that led for much of this race, the Barton Bros Get Speed car. That car currently running in 9th place. This is a battle now for 7th place. Gus Menezes and Mikkel Jensen, previously teammates at Peugeot, remember?
Yeah.
And now, no quarter spared. It's another fastest lap of the race. It's a 1:48.0 from James Allen. 12.7 seconds to good now, ahead of the next car behind that Quinn is 3.6 seconds back. This is the battle for 3rd place now. He's up to 3rd already.
Yeah.
He's already got it done. Gets past Vlad Lomko, 1.3 seconds to get to Kei Kozolino. I don't think that's going to take very long at all.
Yeah, Quinn is so clinical with his passes. Just arrives on the back of a car and it's only half a lap and then he's by. And that's exactly what you need to be doing, or you want to be doing, to get through this traffic and, you know, not wasting any time.
What I'm trying to work out here is, how has the number 66 Corvette got 1 minute and 27 seconds on the 2nd place car? They didn't do a wave by.
That's extraordinary.
So, there you go. There's another change. That is
Mikkel Jensen.
Mikkel Jensen going by. Gustavo Menezes under pressure now as well. Menezes from the number 20 car.
And,
so this is how it was done.
Yeah, and it was the Vlad Lomko just running wide, and Quinn just drove through. Oh, it's Gustavo. Excuse me.
Car team manager car 9 to race control. Well, we just said that is an investigation about the pit exit light.
Slippery surface.
That's removed now. That's basically just the warning for where the oil dry was down. That came from when we went back to green. We're 8 minutes from the final hour here for the first of 2 4-hour races here at Dubai. If tomorrow's race lives up to anything like this, what a weekend we'll have had.
Yeah.
This is the battle for 2nd place overall. Alex Quinn has been the man on the move since we went back to green flag racing. Kei Kozolino in the Podos racing car, the 45, the black and orange car, sits in 2nd place after a topsy-turvy period of caution and safety car. I'm not sure he's going to have much of an answer to the absolute charge from Alex Quinn in the Nielsen Racing number 64 car. They won the championship here in their first year in LMP2 racing, and at the moment Alex Quinn looks like he could add yet another paragraph in the history of Nielsen Racing.
This is their 50th P2 race, isn't it?
I believe so.
And you know, this is great to see. And here's Quinn just sizing him up. He's going to be able to get up the inside.
Here. Easy.
Oh, wow.
That was just simple.
Yeah, could use all of that performance, leaning on that front axle, really carrying the speed in across the apex there at turn 9. Man with huge confidence in the machine underneath him. He can almost do no wrong.
There's another change. That is the 49 car ceding the place to the 3 from D-Car Engineering. That's 9th place going to Matthias Besch on Gus Menezes. James Allen leads. It's 17.9 seconds. Watch that gap. Let's see what can be done. Team manager car 11 to race control. That is the TF Sport. That's not going to matter. That's Blake McDonald. That will be the investigation into not following race director's instructions, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's RD Limited lead, 18 seconds is the gap. Hour and 6 minutes to go. What other drama is going to be chucked at us in the next 65, 66 minutes, Ollie Gavin?
Yeah, well, I'm just looking here at how far the Nielsen car can go now on a tank of fuel, and are they going to be able to do it just with one more stop, or if they're going to do 2 more stops? James Allen is going to have to do, I'm pretty sure he's going to have to do 2 for sure. Kei Kozolino, he's going to have to do 2 in the 45.
How many laps into this stint is Alex?
He is 12, 12 laps into his stint. So it's just going to be...
But several of those were under, there's the Ferrari going wide, several of those were under the safety car.
They were, agree, and it's just going to be whether... how far in they can go. Oh, look at that. That was the 70 Vector car. Yeah, just lost the rear there as it came off the curb at turn 6.
That puts Antonio Fuoco back up to 4th place.
Yeah, the recovering number 4.
Delatraz with him.
Yeah, exactly. And
this is the chase for cars that coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah,
a little earlier.
Oh, to the inside. Oh, that was always going to be a tight move there. And switching back to the outside, coming down into turn 10. Louis trying to go round the outside, and this is going to get tricky here, but it looks like he's just about got it done. Yeah, nicely done there. Vlad Lonko really had to give that up to Louis.
There you go. So Louis Delatraz chasing hard. So it's on the edge here, but the pace is got to be said for Alex Quinn. I think they think he needs one stop.
That's what the information that we're kind of getting here, and we're working through the numbers. But yeah, I think it is just one more.
Here comes James Allen now for what will be his penultimate stop. He can't go to the end from 64 minutes. And it's a driver change here. That will be Tristan Vautier aboard the car. Another little battle here. This is the 20 and the 5. Nielsen Racing, it is their 50th race and stepping up to LMP2. Looking at a bit of work here from Nielsen Racing. I'm going to add a word. Nielsen, I think, is the team with the most consecutive starts in the Asian Le Mans Series. Algar Pro Racing certainly have more starts than they do. But Algar Pro, I think, missed a year in Asia.
ARC Bratislava, I think they were looking so good at one point earlier today, but they're now down at the bottom of the timesheets. 15th place currently. But I think we are going to see quite a mix-up here in the running order. We're just seeing a replay here. What is this?
That was the high-class racing car involved. This is United and the number 20 Algar Pro Racing car. It's proper wheel-to-wheel stuff in all sorts of battles up and down the order here. 62 minutes to go. Corvette on Corvette here. Yeah. That is the number 99 and 34.
Yeah, it seems like the 66 car has just got a monstrous lead in GT somehow.
I'm not sure how that's happened.
Yeah, but they are significant lead for them, and JMR are sitting in a very, very nice spot.
Yeah. Now there have been a number of penalties behind them that will have played a part, but for whatever reason we did not. I suspect we didn't do the pass around because the leading cars pitted.
Yep.
Alex Quinn leads the race by 6.5 seconds from Antonio Fuoco. That pass was made as we went back to green, or very soon after we went back to green. One of a number of extraordinary passes the young Brit made in his charge to the front. We are 90 seconds from the final hour.
6.5 seconds in the lead over Antonio Fuoco and Louis Delatraz.
And he's faster on track at the moment than both of them by at least a second.
Yeah, just wonder what's left in for equipment for there at Nielsen Racing for Alex Quinn. Has he got another set of tyres to use, or is he going to have to run on these tyres to the end? And that could be where these two are sitting a little bit prettier, and they've maybe got tyres that they can use. We'll have to see how that unfolds, but the 47 and the 4 almost formation flying here through the traffic. Louis got a bit deep there, passing the JMR Corvette, but it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this all unfolds. And And has the 64 got enough to keep these guys at bay?
Further, not drama, but turning of the screw in the second and third place cars in GT have pitted, and the 66 JMR car has not.
No, and the 66 car got 13 laps into their stint. So Prince Abu Bakr Ibrahim is in the car. 14 laps complete now.
RD Limited have had a day of drama off and on track. James Allen took the car to the front, and he's going to tell his story to David Addison in just a few moments.
It's a very noisy pit lane. James Allen, when you got out of the car, everybody looked a bit sort of gloomy about all of this. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's really happy with the pace, obviously. I mean, we seem to obviously really have a good car at the moment, but the safety car initially blessed us. Unfortunately, the length of the safety car due to the amount of oil on track has left us in a position where we will probably have to stop one more time than everyone else, which is going to obviously cost us a lot in the long run. But, I mean, we clearly have the pace, so we have to see what we can do.
It's been a weird weekend, hasn't it? What with Fred not driving, the other James getting the call up late, and he did a mega job for you.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I mean, I really need to really take my hat off to him. Honestly, he'd never driven a P2 car before until qualifying this morning. Obviously, very experienced in LMP3, but the P2 is a different machine, and he got in it and took to it really well. I'm really impressed and super happy with him.
Now look, we've still got an hour or so to go. Anything can happen. You're not out of it yet.
No, definitely not. I mean, another safety car could come out. We could get a VSE at any point. There's a lot that could really happen. It's just at the moment, if nothing goes wrong and nothing happens, then it's going to be a real struggle to get back to where we should be.
But this is all purely because of safety cars, VSEs, when they fail your track position, not because you've got a problem that you're struggling now.
No, we don't have a problem or anything. I mean, like you said, there's always a possibility for a safety car. At this point, it's usually not typical this late in the race, but it still could happen. So we'll hope for what we can, but realistically, we just have to get our heads down and do what we can do.
Let's see. Thanks, James.
Great stuff from him, and due credit being given to an extraordinary run from his teammate James Sweetenham, stepping in this morning to replace an injured Fred Bourdad. While we were listening to that interview, you can see on the split screen that pass made by Louis Delatraz on the Antonio Fuoco pedal Chetela racing car. And just checking some information I've received about why the 66 car may have such a dominant lead. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague. I'm going to let him crunch that data as well. But if what I've been told is right, they do have some trouble brewing.
Yes, I believe that they do. Just got some further information. I think it's down to drive time.
Yeah, I think they've exceeded the stint time.
Yes, they have, yeah.
Here's the replay of the pass. Louis Delatraz. Now, clattered over the curbs, didn't get the right angle for that. Don't think he made that pass off track.
No, but it was close.
Well, it was the earlier corner getting alongside him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Into the final hour. We wait and see. Ultimately, these things are decided not by Oliver Gavin and I in the booth, but by race control and the stewards. But if we're right, the JMR car that leads the race could be in trouble here.
And that was the reason why everybody was under that emergency service. Everybody had a number of laps left of fuel, but it was the 65-minute maximum drive time.
That's why they came down the lane.
Yeah, that's why they all had to come in. And JMR, it appears, have not. And so I'm sure that there's a lot of communication backwards and forwards right now.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see exactly what happens.
51
car in trouble here. That car is down in 15th place. It's Sean Galale at the wheel of the chrome-coloured car. A moment just to wrap up where we are, because it has been all action. It is Alex Quinn leading for Nielsen Racing in a good position, we think, in terms of fuel as well. Louis Delatraz has just taken second place for the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car, overtaking the double Sepang race-winning Chetela racing car of Antonio Fuoco. That's the 1-2-3 with Vector Sport RLR sitting fourth with Vlad Lomko, and then Algar Pro Racing's number 20 car with Sami Megtunif sitting right in his wheel tracks. Matthias Besch closing in with the DKR car, and then the 25 Algar Pro car sits 7th with Tom Dillman, Mikkel Jensen behind him. Proto Competitions, Renzo Fluxer and Tristan Vautier just aboard the previously race-leading RD Sport car. We're going to look back before we deal with the other classes about where we've been with highlights, and boy, there have been plenty of them in the first 3 hours of this race.
Yes, there
Take a look back at the first 3 hours of the 4 hours of Dubai right now. Started in bright sunshine, with half the grid under the shadow of the grandstand. A neat and tidy start for the 16-car grid in LMP2, with the exception of the 43 car that had just dropped back and left a big gap at the start of the race. Behind, though, in GT was trouble for the 69 WRT car. Tony McIntosh missing his braking point, hitting the Origine Porsche and giving himself pretty severe damage for the BMW. And as you'll see in just a moment or two, significant damage to the front left corner, and in particular a broken brake line, and that would be all she wrote. It would be side by side between Team Virage and High Class Racing in LMP3 in the early stages, and a pass too between 23 Events Racing and the Forestier Racing by VPS car. All sorts of battles underway. James Sweetnam, who'd stepped in to replace the injured Fred Pordad just on race morning, and a great scrap with Mira Konopka. But by far the battle of the race involved GT, and it was Blake McDonald in the number 11 TF Sport car here, fending off a 3-wide battle behind him that was won at that point by the WRT, the surviving WRT car. This was the first of 2 spins for a luckless Phil Fayer in the number 6 United car. There's other battles underway. The Chetalar Racing car recovering up the order. This was the second, as you see the car coming to a stop. Tyre let go. Finally, that would be the end of the race for the 6. Would require recovery and a virtual safety car as Phil Fayer trotted off to safety. Back to Green Flag Racing, and a cracking restart from Elte Jacobsen as he made his way towards the front of the order, past a sister APR run car, the number 20. And still battles underway. This was the number 17 car being passed on new tyres. This was the overtake for the lead by Louis Delatraz at this point on the number 5 car, United Autosports. And then Blake McDonald, having fended off a spirited attack from the previously race-leading Get Speed number 9, but moments later, and telling David Addison there'd been what he thinks were 2 contacts on him, serious damage after contact with the barriers, and potentially in trouble for Blake with fluid pouring onto the track. Immediately after the safety car, and it was a long safety car though, we were treated to this, and I'm saying nothing, you just need to watch it, because this is one of the overtakes of this early season. Alex Quinn going by 2 very high quality drivers in a spectacular display in the Nielsen Racing car, taking the car to the front of this race. This was the number 4 car of Louis Delatraz going around the outside of the United Autosports car to regain a place. But some display from Alex Quinn. Side by side, Louis Delatraz and Antonio Fuoco. That would go the way of Delatraz in a battle for second place. 50 minutes to go, stories to be written, headlines to be made, and a race still to be won in all 3 classes. Cracking stuff here in Dubai. There is the overall classification. Nielsen Racing lead by 12.3 seconds, and we think also in good shape on fuel with 1 more stop to go for the 64 car. CrowdStrike Racing by APR, Chetalar Racing sit at the moment in the provisional podium spots. Algarve Pro Racing's 20 and DCAR Engineering complete the top 5. LMP3 is led by Forestier Racing by VPS. Luciano Mariano sits at the top of the order. Into Europol Competitions 13, and then the 2 23 events cars, the 23 and the 71. That's your top 4. All 4 are the Ligiers. JMR sit with the 66 car, but on pit lane at the moment with Prince Abu. but we think they may have a problem with drive time. Kessel Racing's number 74 now in the hands of Chris Lunham. Chris, of course, the ex-sim racer and protege of Max Verstappen. That car sits second, and the third place Monti car, the number 10 car, on pit lane at the moment in the hands of Klaus Bachler. Francesco Castellacci sat fourth in the 54 car. He's literally pitted as I speak. Kessel Racing 74 goes to the lead, and the 15 Kessel car in the hands of Dylan Medler currently sits fifth. This is going to get turned on its head in all sorts of ways in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Oh, completely. We're all just going to go through this final round of pit stops here in GT, and we're just seeing a bit of a replay there. This is all in P3, and this is, I believe,
this is the battle for
the lead. And,
car 9 and 74, a stop and go penalty for both. That is the race leader at the moment in GT. And car 9 has just been in and out to put Fab Schiller in that car. That car sits in 11th place. They will have stop and go penalties. It's all beginning to wind up.
Is this down to the drive time issues? Did they
those two? No, those two. It was to do with red light at the end of pit lane.
Oh wow!
They both passed the pits exit red light. You can see that now on the screen. But wow.
Yeah, there's an awful lot more that's going to happen here. Those pit stops in GT are slowly happening, and I think the timing screen and the running order is going to flip and change.
I'll tell you right now, the one car I'm confident of where they are at the moment is this car.
Yes.
Okay, 64 car for Nielsen Racing leads the race. Alex Quinn, I am a big admirer of his progress, but that restart from him was completely astonishing.
It was pretty mind-blowing, and he just seems to be completely at one with this machine this weekend. He's been fast in a lot of practice sessions. Whenever he's got in the car, he's brought the car to further up the order, or as we've just seen on that restart, extraordinary feel and ability on colder tyres and being able to wind the speed across the apex. And he has just got that absolute phenomenal feel in this Oreca 07 chassis, number 64 car. And we believe he's got one more stop to do. He's got to stay on the same tyres, but I think everybody is pretty much in that same boat.
88.70 they're battling with. That's Vlad Lomko under pressure from Lorenzo Fluxer. Great choice of words in your description of Alex in that car. For me, the most impressive thing about the overtakes we saw was when he pulled by the 4 car and pulled in.
Yeah.
The awareness of where that car was inch perfect.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's sort
breathtaking.
Of like, he's almost like a bit of an out-of-body experience when you've got so at one with a car that you just know exactly where every outside dimension is, and you know exactly where each wheel is going to touch. Oh, a little bit of touching right there as we came through turn 10 between the Vector car and the Proton.
And here comes Tristan Vautier. This is for position, by the way, these 3 cars. But you're right, all of that and more, and breathless stuff.
Yeah, he has. He's kind of like, not necessarily ripping up the form book, because we've all known that Quinn is a talent and someone that can really go at it with anyone in a P2 car. The 70s trying to come back at the Felbermeyer car down into turn 14, and it looks like Tristan Vautier is going to go round the outside there, but we've got wheel-to-wheel action coming down here past the pits with a 20 and the 47.
These are important moments as well, Ollie, because remember, this is a car that's got maximum racing points so far and is beginning to be shuffled back in the order. That could be important. Oh, in trouble here. That's the 23 car.
Yeah.
That's car running 7th. Matteo Quintarelli just out of the pits, and that's got damage on the left.
Yeah, it looks like it's a contact with somebody or something. You don't usually spin there like that without some other car being there. And what's happened here, so it's the 9 car, it is the 4 and the 9 and the 23 getting together. Maybe the 9 got a little pinch there, but he got right into the 23. Again, multi-class racing, you can't all be on that same piece of tarmac at the same time.
No, the 9 will feel it's been pinched, but the decision if it's going to go against anybody is going to be against the 9, and they're having a torrid time at the moment.
Yeah, it's just unravelled for them right from almost from the start. You know, it's well, maybe the first little bit was good, but then it's ever since we've had the sort of mix-up and everybody's sort of shuffling around with safety cars and whatnot. It's never quite. They've never really got back on top of it.
Chris Ludham has taken that stop and go. Double yellow turn 10, we'll get to that in a moment, but the 66 car goes back to the lead, but we think still has an issue that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, we think so.
And I'm not sure that can be dealt with until we get to the end of this race.
Yeah. And,
I'm not at current. If what we've got in front of us is right, I'm not expecting that car to win this race.
Yes, I agree. That's the information I have as well. But 23 still.
So he's taken further damage, hasn't he?
Yeah. Is this after the incident? A contact?
That's
something
the yellow
failed.
turn 10.
He's got deep into.
He's just got into that car, I think. I think he's only just got into that car.
Yeah.
Matteo Kentarelli, quick driver.
Car 23, please advise us. Okay, copy 23.
30, yeah, damage. There we go. That's the side-by-side contact with the. It was with the Mercedes, wasn't it? The 9 car. Yeah.
And that you can see the hit that's been on that wheel, and if that's transferred, the shock through the back of the car, he may have got some drivetrain problem.
Yeah, it could be a gearbox issue, but that left rear is down.
The 9 car, by the way, is in and out from there. Stop and go.
5 on pit lane. And is this early? Are they going to be able to go to the end here?
It's tight, but
really tight. It's 44 minutes. 43 is the maximum. 23 laps.
He's giving a maximum fuel save here, isn't he?
Yeah, for the 5 for sure.
Quinn 13 seconds ahead, holding the gap now to Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, still gone out a little bit, isn't it? 13 seconds.
Matthias Pesch putting Fuoco under pressure. Bad news for Chetlar Racing, this good news for pretty much everybody else.
Yeah, are they going to be able to get the 23 car away?
I think that's what he's saying, is the shock.
Yeah. But it's going to be whether they can recover it to a safe spot and pull it behind the wall there, or whether we're going to have to go again. Maybe under.
See Terence Woodward at the back there. Terence, fabulously bad luck.
17, 27 and 15 seconds, we will be deploying virtual safety car.
Virtual safety car it is going to be.
Virtual safety car.
Now this throws another.
We will recover your car. Please instruct the driver to stay in the car.
He was watching the P2 car.
Yeah, didn't see.
He didn't
really see the 23. The 23 couldn't evaporate, couldn't
we'll
go
be deploying
anywhere.
Virtual safety car
in
in 10, 9,
so there may well
8,
be trouble coming his way
7,
as well, but
6,
not as big a trouble
5,
as the 23.
4,
Frank
3,
Scheiser.
2,
yes, there's all sorts of other names
virtual
that
safety car.
some of our
Virtual
colleagues
safety
have
car.
perhaps mistakenly called it on TV, and he's happy to recognise that. I say happy. He's not had much choice. Virtual safety car it is. Alex Quinn will lead the race into this virtual safety car. That's bitter luck for the 23 crew. They're done, unfortunately.
Exiting T9, I will ask all drivers to bear left, please. All drivers to bear left.
42 minutes left
T9,
of this race.
We will have a vehicle on track
now,
between T9 and T10 on the right hand side.
This could be
so all
very good news
if
left anyone needed a splash.
T9 all the way up to T10. Please.
Yeah, and I think that nearly all of the P2 runners are now going to pit.
Again, bear left between T9 and T10. As cars on the right hand side, please
that
bear
final
totally
stop done.
left.
Yeah, sun beginning to go down here. Gentle breeze you can see from the Apex Garden. It's a relatively new part of the facilities here for fans at the circuit. You can see this down the back end of the circuit. Massive developments going up here. And I was trying to count just how many large buildings on the circuits around. I think I got to 13. None of which were even foundations when we came here last year.
No. The Orijan 87. It's Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel. The Rolex 24 winner in GTP. First race. Now we're just hearing that Kessel 74 has just gone through the pits. Are they allowed to do this? They're allowed to do this, but they can't. If there's a penalty to be served.
The pits are open. They can do what they like, really. I mean, you know, within reason, they can run through the pits without stopping.
Yeah, sure. But if it's to serve a penalty,
they'd already done it. They've just served a 24-second penalty
sure.
the previous. So the 74 is on pit lane.
But what I'm asking is, you can't serve your penalty
No,
now.
you absolutely can't. No, they'd served the penalty before we went to virtual safety car, just before, as did the 9. So we've got a 23-second run through from Get Speed and a 24-second Kessel Racing, who are on pit lane now, and have just left, having just taken fuel, I believe.
28 car doing their final driver change, and that is going to be...
Leader in the pits.
Oh, yes.
One of the most important pit stops in their 50-race LMP2 history. Has to be right.
It does.
There's a win. Depends on this.
No tyre change. Just fueled. And on board here with the Racing Team Turkey Corvette CO6 GT3R.
In 4th at the moment.
Yeah.
And potentially could be the highest finishing Corvette here.
Quinn out of the box.
And everybody behind him, the top 5 follows suit. So Alex Quinn, we wait till he clears the timing loop. That's a minute 2. There he goes. Green light on, I think, at the end of pit lane.
So he's under the safety car sort of speed.
Yeah, but no safety car change, so there's no need to hold cars at the end of pit lane at this point.
That's who he is racing, and they are changing tyres.
So it's about basically what have you got left in the locker at this point, isn't it? That's the one factor.
Exactly.
Left here.
Yeah, and that was maybe one of the reasons why there was that such a difference in performance between what Quinn was doing and what Louis Delatraz.
Did they take tyres early?
Yeah. But in between Louis Delatraz and Quinn, it's going to be Tom Dillman.
So what we're going to have is quite the train of LMP2 cars. We're going to have about half an hour left. They're all going to be fueled. There's going to be some on stint old tyres, there's going to be some on brand new tyres.
Yeah, and it's all going to be to play for here. And my money is still on Quinn, but I've seen Louis Delatraz perform some miracles in a P2 car in the past, and so, you know, you never ever count them out.
Nope.
And Algarve Pro, I've got 3 cars there, 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah. So that's the start end of the race for the 23 car after that brush with the number 9.
Yeah.
I'm sure that will be being looked at. It is still Forestia Racing VPS that lead the way in LMP3 under pressure from into Europol. Still, by the way, 15 of our 16 starters in LMP2 on the lead lap.
22 here getting a full service. This going on tyres that are not new.
No.
Just less miles. And the marshals here at Dubai Autodrome, very delicately sort of putting this on the flatbed there. Very sort of diligent with their work.
So let's tell you basically who's been in what form here. Alex Quinn leads the race for Nielsen Racing, newly signed as a test and development driver for the Peugeot factory hypercar team. Tom Dillman, he's had hypercar experience in the past and no little success in LMP2, a very quick young man in the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. Multiple title winners here, also title winners, by the way, Nielsen Racing in the Asian Le Mans Series. It is the second of the Algarve Pro cars that sits in 3rd place with ex-F2 racer Samek Megtunif, and it's the 3rd APR car in 3rd with factory hypercar GTP driver Louis Delatraz aboard the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR car that took the win at Daytona last weekend in LMP2. DKR Engineering is the 5th car in the order and another title-winning team in the Asia Le Mans Series. It's not an accident, is it? Matthias Besch is at the wheel of that car. Chetilar Racing, the car run by AF Corsa Antonio Fuoco, Le Mans winning driver and Ferrari factory driver, is at the wheel of that car. They sit next in the order in 6th, and they have won both races so far this season. Down pit lane comes Dillman.
Is this a run through because it's quicker? Or is it they'll have to do some extra work?
Yeah, RD Limited in the garage, by the way, the number 44 car. That's a shame at this stage of the race. RD Limited, race winners last season in Malaysia. Roman Dumas team in the hands of Tristan Vautier.
25 actually is coming in for a stop, tear off and fuel.
Indeed, so Alex Quinn back into, well, still into the lead here. I'm hearing as well, by the way, sad news for the 56 car, is it? The Courier Cos Blackthorn car. Brake problems for that car. They are out of the race.
So just left sides that they're doing here on the 25.
It's whatever they've got left, isn't it, at this point?
Oh no, yes it is, just left sides.
So we're not a million miles away from the safety car being called here, so it will be 2 laps under virtual safety car before the pits entry closes, and the safety car will be called, and I don't think it's going to be too long after that before we get back to green flag running. Out comes Tom Dillman. He emerges back in 4th place behind Louis Delatraz. So who's left in it? Well, on form at the moment, it's going to become a tyre race.
Yeah.
It's whether or not the gaps allow that to play out.
Yeah, and it's going to be whether Quinn can get up and get going again,
deployed.
or whether Louis
Safety car deployed,
can get
leader to
those
keep the 80
new tyres switched on and go full attack,
pace.
and the advantage will be for a while with Louis Delatraz.
Keep the
Safety
80,
car
all
is
other
called,
cars
pit
to pick
entry
up
is
the
closed.
pace to reach
Pretty
the
much
line
everybody that wanted to pit has done
64.
so, and the next chapter of this race can begin. Field will close up now. Gaps are at the moment meaningless because this field will close up, and there will be a determination as to whether or not there needs to be a wave by. Beautiful picture of the moon high in the sky here in Dubai. It is 23 minutes to 6 local time, the sun beginning to go down, and we're closing in on the end of the first of 4 4-hour races in the United Arab Emirates in the next 9 days. Next one is tomorrow. Of course, live again for that with David in the pit lane, Ollie alongside me in the booth. Before we go back to green flag racing, let's go down to Nielsen Racing, and Ken Bonnet-Bassi is with David Addison to talk about an extraordinary run so far for the team.
It's all rather tense down at Nielsen Racing. Cembalo Pasha is smiling. What are we thinking? Podium beckons?
Yeah, we wouldn't say no to it. I think realistically we're in a good position. It's just about, it's Alex's job now. We trust him enough. He's a great driver. And now it's up to him to just keep it on the tarmac, do a good job and finish what he started.
That last restart he did was outstanding, wasn't it?
That was absolutely amazing. I think he's aware of it. We'll give him a big clap. We'll give him a big congratulations when he's back. But yeah, let's see where we finish. It's been a good race so far.
Now, has this VSC helped or hindered?
Not entirely sure, but obviously I think when you're leading, you want a green race, and if you're not leading, you want a safety car. So if it just went green the whole race until the finish, it would have been the best scenario. But I think we're quick enough to keep the lead, but we'll see. It depends which tires the others have.
Where are you up to on tires? Are you on a used set, or is it a fresh set recently?
Not sure, and I don't think I want to give that information on TV.
It was worth a try. Hey, look, what about you? You enjoying this racing?
Yes, it's been really well, and I think my stint was good too. We had a great safety car timing for us and for our strategy. We were able to capitalize on it, and I think the whole weekend our pace was good. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Excellent. Let's hope we see you on the podium. Cem, thanks very much.
What I can tell you is that the last pit stop for the 64 car was 1 minute and 2 seconds, and I think that was a full fuel stop as well. So they've not put all new tyres on that car.
No.
That's the most we can tell you at the moment. That was a very intelligent answer under the extreme duress put under by David Addison, the cruel hand of the Asia Le Mans Series in the pit lane.
He didn't quite get the thumb screws out, did he?
He didn't. He did a great job, actually, this weekend. It makes a change, really, doesn't it?
Well, he's actually doing a good job.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
David Addison, it's great to bring on new talent with the Asia Le Mans Series, and David Addison, a bright young future, I think he's got in broadcasting.
Yeah.
There'll be a cold Belgian beer for him later. Which Belgian beer? We'll leave him to guess.
He loves, what he actually really likes is Stella Artois.
He loves it. If you do see him,
yeah.
You know, I mean, David does have a fan base. It's small and very specialist, but if you do see him in a pub, honestly,
he loves a pint of Stella.
Loves it.
Loves a pint.
Nielsen Racing, Alex Quinn leads the safety car train behind the safety car, of course, otherwise he's in big trouble. But it's then Algarve Pro Racing, CrowdStrike Racing by EPR, Algarve Pro Racing, DKR, Chetilar, RD Limited, Proton Competition, and their 88 car, Vector Sports RLR, and then the second Proton car, High Class Ponos, Inter-European Competition, and the number 5 United Autosports car, all on the lead lap. Dropping back in the garage now is the ARC Bratislava car after actually a really good run from them through this race. Mira Konopka gave us some real entertainment, didn't he, with James Sweetnam earlier in the race? That was great to see.
Yeah, it was.
Bit of fight there for the old fella. 29 for STA Racing by VPS car. That car still leads this race. And you have to say, that's likely now to be a race to the finish. They've got the opportunity to have pitted should they have needed to do. They didn't. So it's for STA Racing with the Luciano Morano just ahead of the Inter-Europol number 13 car in the hands of Enrique Bides. Matus Riba in the 23 events number 71 car is, I think, a lap. I'll have to wait and see where this actually pans out, but maybe a lap back now. Team Virage, CLX Motorsport and High Class Racing complete the top 6, and they're the cars running in good fettle, if you like. Team Virage's number 1 car. Narain Carther Kane has bought that car, but he's got GT cars between him and the other pack. JMR in the hands of Alex Sims, the 66 Corvette, leads the race, but we think maybe in some trouble over driver stint time a little earlier in this race. Dennis Marshall is aboard the Kessel Racing car. They've now served that penalty, haven't they? So
yeah,
I think they're running clean to the finish. Team WRT in the hands of Augusto Farfus. The 28 car is running in 3rd place and will be happy he's not in a battle with a Corvette this weekend.
He could be.
Might be at the end of it. Then it's the 2 Montai Porsches. How do Montai do this?
Prepare for pass around.
Nowhere. Lead.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. They are the past masters at it.
10 and 92, 4th and 5th. The 21 Ferrari AF Corsa is 6th. 34 Racing Team Turkey Corvette in the hands of Charlie Eastwood in 7th. 8th for the Proton Competition car. There goes the WRT car. Why?
Start the pass around.
They just got that car out just to shake it down for the race tomorrow.
Oh, right, that car. It's that car.
Yeah, the 69. Yeah, we're just seeing the wave by now. So these are all the cars that are eligible for the wave by to get back behind, get their lap back and get back up behind the leader in their class.
I'll just complete the top 10 before we finish this because we will be going back to green flag racing shortly. Harry King in the 77 Proton Competition car, the all-pink car, sits in 8th. Origin Motorsport, right at the front of this race for a long time, dropped back into 9th. It's Lauren Heinrich aboard that car. And then the 54 Vista AF Corsa car, Ferrari, of course, of Jelmer Berman. Great to see Jelmer back running. I've seen him for some years in races that I've been covering, but good to see him back. Sits in 10th place. We have 26.5 minutes to go. The pass around has taken place, and there's a lot of cars involved in that. So some of these gaps will resort themselves. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Pass around is completed. You may resume to the racing
LMP3
line.
cars, 6 LMP3 cars. So pretty much only the lead car will sit in the chain. Then we've got much of the GT grid as well involved in this.
Yeah, I'm thinking this has got to be another lap of safety car. Wouldn't, I don't think, go back to green, not now, because it's going to put all of those cars that have just taken that wave by at quite a disadvantage, because they're going to be way too far back to be able to make up any time, all the time, to be able to catch up to anyone.
I've got a text message from David Addison, by the way.
I did see that as well. Yeah, it said one word.
Make the best effort to rejoin the
Hello.
queue behind safety car.
In some languages. But he'll be having a refreshing pint later, don't you worry.
Yeah, he's got his feet up right now.
If you're here at the circuit, by the way, and I know we're out on P8 at the moment, thanks for sticking with us. There's been a couple of interruptions to this, but the wait to what's going to happen at the end here, I think, is going to be worth it. There's the train of cars as the sun paints this circuit gold.
It's beautiful.
Wonderful to see it. So I suspect the next lap will be our final safety car lap.
Yeah, and as an engineer, and all the engineering groups from all the teams sat down there, they are now pretty much redundant.
Lazy, I call it.
Well, no, they are. They're going to be sat there. They've done all the calculations. They'll be feeding a certain amount of information back to the driver. But really, everything now is in the hands of that one person that is behind the wheel. And quite frankly, this is where all of these pros earn their money.
Well, you know, I know every time we have social time, that's quite often during a long racing weekend, you've always told me all your racing success was down to you and the drivers, and the engineers really contributed nothing, Ollie.
Yeah.
And, you know, thoroughly unappreciative of the efforts they can make.
Generally, that's how I roll.
Yeah. Not true, by the way. But it is a team game, and you're right, in this phase of the team game.
Yeah, this is where the baton is very firmly passed to the man behind the wheel. Yeah, like I say, they've given absolutely everything. They've been working on the setup of the car all the way through the week. His teammates have done their jobs. They've done the final pit stop. The car is fueled to the end. It has the tyres on to get to the end, and it really now is down to this sort of 20-minute sort of shootout. And, you know, this is where the pressure does build for some guys and for some teams. And it does get extremely intense. But this is where you really learn an awful lot, whether it's about yourself as a driver or whether it's about your teammate that you've got in there for the finish and behind the wheel, and whether they can deliver at this point, because it's about getting the result.
Indeed.
Being able to do that under significant pressure.
Well, it's going to be about 20 minutes of green flag running, I believe, and pretty much anything could happen at this point. There's going to be drama.
Yep, I would say that there's definitely going to be some people who are going to be not so happy. There's always going to be some very happy people, and you know, we'll see how everybody gets going again here. But I think the pace has just been picked up there a little bit by the safety car.
Yep.
And you know, Quinn here in the 64, he'll be going through his routine and how he gets everything back up to temperature. But then all of the guys in and around him, in the 20 car, the 4 car, the 25, the 3, you know, I've got to think that the winner of this race is going to come from within the top 4, top 5 possibly. But we've seen so many crazy things happen in this race, so you can't really count anything out.
No, I mean, the reality here is we have 14 LMP2 cars in the queue behind this safety car, currently within about 20 seconds of each other.
Yeah, the lights are still on the safety car, but it is going very quickly.
It's about now, I think it would be coming off, wouldn't it? About 10, 10, 11?
Yeah, I think so.
Still haven't seen anything on the timing screen that's safety car in this lap, but I see no reason why it shouldn't.
No, the lights are still on though.
We're about to come down to the final timing sector. Let's see what occurs here.
They're off, I think.
Safety car in this lap.
Safety car is in this lap, and as soon as that was, it was almost Alex Quinn on the anchors on the apex there to go, right, it's my turn.
Yeah.
I'm
okay.
in control.
Yep, back everybody up. I've got this, and I'm going when I want to go.
So at this point, field is controlled by the lead car. As you can see here, Alex Quinn is doing that to a T. What he can't do, speed up, slow down, speed up, so can't do that. When he
No.
goes, he's got to go.
Absolutely.
And he's going to choose his moment. These are nervous moments for the entire Nielsen Racing crew.
before the line.
Green flag is shown. He can go at the point of his choosing. Safety car is going to be on pit lane now. What the other thing he can't do is overtake the safety car. That's not a risk either. He's going to choose his moment,
Off
and I
of
think that's
14,
going to be
it's
right
right now.
And away he goes, going with him at the moment is second place car, but he's got a great restart here. Alex Quinn, bit of a gap ahead of the number 20 car. Louis Delatraz right to the wheel tracks of the sister car from Algar Pro Racing.
First couple of corners, you're really trying to feel the car underneath you and where the tyres all are, what's happening, what the brake's like. You know, every time you just put that first input in, how does it feel? Oh, and the sister car,
let him go.
Just letting in the 4 car go. Delatraz has the new tyres. They know this is the best opportunity for Algar Pro and CrowdStrike to win. And so they have released him to chase down Quinn, and this really is going to be a battle royal right to the end, last 20 minutes.
It's going to be about who wins this race, who's on the podium, side by side, the 92 and the 21. It's also going to be about where does Chetilar finish in the points battle, because they've got a mighty points lead at the moment, and any positions gained by them now are going to be seriously valuable. In GT, it's a battle for position for the lead. Alex Sims is only 2 seconds ahead now of Dennis Marshall with his mirrors full of Augusto Farfus.
Yeah, and that'll be an amazing battle just to sort of see how this unfolds, unwinds. Just Quinn has managed to get away a little bit, but it's down to point
around the outside there from Antonio Fuoco. He's alongside, still hasn't quite made the pass, does it now. He's past the DKR car, that's for 5th place, valuable points. They're in this for the title.
Is Fuoco on new tyres?
RD Limited up the inside of the number 3 car.
Yeah, and this is really sort of shaking things up. Oh, he's leaning on him hard there, was Tristan on the 3 car. Fuoco looks like he's on a tear.
Delatraz is all over the back of Alex Quinn. It's half a second. There we go. This is the battle for the lead, for the win. Yeah. 18 and a half minutes to go, and it looks to me as if Delatraz has got...
He'll have 2 or 3 laps here where he's really got to strike. Otherwise, it's going to be a big problem. Quinn has also had track limits on that last lap. Oh, this is going to be it. Coming down here into turn 1. Quinn is really leaning on him hard. He's giving him just enough space. And Delatraz up the inside gets the job done. Those new tyres really do make the difference. There's Molk just sort of giving a bit of a congratulations there to George Kurtz. It looks like those two had a bit of a plan going. And I think Delatraz really got that drive off of the final corner and got it done down the inside into turn 1.
Pretty darn perfect, you've got to say there. Delatraz leads the way. CrowdStrike Racing by EPR, winners at Daytona last week. Can they win in Dubai this week? Nielsen Racing sits second. Alex Quinn will try to keep them honest. This is the battle for the lead at the moment as things stand in GT. Castle Racing closing in on JMR. Alex Sims, Dennis Marshall, Augusto Farfus right there as well. Corvette, Ferrari, BMW, Loic Hartog up into 4th in the number 10 Monti Porsche. Alessio Rivera wants to get in amongst that. Richard Leitz wants to get in amongst that. There's some big names and some fabulous cars involved in this. This is the battle for 4th. Chetilar Racing looking to grab some more points. Goes around the outside, gets it done.
He's going to end up on the podium, I think, for Woco. It's absolutely on a tear. Dennis Marshall's just got past Sims into turn 10, but into 11. Sims is trying to come back. He's going to drive him. No, he gave him the room. Marshall round the outside. Great move. And it's for Woco, he is flying.
But he's been chased down as well here by Tristan Vautier. He's in this fight as well. He's also gone by the 25 car. 16 and a half minutes to go. Delatraz pulling away. Scores 2 purple sectors on his last lap, a 1:48.536. Only James Eller's gone quicker. Alex Quinn, as you say, track limits on that the last lap, and he's being caught now by the number 20 car from Algar Pro Racing in LMP3. This is the lead battle. They're nose to tail. Forestier Racing by VPS and Luciano Morano. Enrico Cubides is right behind in the number 13 from Inter-Europol competition.
Yeah, this is really unwinding for some of those cars that didn't take tyres at the end there, at that last stop. And I think that Settler and CrowdStrike Racing by APR are sitting in a great spot, and I think that Fuoco is going to start putting big pressure on the 20 car very, very shortly.
Yeah, he's under 150. Louis Delatraz is on an absolute tear here. It's another purple sector for the race leader. 35.2 seconds, plays 35.7 for the car that he's just passed.
Yeah, Quinn's just got to get himself settled here and into the rhythm, get those tyres back up to the operating temperature, which I'm sure that they're pretty close, but it's just about how you're driving and how you're working everything. And is he going to come under pressure now from the car that's in second, number 20 car?
This is a 4-car battle for the final points position, by the way. That's how close this is. And it's high-class racing ahead of the 22 Proton, the Ponos car 45, and Nolan Siegel making a move up the inside, the outside there to try to take that position.
It would be great to see that battle of second, third and fourth if we could. It's going to be super close up the front there. There's not only half a second between third, fourth, fifth and sixth in each of those positions.
Callum Voisin, by the way, getting involved in this battle for the lead, trying to unlap himself from the lead pair in LMP3 in the high-class racing car. Augusto Farfus is involved, checks notes, in a battle with a Corvette. Anything could happen now. Keep an eye on the driver's window.
Yeah, Alexander Sims is going to be channeling all of that power that he gets from his mullet.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to keep the BMW behind. We've seen this before, haven't we?
It's forming a deja vu here. There could be another charity T-shirt on here.
Yes, Augusto must be thinking, oh, not again, not again.
But he's being caught. We've got yellows at turn 7. What's that all about? That is the 22 car in trouble. Up the inside. It's another position taken by the 20 car. Valuable points here.
Oh, this is extraordinary. This march up the order for the 47.
Johnny McIntosh staying out of trouble as they just put some miles. It's actually Parker Thompson in the car now.
Yeah, 47. And Fuoco then went really wide, ran it right over the curb. But I think on these new tyres, I think that Fuoco is going to get up on the back of Alex Quinn and put massive pressure on him. 13 minutes to go.
It's a long way to go with the tyre advantage that they've clearly got.
Yeah, and it's going to, and the 30 as well. The 30 is coming, and it's only a matter of time, I think, between the 30 getting past the 20 and then mounting that challenge on Alex Quinn.
So CrowdStrike Racing by APR, Louis Delatraz leads the race. 6 seconds to good from Alex Quinn in the Nielsen Racing 64. Fuoco, though, is right there with the second place car. And
he's hunting him down.
He is. Beyond that, it is Sami Megdunif in the 20 Algarve Pro Racing car. RD Limited's Tristan Vautier, he's right there. That really is the lead pack now. There's a bit of a gap then back to Tom Dielman in the number 25 car.
Yeah, and
still nose to tail in LMP3 for the overall lead. That is a change, isn't it? That is the 10 car ahead of the 28.
Something's happened there that we haven't seen.
Though he was all over the back of the BMW, but that's just happened as Augusto Farfus has been taken by Loic Hertog.
Yeah.
And it'll be the Porsche now trying to chase down
Alessia Rivera is right up behind them as well.
He's going to be a factor here. Side by side, through goes Fuoco for second. Could he take the win? 7 seconds is the gap between Delatraz and Quinn.
No, I think Delatraz has got this. Fuoco won't have enough, but I think that Quinn might not make the podium here. I think that the RD 30 car is going to get him as well.
Yeah.
Just with that tyre, it's just too much, can't overcome it.
And he's already under pressure from the 20. And the 30 car right there as well, and it's already gone. No, it's not.
But the 30 car's now going to be coming back up the inside of the 20, coming down into 16. There we go. He's got to get that done. Tristan's going to go up the inside, through and off, and it didn't really give him the room there. He might get a bit of then the stewards might look at that, but now almost wheel to wheel coming down into turn 1. Tristan's got the move done, really giving the room on the exit of 16, and I'm sure the guys at Algarve Pro are going to be a little bit upset by that.
Yeah, this is the battle for.
Oh, this is Luke Hartog up the inside.
Got him?
Yeah, he did. He did get by him.
Yeah, this is the battle for the lead in LMP3. Still the 13, all over the rear of the 29 car. Luciano Morano staging a real defensive drive here. Under real pressure. Under 10.5 minutes to go. And this is also, by the way, got the lead battle in GT right behind it. Actually, not the lead battle, because Dennis Marshall is ahead of those P3 cars and has gapped Alex Sims.
Yeah, it's 2.5 seconds up the road, isn't he?
There you go, LMP3 battle. This is Tristan Vautier trying to get by and trying to get onto terms with Fuoco, but he's losing.
No, it's to Quinn.
I mean, Fuoco is ahead of here.
Yeah.
Vautier will want to get by to try to stay with Fuoco, because he'd stayed with him to that point.
He had, and he's just got a little bit bottled up here behind Quinn, and is that new tyre advantage just slowly eking away for Tristan, and can Quinn just hang on here? Clearly got a fast car, but the Michelin's just that little bit older.
Delatraz, by the way, is eking further advantage over Fuoco. So the pace advantage at the moment still with the lead car, the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR car. Delatraz from Fuoco, from Quinn from Vautier.
Yeah, it just goes to show that new tyre advantage. It really is quite strong here at the Dubai Autodrome, and you've got to take that as a factor. And where we're going to see Tristan, is he going to be able to get up on terms with Quinn 3/10 back?
Quick update, car 9, that is Fab Schiller, will be getting a drive-through penalty causing a collision. That was with the 23 car, wasn't it?
That was.
That mix-up with the P2. It's the fastest lap of their racing, just a tad quicker than Louis Delatraz for Antonio Fuoco last time around.
Yeah, is the challenge there from the 30, Tristan Vautier, is that slowly dropping away. He's half a second back now. Oh no, here we are, side by side up into turn 10, last of the late breakers, and Tristan trying to go around the outside. Quinn's got in deep, he's got it stopped, nicely parked on the apex there, but just got brilliant drive off there. That's the difference between the age of the tyres there. He didn't have the ability to get the power down, and now Quinn is under big pressure from the 20 car.
It's a breath of luck there, by the way, for Vautier, because there was a big squirrely moment for the 64 that could have caught him out.
Yeah.
Almost contact, unwitting contact, but almost there. This is Malta Ferrari. He'll be keeping an eye on the Cetilar Racing number 47 that his team looks after. He's got a dog in the fight in GT as well, with Alessio Rivera almost with Augusto Farfus. Ricard Leitz, by the way, under pressure for 6th place by Charlie Eastwood in the Racing Team Turkey car, and Lauren Heinrich trying to get in that fight as well.
I would say now that this at the last safety car period has really hurt this effort from Nielsen Racing, and that's really tough to see. They were looking in such a great spot, and I think that if it hadn't happened, they would have had a very good chance.
Yep. Strong race from them though.
Very strong.
Louis Delatraz though, 7.8 seconds to the good, 7 minutes remain. Antonio Fuoco aboard the 47 car that took both wins in Sepang, and looks at the moment set fair to get another hatful of points here.
Yeah.
That's massive news for them in the championship stakes.
It is big. It is very, very big for them.
We're getting into the realms of the rest of the field will need problems for Cetilar to hit.
Yes. If you get those 2 wins at the start of the championship and then you get another podium here, yeah, you're on a very strong run.
Vlad Lomko closing in on Tom Dillman, by the way, for 6th place as well. Still, this battle nose to tail for the win in LMP3 for SDA Racing by VPS in the 29 Ligier, heading the 13 from Inter-Europol competition. Dennis Marshall holding that 2.5 second advantage on Alex Sims. Loic Hartog is dropping back now from the Corvette. Augusto Farfus is back with the Porsche. It's not done.
No, it's yo-yoing backwards and forwards. Still interested to sort of see where we're at with that situation with the JMR car, or maybe that's been resolved. But yeah, second place for them. Alexander Sims in GT.
5.5 minutes.
20. Looking up the inside of Quinn. Turn 1.
Yeah, good move.
Yeah, it was strong. Left the move till very late, but Quinn didn't really have an answer.
Sami Retunif goes through, and he sits now 4th in the order. Second of the Algarve Pro Racing run cars. CrowdStrike rated by APR lead the race. Here we go.
Deep on the brakes at turn 10, the 13 into Europol. Managed to get through there on the 29. Yeah. There's a lot of excitement down there at the Inter Europol garage.
Something in Polish there.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think we want a translation. Forestier Racing sticking with this. Car 43 under review, not serving penalty correctly. That is the Inter Europol LMP2 car. In the hands of Nolan Siegel, sits in 8th place. So still not done this, you know.
No, and
what one Ligier can do on the braking, so can the other. Should they feel able to do so with the car they've got underneath them at this stage of the race. 4 minutes to go. Delatraz 7.7 seconds ahead. Vautier 2.2 seconds back, and last time around half a second quicker than Fuoco. Here comes the RLR Vector car up the inside of Alex Quinn. He's beginning to drop down the order.
Yeah, I think he's cooked.
The tyre gone, I'm afraid.
Yeah, taking nothing at that last stop I think has really hurt them. And everybody else did. Presented them on a plate, really.
Ren Karthikeyan, by the way, the #1 car there. They had a strong run in the latter part of this race, up into 7th place. They're a little way back from the high-class racing car Callum Boysin, but good to see them running at pace.
Yeah.
Vector Sport RLR. Yeah. Pushing on.
Is following in the wheel tracks of Tom Dillman.
So Delatraz, by the way, last lap around 1:51.666. Last lap for Antonio Fuoco in the 54s, and Tristan Vautier was a full second quicker. Sami Retunif, by the way, was a full second quicker again.
Must be traffic.
But we're just running out of time.
Must be traffic. Yeah. Sun going down here. All the lights are blazing. There's Louis, another super strong run. The 8 car had a spin there at turn 10.
That's the 4th place car, and that might be enough. Where was the CLX car? Because they were about 10-15 seconds back. These gaps compressing. I'm just looking there at Team WRT. Alessio Rivera is right with Augusto Farfus for 4th place, and I mean right with him. 2 minutes to go. The gap still coming out. Delatraz 9 seconds to good, but is being Fuoco is being caught by Tristan Vautier. This could go down to the last lap.
Yeah.
It's 1.4 seconds.
Fuoco is really backing it up. There's some... His pace has dropped off completely.
Well, I'm just looking at his trap speed. 20 kilometres an hour down. Is he can't be fuel saving.
Massive fuel save, it looks like.
Can't be.
How many laps has he done? He's only done 15. He's only done 15 laps in this stint. You've got a problem? It is very peculiar. Well, it's very clear that the CrowdStrike by APR #4 car is in fine fettle.
Absolutely, and it's going to be this lap and one more, I think, for Louis Delatraz. Might actually, no, it will be one more lap, I think.
Yeah, it will, yes. And about to pass the GT leader of Dennis Marshall. Another excellent race by Kessel Racing.
Yeah, you can see the gap there now. That's comfortable. Somewhere in that blaze of headlamps is the battle for 4th. I I think...
There's Fuoco right there.
I meant for GT, but you're right. That is the battle with the BMW and the Ferrari in mix there.
Yeah,
also the battle for LMP3.
Yeah, everybody together, all on the same bit of tarmac. And the 13 looking to come up the inside of the 21. And in these situations, you are just looking to get by and get those passes done as quickly as possible. And the 13's overcooked it a little bit there.
The 29's got a toe here, and he's right under the rear wing forward. It picks the right way through traffic.
The 21 is not really helping them much because he's focused on his...
I think he could get it here. There's the GT traffic. It's the better corner speed to the P3, and the 29 car right alongside, rubbing. Got it. He's got him, and that takes the lead. Again, the 29 car. We have 6 seconds to go.
This is going to get ugly. This is going to get ugly. These two are... The blood's up with these two. I can see that there's going to be something that's going to happen here as they come down to turn 1. This is going to end up in more wheel banging. They've had 2 goes at it.
Time expired, by the way. So we're on the last lap of the race.
And they are side by side. Who's going to break the latest? 13 round the outside on the 29, but he's going to switch back here, and he's had to go down the escape road. That hands the advantage here back to the 29. 13 overcooked it on the way in to turn 1.
And the lead goes back to Forestier Racing by VPS, and Luciano Morano, Enrique Bides drops back to second place.
And the 13's going to have dirty tyres, and it's going to be messy for the rest of this lap. Advantage definitely to 29.
Still positions to be settled. It is the very last lap of a 4-hour race that's been spellbinding. And actually, all 3 classes, including the pass for the lead on the final lap again for LMP3. Here comes Louis Delatraz, though.
Yeah, they've done a brilliant job there at CrowdStrike. It looked very tricky at one point, and it looked like it got slipped through their hands, but that last safety car really brought them back in the game. The strategy there with the tyre and putting that on for that final stint, and Louis just pulled the trigger.
It was a first win for this team at the 24 Hours of Daytona just last weekend. They move across the world to the Gulf region. We're here in Dubai, and it will be Louis Delatraz to take the win across the line for the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR crew. George Kurtz and Milton Jakobsen played full parts in that. The 74 car from Kessel Racing. What a result for this trio as well. Another win for Kessel Racing in a really tight GT race. They take the win here. Across the line already, Chetelaar Racing for Antonio Fuoco. Tristan Vautier comes home third, just 1.4 seconds back. And here is the lead. It's a change again. The lead has changed again in LMP3. Where did that happen?
That is
How
crazy.
Did that happen?
Absolutely crazy. How did the 13... Oh my word!
It got involved astonishingly with the P2 car from...
I think he must have thought that was the car that he was racing. I think that he must have thought that was the P3 car, and the P2 car was the car that he was fighting with.
Unbelievable. There's only one other alternative explanation. It's not a very pretty one, and I won't voice it here.
Oh boy.
Well, that could be an interesting one. That might well see something after the event in any case. We'll come to that later. But for now, what a race. What a win for the number 4 car. They chose the right strategy at the end with new tyres available, or newer tyres available for the number 4 car. And Louis Delatraz absolutely delivered. Yeah. We saw great stuff from Milton Jakobsen on the restart from the earlier safety car to leapfrog back up the order. And this team just keeps delivering.
Yeah, fantastic result for them, and fully deserved. And they could have been so different if we hadn't had that last safety car. But if buts and maybes, you've always got to be there at the end and be there with your fastest drivers and the best kit on the car to deliver the result. And GT winner here, Kessel Racing 74. What another phenomenal performance by this team, this driver lineup of Dustin Blattner, Chris Lulham and Dennis Marshall. Really fantastic.
We've seen this race dominated in the early part by AMG. We then saw great stuff from more than one Corvette. We saw Porsches up at the lead of this battle as well. We saw a good strong run the early part of the running from Aston Martin. I didn't have Ferrari. on my playbook this afternoon, but they've absolutely blown that apart.
But that 74 Kessel car was always the car that was in the mix of all of the Ferraris.
Yep.
You know, there was Blake McDonald, who had a phenomenal run for a long time. Then there's JMR that came up there with the Corvette with Alexander Sims, who was leading for a while. But then when Dennis Marshall got in the car, that was when that 296 really came to the front.
And then in LMP3, what an astonishing finish to this race.
This was unbelievable, mind-blowing how this car's ended up winning, because it looked like it completely cooked. At the start of the last lap, he went off at turn 1, had to go down the escape road, get all the crap and rubbish all over its tyres, and it's managed to get it back to win the race. And I think there must have been some confusion there with the car that was racing and the sister P2 car.
Just trying to work out, why was he...
He thinks that is...
No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was. That was the 43 trying to go around the outside of the 29, and there was contact. Oh, see, you think he was responding to that move?
Indeed.
Right, okay. I get the point now.
He's thinking that is the car that is racing in class, and it's trying to go round the outside of him there at turn 14, and he was kind of trying to block him and stop him, but it was the P2 car. He didn't need to do that.
Yeah. Oh dear, that was the lead changing for LMP3.
But it just goes to show, when the pressure's up and you're on that last lap, you're tired, you're behind the wheel, you're really so almost flustered with the situation that stuff just happens, and it's just a set of circumstances you'd never have ever thought would come together.
So the lead changed in LMP3 3 times the last 2 laps. And actually always in ridiculous circumstances.
Wow.
That, if he'd not done that...
It was home and dry. The 29 was home and dry, but he must have got confused with the colours and the paint scheme. But here we are, Louis Delatraz jumping out of the car for the victory. CrowdStrike Racing.
Again, Louis Delatraz in an LMP2 car, he's just at home, isn't he, with this package, and they've given him a good car underneath him, and he's able to show what he's got.
What I would want to see is Alex Quinn, Louis Delatraz, same tyres, same conditions, going at it. That would have been a remarkable race.
Wouldn't it just? Wouldn't it just? Here comes the 74 car from Castle Racing. They will be utterly delighted. It's another team with a bit of a change of the guard in the background, Castle Racing, and fine stuff from them in their previous iteration, and better stuff still here. CrowdStrike Racing by APR, the number 4 car, win 105 laps under the wheels of that car. 9 seconds to good from Chetalar Racing, take another big point score and are marching away here. RD Limited complete the podium. Tristan Vautier couldn't close that gap. They complete the podium out of the 20 Algarve Pro Racing car, the 70 from Victor Sport OLR, great finish from them, and the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car, the first of the United Cars home, the number 5. And yet again, our pole sitter, Giorgio Roda, does not get the race result he wanted. Dennis Marshall will be and should be absolutely delighted with that. That was a really convincing win.
Yeah. He did a fine job right at the end there, under big pressure, delivered, earned his money. Absolutely
right. Great stuff. Kept cool head with what was a spectacular and very physical race. And in LMP3, it is the 13 car that comes home, and we'll want to hear from the 13 crew. We'll want to hear from the 29 as well as to what on earth went on there. Yeah. And that was a great move into turn 1, was it not? No, it was earlier in the lap from the 13 car to take the lead. Then overcooking it into turn 2, having to go off onto the escape road as per race director's instructions, which gave the lead back to the 29 and a gap. And then what on earth happened in turn 14?
Yeah, amazing.
Well, a win for the number 4 car. Let's go down with David Anderson, who's got winning driver with him.
Louis, well done. A great final stint.
Thank you. It's a great race. Thanks to all the CrowdStrike Racing APR team. I think today was a good day. We got unlucky, then got a bit lucky. We, in the end, chose the right strategy, which we never really know until the last lap, but the car was really fast. So George did no mistakes, kept it at the front. Malte saved tires really well, and yeah, we gambled and had the pace to do it.
A lot of it did come down to tyres and a new set at the end, yeah?
Yeah, and you said at the end, we committed to, I took over Malte's tire because we thought he did a great job saving them. So for sure we had this advantage at times, but I mean, we still came from P11 or P9 to P2 with a decent gap to the leaders. And then the new tires made it work at the end. So yeah, very happy.
Fantastic, well done.
Thank you.
And again, that's the other little bit of detail that tells the story, isn't it? That the tyre advantage came from the performance and looking after the tyres from the previous driver.
Yeah, Molt did his job. Really a phenomenal performance by all three of these guys. George did his bit, and Molt delivered the car really nicely, and that's always the key thing. When you're passing it over to your teammate, you want to be passing it over to your teammate in the very best condition, and that's exactly what these three guys have managed to do. Seeing Alexander Sims there on camera, the mullet looking strong.
Indeed. There is the overall classification. CrowdStrike Racing by APR, Chetilar Racing, RD Limited, your podium finishers. Then after that, so close. It is Inter-Europol competition that take the win in LMP3 after an absolutely astounding last couple of laps in that class.
Just mind-blowing.
Yeah, from Forestier Racing by VPS and 23 Events Racing's number 71 car, they complete the podium. Kessel Racing take the win in GT. JMR 66 Corvette currently scored as second place. There's some questions about that. We'll wait and see who appears on the podium. Montai in third place in their number 10 car. Loic Hartog running to the front at the end of that race. And Team WRT's BMW, the 28 car of Augusto Farfus, finishes fourth, just ahead of Alessio Rivera. Across the line, 0.2 of a second back in one of the best GT races we've seen in the Asia Le Mans series. A lot of non-finishes in that race, more than we'd expect. Let's take a look back at what has been a spectacular 4 hours here at the Dubai Autodrome. 16 LMP2 cars get the power down with slight delayed start there from the number 43 car, the Inter-Europol competition car. All get through safely. Turn 1, very busy in wheel-to-wheel stuff with Giorgio Roda away and clear. The trouble though with the GT class as Tony McIntosh just missed his braking points. More damage to himself than anybody else. There was a clash with the Origin Motorsport car, but the big damage went the way of the WRT BMW, as you'll see in a moment. Did see the car out and repaired right at the end, but with a broken brake line, it was pretty much game over at that point for the 69. Great battles from the start in all three classes, not least in LMP3, side by side between 23 Events and Forestier Racing by VPS. Cracking little battle too between James Sweetenham, only found out he was racing this morning, and there with Miro Konopka. He helped them to run to the front. 3 and 4 wide at times in GT. Blake McDonald holding off a gaggle of cars behind, and that was the WRT car taking advantage and picking up a couple of places. Phil Thayer had an afternoon to forget. First of 2 spins. This was the second, as you'll see at the end here. That sideways, that tyre going down, bringing out the virtual safety car. There was just one of a number of cards played in what is a spectacular race in all sorts of ways. Number 4 car going by here, the number 5, and running to the front ahead of the United Autosports car. And Blake McDonald, after a fantastic run from him, he says took 2 hits into the barrier, big damage, dropping fluid, which would bring out a long safety car until we got back to green flag running. And all sorts of shenanigans. United Autosports involved here. High-class racing, but around the outside would go the CrowdStrike by APR car. Side by side for the win in LMP3 towards the end of the race. Multiple changes of position for the lead on the last 2 laps between the 29 and the 13. But there was an incident here that accounted for the 23 Events number 23 car. That would lead to a penalty for Fabian Schiller in what had been the previous race, leading number 9 AMG. 23 out, and this effectively pressed the reset button again and left out of tyres Alex Quinn, helpless to resist a charge from Louis Delatraz. New tyres earned by a great middle stint from Milton Jakobsen. This was Dennis Marshall going to the lead of the race in the Castle Racing Ferrari, head of the JMR Corvette. Come home second across the line. Antonio Fuoco, another man to pass at this stage, pretty much helpless to resist Alex Quinn. Star of the middle of the race, Quinn. And here, another battle. This was Loic Hartog fighting with Augusto Farfus. Tristan Vautier desperate to get by the Nielsen Racing car, trying to get onto terms. And this was the final knockings of the battle. This was the pass for the lead by the 13. And then a further battle with turn 2 and turn 3. And then the final lap saw the 4 car take the win. An extraordinary scenes at turn 14 after the 74 car took the win in GT. Would see, what was it? Was it the 29 car misidentifying the 43? There it was, the clash, and there to the outside the 13. And for a third time in the final lap and a half, the lead changes hands in LMP3, and it would be into Europol taking the win.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Spectacular battles, drama in all sorts of ways. We've got the podium, by the way, for the Asia Le Mans Series down in the Apex Garden. If you're down there, enjoy the podium celebrations. I know David Addison is making his way down there in his traditional way.
It's not him on this stage there, is it?
No, that's outrageous. No, that's Bibendum.
Oh, sorry, yes.
And Pedro. But Bibendum, well, what can you say? A bit like David in that they are both stalwarts of international motorsport for decades.
Mm.
David's been busy on pit lane. He'll enjoy that pint later.
Certainly will. Dennis Marshall there. Just chatting away.
Doesn't look terribly happy about it, does he? But
no, he doesn't remarkably. No, he doesn't.
But that was... Had we not had quite so much interruption in the middle to late part of that race, that would have been right up there as one of the best we've seen.
Yeah, it certainly would have been.
See again, 105 laps done. Just filling a little bit of time here as the gather the drivers for the podiums. There's a little bit of a walk from the Parc Fermé to the podium area, so that's why we're just pausing a little here. But CrowdStrike Racing by APR will take the maximum points, but those 18 points from Chetlar Racing will make the points gap at the end of tonight, I think, quite breathtaking.
Mm-hmm.
So that's last half a lap for LMP3. I really do want to have a chat with whatever was going on there for Luciano Morano. I think your call was correct. I read it slightly differently the first time I saw it.
Let's see what they have to say. But yeah, it was, I think, a misidentification of the sister car.
And if that's right, that's a pretty catastrophic error.
Yeah, but it happens, doesn't it?
It does. It
really
does indeed. But in GT, it was Ferrari from Corvette, from Porsche, from BMW, from Ferrari, from Corvette, from Porsche, and then the Kessel Racing, the second car from Kessel Racing, 9th, and amazingly, the lead AMG was 10th.
After all of that performance,
dominance in the early part of that race.
The podiums at the end of our first 2 4-hour
It's the dulcet tones of David Addison announcing the podiums tonight.
With the LMP2 top 3, and we'll do it in reverse order. So, first of all, please, onto the podium for third place for RD Limited, James Sweetnam, James Allen, and Tristan Vautier.
The result for them after a really trying weekend.
That's amazing.
Fred Bourdad has not been in the car at all this weekend with his back pain. James Sweetnam on the left-hand side there, not stepped into an LMP2 car until qualifying this morning. Excellent stuff from him. Here,
He'll
though,
be pinching himself.
Oh yeah. Here, though, are our championship leaders, and inevitably will still be there. It's a second place here, and that is the worst result of their season so far. But this trio and this team, what a weekend they've had. And for George Kurtz and Milton Jakobsen, what a couple of weeks they've had.
Yeah, it's really fantastic.
Sam Cox, as team principal, will join them on the podium.
Racing by APR.
So the United States national anthem played in deference to the CrowdStrike Racing aspect of this effort. George Kurtz and his team from the USA, effectively the service provider from Algarve Pro Racing from Portugal.
Super sub to James Allen and Tristan Vautier.
Here come the trophies.
Part of the world, if you like, the local hero.
Three very deserving crews, and you know what? You could get down into double figures before you saw a crew that wouldn't have been deserving a win here.
Yeah. No, it's been a phenomenal race, and all of these guys are well deserved to stand on that podium this evening.
And Antonio Fuoco. Well done to the Chetila Racing team. Then the winning team trophy to CrowdStrike Racing by APR to Sam Cox. The trophies to the drivers to George Kurtz, to Mott Jakobsen and Louis Delatraz, victors in race 1 here in Dubai in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Critically important that they don't make the mistake they made last weekend of dropping this trophy.
For the photographers, and it's confetti
time! Sitting rather dented in the... that will be fixed.
Yeah, sure. Wonderful.
But very happy top step of that podium. And that was hard earned and well earned. Not an easy race to win by any stretch of the imagination.
At the end of a grueling race, one that kept not only drivers but the strategists on their toes, and they've got to do it all over again tomorrow here at the
no party tonight for any of these teams.
Just over a week's time.
There is the gap, and it's only 13 points, and that's consistent scoring from CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Well, that keeps it interesting, doesn't it? Algarve Pro Racing's 25 cars third, RD Limited recovering to fourth, United's number 5 fifth. And the Drivers' Trophy, it is the ZLR Racing trio, head of the number 4 trio we've just seen on the top step, and then Enzo Trulli, Michael Jensen and Tom Dillman. Well, before we see the next podiums, let's go down and get an interview with Henri Cabides, who was the driver that took the win over the line for Inter-Europol competition.
Henri Cabides, what a last couple of laps. They were absolutely manic.
Yeah, I mean, it was intense. You know, the traffic plays a big role here. Nevertheless, great job by my teammates. I mean, the team, the strategy was on point. It was a long stint at the end, but yeah, we came through. It was tough. I think I made the team a little bit nervous there.
One corner it looked like you'd won it, the next you'd lost it. It was just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the GT3s, they were also fighting. I don't know what position they were fighting for, but yeah, super tough. I thought it was over. I didn't really give up because I knew he was going to catch them eventually because they were fighting hard. And then at the end, GT3 traffic and LMP2 actually from my team, so I need to thank Nolan, I think. So yeah, it was a great battle, tough at the end, hard racing, but yeah, that's how it went.
Brilliant job, well done.
All right, thank you, cheers.
You'll do well to see a more bonkers and sustained bonkers finish in any class, in any race, anywhere than that.
Yeah, it was remarkable. A crazy last lap there in LMP3, and it all just sort of stemmed from them going wheel to wheel, but then coming through 15 and 16, then down to 1, and then the 13 going off, and then rejoining, and it just turned into an extraordinary final lap.
We're getting the podium celebrations now in LMP3. There is a 23 events crew. That is the 71 car, Terence Woodward on the right-hand side there. And in come the, I've no doubt, absolutely distraught 29 crew. 71 crew is Terence Woodward, Matthew Reba, and Ibrahim Badaway. And the 29 crew, Nick Adcock, Lucas Fakuri and Luciano Morano is in at the end there, and we've seen already it's Alex Bakantsov, Chung Ting Chu and Enrique Bides we've already spoken to for the winning crew from Inter Europol, and it's going to be the Polish national anthem for the win in LMP3.
Congratulations, Dan, to the Inter Europol.
Getting used to hearing the Polish national anthem on LMP podiums these days. Well, I'm lost to say much more than we've actually seen here. I'm sort of, the journalist in me is desperate to get down to the Forestier Racing pit to find out what on earth happened at Turn 14.
Yeah, I think it was misidentification, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And forgetting that it's not a yellow nose, it's a green nose, or it's a green nose, not a yellow nose. You know, all of those things in the Inter Europol cars are always a mix of both.
The bit I'm struggling with is why, in any case, was he that far out, or did he misidentify that early?
I think he misidentified it that early. And again, you know, crazy things happen in the car at the end of the race, and you're unsighted, you can't see quite so much. It's all kinds of things.
You've got exhaustion. It's very easy for me to sit here and judge it, as it would be for anybody at home. We're not sitting there utterly spent after, I don't know how long he had at the wheel of the car in a battle that intense. I'm at a loss to describe it, is the honest answer.
Yeah.
We're going to be on duty early in the morning for the warm-up, and of course the second of our 4
the obligatory selfie.
Come out of the smog, Nick.
Yeah, brilliant.
There is the LMP3 team's trophy in Inter Europol with that win. Edge out now a 9-point gap on CLX Motorsport, Forestier Racing by VPS. Now 19 points back, but that's all doable. Remember, we do this all again tomorrow, and we do it twice again next weekend. It's Alex Bakantsov, Chung Ting Chu and Enrique Bides that lead the championship from Alex Jacobi, Kevin Rabin and Paul Loncher are whitewashing at the moment, pole setter. Well, GT next. And Dennis Marshall will be summing up their feelings. He's with David Allison immediately after that race. Let's go down and listen to what he's got to say right now.
Dennis, well done. Great drive, great race, so much of it down to strategy.
Yes, exactly. Honestly, if you now ask me what we did actually with the strategy, I don't know. I completely lost track of what happened in the race. Honestly, I thought we were completely screwed because we had a stop-and-go penalty, I think just before, a couple of minutes before the last pit stop. Okay. And I jump in the car and suddenly they tell me, yeah, you're a couple of cars behind the race leader on new tires, or we were on new tires. And I'm like, okay, how did this happen? But just happy for that.
You and Dustin keep winning races, but Chris, as a new co-driver, he's fitting in well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Chris, honestly, super fast. He showed it last year in GT World Challenge. I mean, he's now also upgraded to gold for this year. So you can tell that this guy's super talented.
Top job. Well done.
Thank you.
On the podium, please, for the third step. The second for JMR, Yasser Shahin, Prince Abu Bakr Ibrahim, and Alexander Sims.
So the number 10 Manthey car from pretty much nowhere. Remember, they had that additional stop for the off from Montero-Sao early on. The safety cars have played pretty well for them, I think, there. The JMR crew finishing second. And it is the Kessel Racing crew that will take the top step of the podium. And Kessel Racing, once again, pretty good talent spotters, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and working the strategy extremely well after everything that was kind of going on in that race, and they've managed, like Dennis was saying, that they've managed to get themselves back into a great spot, and just the shuffle, getting back there at the end with the new tyre.
Well done to Kessel Racing, to Dustin Blackner, to Chris Lallam.
Swiss national anthem, celebrating the GT podium. Yeah, Dennis Marshall sort of couldn't believe the position the team had put him in.
No, and I think that everybody was quite astounded by how the GT battle just ebbed and flowed and just kept turning itself on its head with all those safety cars, the incidents, and people having to do emergency service, drive times, all that sort of stuff, and it really was remarkable how, you know, teams just kind of, their race just literally blew up. You know, there was the 11 car looking like it was in a really great spot, and Contact kind of took that out of the race. It's then all of the Mercedes runners, their laps, their races unraveled as well, and it brought the 74 back to the front into a really great spot. And clearly these guys are a class act. Kessel Racing run a brilliant car, great strategy, and they've got those three drivers that are really very much right at the top of every single ranking as the driver rankings go.
And if you love GT racing, come back tomorrow again.
Yeah,
because you know what, it's going to be another astonishing race, I'm sure. It was so close for so long between so many different cars. And here is the overall point scoring for the season so far, and that's the dominant lead, isn't it? It's Kessel Racing, 27 points to good from Get Speed, and that effort really did drop off in the second half of the race from the number 9 car, and below that pretty close, but the big points gap is of course to Kessel. Chris Lallam, Dennis Marshall and Dustin Blattner are the dominant leaders.
They are
from
in control of this championship,
Fabian Scheller, and it's just those two. So in fact, sorry, it is the Antares Hour crew on the same points as the second place team as well. So it's a big points lead. We are now in a situation where the chasing pack really need Kessel to have a bad day.
They do.
And we wouldn't wish that on anybody.
No, absolutely not. But it can happen. We've seen it. We've seen it absolutely. And we've seen it sort of today all unravel for lots and lots of teams and lots of operations, lots of drivers.
So many storylines, most of it about great racing. Real misfortune for Blake McDonald, and for that matter for Phil Fayer as well, involved in that. But for me, what dominated this race today was some fine racing throughout in GT, particularly towards the end of the race in LMP2. And we'll always remember what was a completely bonkers last couple of laps in LMP3.
Mind-boggling final lap in LMP3. Really fantastic.
We get to do it all again in just 24 hours' time, or rather less. Join us then. Look for the local times on the YouTube channel for the Asia Le Mans series. Stick with us for another spellbinding, I'm sure, 4 hours here in Dubai. And remember, get to do it next week again, all over again, at Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi. It's lit. That's what it is. Can't wait.
I didn't think you were going to say that.
From me, Graham Goodwin, from him, sports car racing legend Ollie Gavin, and to the hardest working man in the pit lane this weekend that's not attached to a team, David Addison, be sprinting back now for the podium.
From Pint of Stella.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us. Join us tomorrow again from the Asia Le Mans series. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.